Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Enters the World of Game. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku looked through a window of a shop as he saw a game that he'd wanted to try the beta out for a long while. Sword Art Online. He knew that he couldn't spend time with friends. At least not when he was quirkless. Nobody liked the quirkless as a whole, so he managed to play video games as an outlet for everything his life had done to him. Video games through RPGs were the best kinds of games for him since he could make the decisions of what to do to further the story. Buying the game with his allowance, he managed to snag the game from the place at a very cheap price, and since he'd have the game early, he could have the full game when it fully comes out. All he'd really need to do is just download a large file holding the full game with its graphics. He had the nerve gear as well as other things to prepare for playing the game itself, but he was happy to even have enough money for it. His mother worked very strong and gave him an allowance in order to keep himself safe inside their home. She couldn't come home from work because of how much a nurse was needed at the Muzutafu General Hospital. Arriving at his home about an hour later, he pushed his belongings into his bedroom before plugging in the game to his computer and laid down on his bed. Before he decided to begin playing the beta test, Izuku left the bedroom and made dinner for his mother. He knew that she wouldn't allow him to play his games unless his chores were all done and completed. So as he left the bedroom to complete his chores and make dinner for her, he cleaned the house and made sure everything was done before returning back to his room. It was nearing the evening as Izuku laid himself on his bed as he placed his completed dinner on the desk next to his bed. He smiled to himself as he placed the nerve gear on top of his head as he laid down on his bed before plugging the nerve gear into his computer. Link start. Izuku said, as a white light encroached on his vision and multiple colors invaded his sight. He finally arrived at the character creation screen as he began to make his customized character. He smiled as he found the perfect parameters in order to make his custom character perfect for himself to use. Once he was finished making his character to play the beta, he was moved into some more lights before arriving at the world of Sao. He looked at his surroundings as he smiled at the completed fifth floor of Sao's Aincrad structure. He saw multiple NPCs moving about their days as they spoke to one another in silent speaking from where he stood. Moving through the first floor's main city of Town of Beginnings, Izuku made his way towards the blacksmith NPC so he could get some weapons and armor. He knew that wearing armor and holding weapons increased his basic stats, that he was formed with the game's basic stats for everything he worked on. Grabbing a sword and shield, he walked away from the area as he entered the first floor plains. He looked at each and every beast monster that was on the first floor as he worked on training himself to use the weaponry. Taking a deep breath, Izuku activated his sword skill as it glowed a appealing green color before he swung it downward on one of the boar creatures. He watched as a damage stat point showed up around the boar as half its hit points were taken from it with 15 damage dealt. Izuku smirked to himself as he continued further to damage the creature until he defeated it. Once he got the congratulations for defeating the boar, he got some call as well as some item drops to increase his weapons and armor. Thinking he can take on multiple quests to gain levels fast, he took off towards the first floor boss room. Izuku only had a few days before the game would undergo an update for the full game to be added onto the beta. Rushing through the levels to get a good amount of skill points, Izuku placed each and every one of them separated in different skills. Dexterity for defense, agility for speed, intelligence for smarts, as well as strength points to increase his ability to use heavy and strong-hitting weapons. What Izuku really wanted, however, was to get enough points to create himself a bow and infinite arrows. And as he continued on with the small quests, he finally managed to unlock his favorite weapon. He had taken classes on how to use a bow and arrow throughout middle school as he found that he had a very good passion for the sport. With that weapon given to him and subsequently upgraded a bit so that he could do high damage to his enemies, Izuku headed for the dungeon underneath Talbana. Moving throughout the entire dungeon, Izuku found multiple boars and wolves that he could kill and move on to the next area. He smiled to himself as he let his true self be shown as he destroyed his opponents before he heard something in the distance. "Help!" A feminine voice called out as he immediately took off. "Don't worry, I'm on my way." Izuku said, not thinking that the girl would hear him. Running through multiple enemies, and killing them whilst he ran, he finally found the girl who he was hearing. She was just shorter than he was based on his character model, but she had green eyes similar to his own. Her hair was short but black in color as she held her knife in her hand, looking very scared of being defeated by these monsters. Rushing in without thinking, Izuku leaped into the fray, throwing his blade out and sending a few of them away from her. Spinning to swing his blade into another monster, he activated his sword skill, causing his blade to pass through its pixels and kill it. "Get back!" Izuku called out to the girl, who immediately nodded and moved back. Horizontal slashing cross. Izuku called out as his blade spun in a square shape. "Wow!" the girl muttered as the slash finished the enemies off. "Sire, you alright? I could have sworn that you were in trouble," Izuku said as the girl nodded. "Thanks for saving me. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't save me," the girl said as Izuku nodded to her. "That's fine. You would have just respawned at the town of beginnings. After that you would have just lost all your experience that you've gained before being killed," Izuku said, as the girl visibly sighed in relief. "Well, gee, good thing that I didn't die like that," she said, as Izuku gave the girl a once-over. "What's your name, if you don't mind me asking?" Izuku asked as the girl happily smiled. "My name is Koharu." "Nice to meet you," Koharu replied before trying to get his name. "The name is Deku. Let's get you out of here," Izuku said as Koharu nodded. Following the path down the road, they eventually found their way out of the dungeon. But as soon as they were about to leave, a large group of wolves appeared in front of them both as they growled angrily at the two. Pulling out his sword, Izuku prepared for a long fight as he pulled Koharu behind himself as she looked visibly scared. But before he could even fight them, multiple sword skills tore through the group before a singular man was shown to the two of them. "Are you both alright? I thought you two were outnumbered by a lot of mobs," a voice said that was both scratchy and a little pessimistic. "I was trying to get Koharu-chan out of the dungeon. We just came across the wolves on our way out," Izuku replied. "I see. Well, make sure that you are trained to fight on your own. I'd hate to see some good players get beaten by floor 1 mobs," the man said as Izuku nodded at them. "So what is the name of our savior?" Izuku asked as the man chuckled. "The name's Kirito." "Meet you, Deku and Koharu," Kirito said, before they reappeared in the town of beginnings. Once there, the trio had split up as Izuku and Koharu walked through the town of beginnings to help her get prepared fully. Once they were done with their preparations, Izuku looked down to her as she smiled up at him now that she had her supplies. "Thank you again for saving me. Twice now that you stood in the way of the enemies. Do you think you can train me on how to defend myself against the monsters of Aincrad?" Koharu asked. "I'm sure that I can help you learn how when the main game comes out," Izuku said, rubbing the girl's head. "Well, I guess we should return back to the real world now. They should be ending the beta early today," Koharu said as she signed out. "Yeah, see you when the game fully begins," Izuku said, as Koharu nodded with a smile and disappeared in motes of pixels. Izuku smiled at the entirety of Aincrad's first city before turning off his nerve gear from the inside, and his consciousness returned back to his body. And once he looked at how dark it was outside, he saw the time on his alarm clock and noticed that it was only at 2 a.m. Shaking his head, he just decided to sleep and wait for the beta test to be complete and prepare for the full game release. As it turned out, the full game release was about a week later, as Izuku was coming home with injuries all over his form. As he entered his home, he walked over to the bathroom hoping that his mother wasn't home right now. Bakugo had gone harder on him as of late as he took off his shirt and breathes to prepare for a shower. But looking at what he looked like now underneath all the clothing, he cringed slightly at all the burn marks marring his entire form. Getting into the shower, he continued to wash himself clean as well as use the hot water to clean out the open wounds he had. "I can't believe Kaken had used a knife this time. He never uses a knife against me. I guess that is what I get for doing better than him in cooking class," Izuku hissed out. As the hot water increased the temperature of his burns on his front and back parts of his body, he cringed even more as they burned in pain. But pain was something that Izuku was used to as a quirkless individual, but he couldn't help but think of this as training for people who can use flaming quirks against him. If he can't handle a singular burn or other forms of weapons, how will he become a better hero? Finishing up his shower, he looked at himself in the mirror as the steam cleared up for him to see. Multiple burns that were on his torso and legs were shown angrily glaring at him in a red color as he placed the burn cream on his body to heal them up. He then pulled out some gauze and bandaged himself up with them as he flinched softly at each cool bandage hitting his burns. With that finished, he left the bathroom in new clothing as he entered his bedroom. His only safe haven within his home that Kaken isn't allowed in whenever the boy is around, especially since if that were allowed, Izuku wouldn't feel safe at home. Connecting his head to the nerve gear, Izuku prepared to enter the video game world of SAO as he thought about making his time there useful. Link start. Izuku called out as he entered the world of Sword Art Online. He was also unaware of how the news were talking about how everyone shouldn't be allowing the children to use the nerve gear. Especially with how 10,000 people were now trapped in the game Sword Art Online, with no way of escaping at this point in time. Inko Midoriya came home to see this news outlet stating this as she rushed over to her son in his room and heard him call out for Link start and moved the door open. Izuku don't. She called out but finds that she was too late. Logging into SAO, Izuku managed to enter the character customization screen as he began to make changes to his original character. He looked at the straight hair that he just didn't like before turning it into his curly mess of hair. Instead of having it be the green and black color he normally has, he changed it to the white color since he's suffered enough stress of his life IRL. Once he fixes some parts of his character to be dangerously close to how he looks normally, he begins the game as he entered the town of beginnings. Looking around the area for if he could find Koharu, he eventually finds her as she is looking for him. Walking in her direction, he gains her attention as she rushed over to him, and before he can even speak to her, she interrupted him. "Do you know where Deku-kun is? He said that he'd meet up with me today to train me," Koharu said as Izuku smiled at her. "The name is Enkidu. And I am the person you're looking for, Koharu-chan," Izuku said, rubbing the girl's head. "Deku-kun?" she asked as Izuku nodded. "Jay, just call me N please," Izuku said as the girl nodded. "So where are we going first?" she asked as Izuku had her follow him. "First off, we are going to head to the local blacksmith NPC so we can get some weapons and armor. Once we get that stuff, it will increase our health and damage output. Then we can begin your training," Izuku said with a smile. "Okay," she said, smiling at him. They walked through the streets of Town of Beginnings before finding the blacksmith and gained their supplies. Koharu did notice that Izuku created a bow at the start instead of using a sword and shield, and he'd given her a knife. As they walked out of the whole building, they placed their new armor on as Koharu watched as her health went from only 1000 HP to she happily looked at him before noticing that his health was far lower than hers as she tilted her head at him. "Aren't you supposed to have a whole lot of health at the start?" Koharu asked as Izuku nodded. "I made my character have lower health in exchange for higher DPS. Since I will be mainly using a bow, I wanted to make sure that I can kill any enemies we come across very swiftly," Izuku said, as the girl tilted her head again. "But what happens if an enemy gets in close quarters with you?" she asked as Izuku smirked. "I will be taking an important quest to give me a specific weapon to help with that, not to mention I could use it with my bow," Izuku said, as they arrived at the first plains zone. "Alright, for the first opponent you have this boar. Just pull your dagger back in whatever stance you feel is perfect for you. Then when it starts to glow, then launch at the boar and think nothing more than hitting it," Izuku said as the girl nodded. The two decided to go on a few more quests as they waited for the game creator to give a speech in the Town of Beginnings for new players of SAO. Izuku had leveled up to level 4 whilst Koharu had managed to get to level 3 since she was in a party with the boy. They were looking over their personal skills that Izuku kept track of, and since he was going for a SDPS build, he made her more of a TDF build. SDPS is speed damage per second build, TDF is tank defense build. Once they were completed with their quests, they turned them in as they returned to the plains zone where they found two people standing looking over the entirety of the plains zone. Walking up to the two, they found that they were talking to one another about what they'll be doing once they finish their day of playing. One of them had a pizza coming and needed to be there at the door to get it and have it to eat before coming back online to play again. The second one the two immediately recognized as they rushed over to the taller boy whilst it took notice of the two. "Hey you two, what brings you here? And who's the white-haired boy?" Kirito asked, as Koharu pouted at him. "This is Enkidu, he was Deku in the beta test," Koharu said as the other guy stood up. "Wait, you three were in the beta test?" he called out. "Why yeah, I only was on floor 1, Koharu said, as Izuku spoke up. "I had originally made it to floor 8 before I couldn't get any further," Izuku said, as Kirito whistled. "Wow, you got pretty far, not as far as I did, but that's pretty far for the beta. How high level were you?" Kirito asked. "I was around level 45 at the time. I mostly focused on leveling up before taking on floor bosses," Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. "Floor bosses can be tricky BSTRDS if you don't get high enough level to make their damage null and void," Kirito said, chuckling. "Hey Kirito, not that I want to sound like an idiot, but where's the logout button?" their newbie asked. "It should be right here," Kirito said, questioningly as he stared at his logout button. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked as the two looked over at him. "Hey, our logout button is gone, check both of yours," the red-haired boy said. Checking over their logout buttons, Izuku found that his was missing, and the same was for Koharu as she looked more scared. And before Izuku could console her enough to be out of her growing panic attack, all three of them noticed something in their bag. Opening it up, they found that it was only a mirror, and looking at it confusedly, all three were suddenly forced to teleport back to Town of Beginning's main plaza. Looking around them, they found more and more people appearing in the plaza. Koharu stayed near Izuku as she found him more protective than most. "Hey Kirito," the red-haired man said, looking quite disturbed. "What Klein?" Kirito asked, looking at him. "Should the sky be red?" he asked as everyone looked up. And sure enough, there was a hexagon in the air showing the word error. And soon more and more showed up, and eventually there was enough for the entire sky to bleed out a crimson-colored individual who hid their face from them all. His clothing attire showed that he was very intelligent, not to mention how he had red all over his body with a name on top. Invincible object. Attention players. My name is Kayaba Akihiko. And as of this moment, I am in control of this world, the creator of SAO said, as his voice was oddly. "Okay, what is he going to tell us?" Klein asked, as Izuku replied for Kirito. "Maybe he will tell us what in the world is going on, probably informing us about why he's doing this?" Izuku said, as they all looked to the creator of the game's avatar. "I'm sure most of you have already noticed that an item missing from your main menus. The logout button." The giant being, Kayaba said, pulling out his own logout button. "Let me assure you, this is not a defect in the game. I repeat, this is not a defect. This is how Sword Art Online was designed to be. You cannot log yourselves out of SAO. And no one from the outside will be able to shut down or remove the nerve gear from your head. If anyone attempts to do so, a transmitter inside of the nerve gear will discharge a microwave signal into your skull, destroying your brain and ending your life," Kayaba said, as multiple people below began showing their distrust. "You can't be telling us the truth? There's no way. Impossible. That's bullshit." Players all replied in growing fear and trepidation. "He's gotta be nuts, right Kirito?" Klein asked worriedly. "He's not. The transmitter signals in the nerve gear are just like microwaves. If the safety's disabled, then they can fry your brain," Kirito responded. "Couldn't someone cut the power dash?" Klein questioned, before Izuku interrupted. "That won't work. The nerve gear's got an internal battery," Izuku said, remembering a small battery sign on his headset before beginning the game. "Wow. This is crazy. It's totally crazy," Klein said, throwing his arms about in frustration. "Despite my warning, the families and friends of some of the players have attempted to remove the nerve gear. An unfortunate decision to say the least as a result. The game now has 213 less players from when it began," Kayaba said, as everyone looked downright fearful. "And deleted from both Aincrad and the real world," Kayaba finished, as Kirito looked downright concerned. 213? No way, Kirito muttered. At this point, it's safe to assume the likelihood of a nerve gear being removed is minimal at best. I hope this brings you a little bit of comfort as you try and clear the game. There is no longer any way to revive someone within the game if your HP drops to 0. Your avatar will be deleted from the system forever, and the nerve gear will simultaneously destroy your brain, Kayaba said, as Izuku, Kirito, and Koharu gained a vision of what could happen in their heads. All three of them imagined themselves failing to defeat a mere boar with low health, and when their bodies suddenly become encapsulated with motes of pixels, they die at the same time. Izuku gripped his fist as he growled silently to himself, Koharu being the only one to hear him being unnaturally and uncharacteristically angered. There is only one way to escape now. You must clear the game, Kayaba said, as everyone entered in uproar whilst Kayaba ignored their outcries. Right now, you're all gathered on floor 1, the lowest level of Aincrad. If you can get through the dungeon and defeat the boss, you may advance onto the next floor. Defeat the boss on floor 100, and you will clear the game, Kayaba informed as Klein looked downright hopeless. Even the beta testers didn't make it that high. Klein cried out, as he felt hope slowly ebb away. Last but not least, I've placed a little present in the item storage of every player. Please have a look, Kayaba said, as everyone looked in their item storage. A mirror? Kirito asked as Izuku did the same thing. And as soon as everyone pulled out the mirror, everyone suddenly gained a glowing form as their view was obstructed from each other. The entire plaza of the Town of Beginnings was eventually covered in the white light as everyone soon realized something was off about each other. You all right, Kirito? Klein questioned looking at the much shorter boy. Yeah, wait. Who are you? Kirito asked, as Izuku soon came into frame with Koharu. I'm me, who are you? Klein replied as they were now in their real bodies. Enkidu. Are you all right? Koharu asked as both boys looked over. They looked at the boy in question as he was covered to the brim in burn scarring on his upper neck and face. There was even a slashing scar on his cheek that ruined his freckles on his cheeks, but from their point of view, there was something ominous about his dull emerald eyes. Wait, emerald eyes? Wait a second. Is that you? Klein? Wait a second? Is that you? Kirito? Both boys called out looking at one another. Enkidu, are you all right? Koharu asked, as Izuku looked himself over. I am fine. I never thought that this was how I'd be seen by everyone. But whatever. Izuku muttered to himself after answering Koharu. But how? Klein asked, as Kirito explained. The scan. There's a high-density signal device inside the nerve gear. It can see what my face looks like. But how does it know my height and body type? He questioned, not really to anyone. Oh, so through this calibration thing, it asked you to touch your body all over like this, remember? Klein retorted. Oh yeah, I remember. You're right. That's where it got our physical data. Kirito said, as Kayaba spoke again. Right now, you're probably wondering why? Why would Kayaba Akihiko, developer of Sword Art Online and Nerve Gear, do this? Ultimately, my goal was a simple one. The reason I created Sword Art Online was to control the fate of a world of my design, Kayaba said, as everyone glared at Kayaba's avatar. Kayaba. Kirito thought to himself angrily. As you can see, I have achieved my goal. This marks the end of the tutorial and the official launch of Sword Art Online. Players, I wish you the best of luck, Kayaba said, before thinking of one last thing to tell everyone. Before I go, there is one last piece of advice I will give all players of Sword Art Online. Anyone wielding the power of a quirk will not be capable of using it in my world. You will try and beat this game through your own strong work and dedication to defeat all 100 floor bosses within Aincrad, Kayaba said, before disappearing. Almost immediately everyone was looking at the now clear sky with fear, but Izuku and Koharu were already moving away from the main plaza. Izuku knew how bad it would get for everyone in the Town of Beginnings in a situation like this, personal experience from out on the streets running from bullies. As soon as he got himself and Koharu a good ways away, they were hidden in a small alley as they regained their breath. This isn't a G game anymore. I don't want to die, Koharu said as tears fell from her eyes. Koharu-chan, don't worry. Everything will be fine, Izuku said, as he remembered All Might's final words to him on that rooftop earlier that day. Can one become a hero without a quirk? I should think not. It's alright to dream, kid. Just make sure that it's realistic. You could try and become a police officer, doctor, or firefighter. As a policeman, you get a lot of hate from taking the bad guys to prison, but at least it's a realistic job for you. I'm sorry. All Might's voice rang in Izuku's mind. Koharu looked up at Izuku, tears streaming down her face as Izuku stared into her own with his now glowing emerald orbs. Because we will escape, Izuku said as she looked a little better before hugging him. Izuku led Koharu out of the town of beginnings as they rushed to get some early quests done so they both can move on to Talbana, the first village on their journey. As they moved through the fields of the first floor of the Aincrad construct, they fought multiple monsters as well as gained experience throughout their journey. They even came across a girl who was trying to learn about each and every monster so that they could help out the other people stuck in the game. And Izuku, being the kind person he was, decided to do the mission himself as Koharu wrote down their attack patterns. Izuku for these fights used a mace weapon so that he could have Koharu write down each attack pattern of the monsters. For the next few days of searching through the plains and leveling up along the way, Koharu and Izuku found some more missions for them to complete whilst searching for the boss room. But as they moved throughout the entirety of the first floor, they just simply couldn't find the labyrinth that led to the boss monster's room. They eventually make it towards Town of Beginnings again as they came across a young man with weirdly spiked hair asking for people to join a small guild. Izuku and Koharu had decided to stick as far away from the guilds since they'd rather stay outside of a guild. Izuku had stated to Koharu early on in their adventure on the first floor that if they joined a guild, most of their experience would be shared with their guildmates. Not something either of them wanted this early on into the death game of SAO, and they were gaining levels pretty quickly. But that swift leveling would eventually dry up since people were now getting those quests for themselves and not allowing anyone to use them. Monopolizing the entire quest industry at the start of the first floor was not a good thing, and Izuku was forced to bring himself and Koharu on harder mission quests as well as ones that didn't give that much experience. They'd come across another person on their travels as they asked them for information on certain quest lines in the game. Their name was Argo, an info broker who gave information for some call and some information on beast attack patterns in return. Izuku and Koharu were happy to do missions from Argo since she had been much more receptive to the two giving her call and getting information about certain quests. They were leaving the Town of Beginnings when someone walked over to them both as they were preparing to leave. Hey, I need you two to get something for me really quick, the spiky-haired boy said as he walked up to them. Kibeo, if this is about me and Koharu joining your guild, then the answer is no, Izuku said, sighing in exasperation. Hey, I don't ask you both to join my totally awesome guild all the time, he said, slightly miffed. Really? I distinctly remember you begging me and Koharu to join your guild literally last night over our time at the inn, Izuku said, as Kibeo just looked a little sheepish. Well, you two are really prepared for this whole game, as if you know what to do. I would like to have people like you in a guild such as mine, Kibeo said, as Izuku shook his head. What did you want me and Koharu to get? Aside from joining your guild? Izuku questioned. Okay, so there are some healing potions that me and some of the guys need since we're going to raid a small dungeon nearby. We want to be fully prepared for it, we're well leveled, but wanted to be extra sure, Kibeo said, as Izuku thought about it. I don't know, it sounds like you're going to owe us a favor after this, Izuku said, looking to Koharu. I don't mind, so long as nobody dies on this dungeon raid, Koharu said, as Izuku nodded. Where is this quest line to get healing potions take place? Izuku asked, looking in Kibeo's happy eyes. It's over by the first town discovered by Kirito. Talbana, you'll find an NPC asking for those to enter a small forest through one of the teleport monuments. Use that and you will enter the forest. I need at least 5 healing herbs. I will do the rest from there, Kibeo said, as Izuku nodded. As Izuku and Koharu entered Talbana, they found the NPC handing out the quest for entering the forest for 5 herbs. Smiling at the NPC, they entered conversation with her as she told them to defeat the monsters in the Smiling Forest in order to get 5 smiling herbs. Moving to the monument, they activated it and moved to where their quest was going to begin. Looking at a loading screen for the two of them, they thought about what they should do for a plan. Izuku was clearly going to hang back, but based on their stats right now he was more perfect for the frontline defensive role. In the time it took them to level up to around 15, Izuku was around level 19 and with around 3,500 health points to use. Koharu's was only around 2,500 and she was getting concerned with her ability to be Izuku's shield for when he is taken advantage of by monsters who become smarter. Izuku had informed her time and again that she will be perfect as his teammate as he would rather have someone watching his back instead of having to watch hers. Ever since they left the town of beginnings about a month ago, they had not left one another's side, especially in terms of bedrooms. Very wary about who might take advantage of the two of them being unconscious to start a fight between the two of them. Arriving in the forest, they stood across from a large horde of monsters that Izuku had been able to take care of on his own in the past. But with how the two of them were over-leveled for this quest, some of the monsters were leveled to be near their own level. So this fight was bound to give them even more herbs for the quest Kibeo had given them, enough to hold onto some of their own. And entering the fray, the two took down monsters at the same time as they never stood a chance. They'd even come across a monster that was similar to a polar bear, but with way less health than a polar bear actually had. Within seconds they teamed up on the monster and killed it swiftly. And with that done, they looked at all the herbs that the monster was guarding and collected enough for Kibeo as well as for themselves. They saw a small portal on the ground nearby and stepped into it as they were brought back to the NPC as she smiled at them. "Have you finished the Smiling Herbs quest?" she asked as Izuku spoke. "Yes, we've gathered the required 5 herbs." Izuku said, placing the herbs in her hands as she vibrated slightly. "Alright, the experience you both gain is 58 experience each. You also get 25 healing crystals, and a couple of blackstone ores to upgrade your weapons. Come again some other time," the NPC said, as Izuku and Koharu left her. The two walked over to a nearby inn as they decided to rest for that specific day in order to give Kibeo the quest items. Going to bed early that evening, the two were preparing to get up in the morning as they wanted to get some leveling done before they find the boss room. And as they went to bed that evening, the time passed faster than they thought it would as before they knew it they were waking up. Leaving the inn early in the morning, the two made their way over to where Kibeo was clear to be waiting for their return. Using the teleport monument, they arrived in the town of beginnings as they saw him waiting near the front gate. Kibeo noticed their arrival and walked over to the two of them as they both stopped in front of him. "So did you get the herbs?" he asked as Izuku nodded. "I even got them transformed into healing crystals." "You got yourself at least 13 healing crystals. I gave you some of my own crystals by the way," Izuku said as Kibeo nodded. "Thank you for your donation, Enkidu. We will use them sparingly after all we heard about Diavel's party finding the boss room yesterday evening," Kibeo said as Izuku and Koharu stared at him in shock. "They found the boss room?" the two asked, incredulous. "Yeah, they came across it by accident. But they were able to leave the room quick enough to not die. It's at the bottom of the Talbana labyrinth. They're going to be holding a meeting in Talbana to prepare for the attack. This will mark the very first strike back against Kayaba," Kibeo said, leaving. After hearing this information, the two walked over to the teleport monument and teleported over to Talbana. Arriving a few minutes later, the two had moved towards the amphitheater so that they could see what the meeting was going to be about. Moving through the stands, they both found that there weren't many people at this meeting. If anything, there was just barely enough people for a full raid on the first floor boss room. Looking at the stage, the two found the person who had claimed to have found the first floor boss room. He was wearing gray and blue armor as well as a sword on his back with a shield with it. He had short blue hair with gray-blue eyes as he stared at everyone. If he were to be seen up close, he'd be taller than Izuku by a fair margin if Izuku had to guess himself. But the man then spoke to them all with a voice demanding attention as well as he gave them a determined glare. "Hello everyone, my name is Diavel. And in this game, before it was turned into a death game, my role was a knight," he said as everyone stared at him. "Dude, this isn't the 1200s. You really need to get your head out of your butt," one of the people here said. "Ha, I know, but I wanted to release the tension between all of us." especially with the information that I had come across with my own party in search of the first floor boss room, Diavel said, quieting everyone. Now that everyone has become quiet, I can begin the meeting to take down the first floor boss. Ilfang the Kobold Lord, Diavel said with a very determined expression. Based on information that we gathered on the boss, his main weapon should be a large bone axe for attacking and Eltich our shield to defend himself. He is over 2 meters tall with blue-gray fur on his body but with copper-red eyes. He hides a weapon on his back, and we don't know what kind of weapon it will be, but based on our beta tester information he should have a talwar and use regular sword skills. Diavel said as the entire group nodded along. So he shouldn't have anything new about himself this time around. Izuku muttered, gaining Koharu's attention. You've fought Ilfang before? She asked as Izuku nodded. I completed around at least 8 floors before the closed beta test had come to an end. So I've had time to fight Ilfang on my own multiple times for solo leveling. Izuku replied as Koharu nodded. So what, is there something off about this boss monster? Koharu asked. Ilfang the Kobold Lord favors his bone axe for a majority of the fight. When he gets to a very low level of health, he will switch to his talwar blade, which would resemble a cutlass from the Assassin's Creed games. But that is where everything goes wrong. He used katana skills in the beta. So the fact that Diavel hasn't stated that he should be using them is very concerning. Izuku said, as the two continued to listen to him. For the remainder of the meeting, Diavel spoke about how they should all work together in different groups. One large group would be the tanks who take the damage that the boss gives them since they'd have the most health. Then the attacking groups were supposed to be split up into different teams of teams AF. Izuku and Koharu were both placed in a duo team that was Team D, where they keep an eye on the battle and replace teams AC should they be overwhelmed. With Izuku and Koharu nodding along with Diavel's plans, that was at least until Kibeo entered the conversation as he jumped down from the top of the seats. Hey! Hold up a sec. A very familiar and clearly annoying voice called out from the stands. I can't believe this guy. Izuku exasperatedly sighed. My name's Kibeo, you got that? Before we take on the boss, I want to get something off my z. Kibeo said, as Izuku placed a hand over his face. This better not be what I think this is about. Izuku muttered as Koharu looked to him. What are you talking about? She asked. Just listen to him and you'll hear it from the man himself, Izuku said, as he looked so done with Kibeo for the moment. We all know about the 2,000 players who died so far, yeah? Well, some of you need to apologize to him right now, Kibeo said, pointing to the small crowd. Is he serious? Koharu questioned. Nope, he's definitely serious, Izuku muttered as he listened to Kibeo. You mean the ones who were ex-beta testers, right? Diavel questioned seriously. Of course I mean them. The day that this stupid but game started, the beta guys just up and vanished, right? They ditched all us new beginners, Kibeo said, as he continued. They snagged all the good hunting spots and they grabbed all the easy quests too. They were the only ones getting stronger in here, and this whole time they ignored us like we're nothing, Kibeo said, waving his hand in a dismissive wave. Hell, I bet there are some of them here. Come on out, beta testers. We should make M apologize to us, and we should make M give us all their money and the items they got, Kibeo said, pointing at both ends of the group. Izuku openly glared at Kibeo as he stood up, allowing everyone to look at him. Even Koharu stared at him in shock. Kibeo, though, just looked even more smug as Izuku walked down the steps as he grew closer and closer to Kibeo. By the time Izuku was right in front of Kibeo, the young man had actually opened his eyes and looked into Izuku's eyes and looked a little shocked. You say that I should apologize to the 2,000 players that died only a month into this game? Well, how about this? I gave you all the information you needed to fight the monsters on each area within floor. None of you would be alive if it weren't for the beta testers giving out all the information broker books on the monsters within this floor level, Izuku said, lifting a small notebook from his pocket. So what about that? Kibeo asked, as Izuku fixed him a glare. Well, if you read the FING thing, you should have seen that every single monster was written in it. XPLCT details about each and every monster that I've come across on my journey to search for the first floor boss. I handed my book to Argo, the info broker, by the way, and told her to copy my notes and hand it out to everyone on the server. But still 2,000 people died. Izuku said, as Kibeo was now losing his edge. So what? It's not like you helped us physically, he retorted. Izuku had enough of Kibeo's incessant pointing blame and just punched him in the face, causing the boy to fall back with a yelp. Kibeo got up ready to attack Izuku when he saw his downright furious expression as he walked up to the downed boy. Would you just shut up? I and the other beta testers put our lives on the line just to get this information? 2,000 people died and all you care about is US beta testers giving an apology and handing the items and weapons we got fair and square over to you? That's not how the world works. Izuku growled. If I might interject? A very masculine voice called out. My name is Agile, and I would like to state the fact that Enkidu is correct in his wording. The beta testers did have Argo hand out these little notebooks out for all players to use against the monsters. This book had their attack patterns as well as their full health and skills that they could use. But the simple matter is that some of you still died with this information. The fault does not lie in the beta testers but in the idiots who thought that they could continue to take on the threats with lowered supplies before leaving. I came here to learn about the boss, not sit here and point fingers at anyone, Agile said, as Izuku nodded. With that said and finished, Kibeo walked back to his seat with a pout as Agile walked back to his seat with a neutral expression. Izuku, however, walked over to Koharu and patted her head before leaving the area. He needed to cool off after screaming at that idiot of a player. Walking around the town of Talbana, Izuku just let out a massive sigh as he sat down at a specific bench in the town. Rubbing his temples, he thought about how he could have had Kibeo remember what he and Koharu did just the other day for him. Gathering supplies for him and his group to take on a dungeon without any backup required since they were well leveled. He wasn't alone for long as he heard movement next to him as he leveled the newcomer a neutral expression. It was Kirito as the young man looked at him with a concerned expression on his face before he spoke. Hey, are you alright? I've never heard you scream like that towards someone before, Kirito said, as Izuku shook his head. I'm just trying to calm down from that. I've never felt such utter anger before, and I just let it out against Kibeo. I know his type of people, Izuku said as Kirito scoffed. I've never liked people like Kibeo, by the way, Kirito said, as Izuku chuckled. I used to have a friend who was very similar to Kibeo, except he was way worse with both his personality and actions, Izuku said as Kirito thought about it. Was this person the one who gave you those scars on your body when the game started? Kirito asked. Him and a couple of others. But that is a story for another time, Izuku said, cracking his neck. Well, Diavel asked Kohar to get some weapons and healing items from the vendors over there. You might as well talk to her about your anger problems, Kirito said before leaving. Standing up from his seat, Izuku walked over to where Kohar was looking over the weapons and armor from the vendor. She had a look of complete distrust as well as concern written on her face when she noticed Izuku walking towards her. Tears of happiness rushed from her eyes as she rushed to him as she pulled him into a hug, apologizing for him having to call Kibeo out like that. He told her that it wasn't her fault that he went out there to speak to Kibeo like that, he just let the anger he held within his heart get out in that moment. He allowed himself to let his rage out for that moment and went a bit far when he punched Kibeo in the face. Okay, so how many items and weapons did Diavel ask you to collect? Izuku asked as Koharu thought about it. He said that he wanted everyone to be fully prepared, so he asked me to collect some herbs from the local vendor. But I don't have enough, Colonel, she said with a pout. Here you go, that should get you enough supplies to give to Diavel and then some, Izuku said as Koharu looked at him. Have you been saving call this entire time? She asked as Izuku nodded. Can't be broke in this game, otherwise we'd starve out there and getting multiple quests just to live here, Izuku said, as the girl rushed off, a blush on her face. A few hours later, everyone was waiting outside the labyrinth as they stood near their groups looking over their gear. Izuku looked over at Koharu, who held her knife in her hand as she trembled slightly at having to face off against a floor boss for the first time. He placed a hand on her shoulder, letting her calm down with his presence right there for her as she took a calming breath of air as she slowly stopped trembling. Thanks, Enkidu, she said, as Izuku patted her head. Of course, we are both party members. I couldn't live if you were incapable of fighting while scared. Izuku said, as Koharu asked him a question. How are you so determined? How are you not as scared? Just worried. I've faced death before. But there is also the fact that I've faced people who are way worse than a puny floor boss. Izuku said, as Koharu thought about her next question. Are you scared? She eventually asked. Every day. I am afraid of losing all of my HP and being incapable of ever returning to my mom. But if there is one thing that I fear above all else, is not being able to save a single person. Because I think being a hero is the kindest thing a person can be. Izuku said as he led the two towards the labyrinth. Alright everyone. We are going to head into the labyrinth and find the boss room, and whatever you do, do not attack for yourselves. Diavel said as the entire raid party entered the labyrinth. Rushing through the labyrinth, Izuku and Koharu rushed through multiple hordes of monsters as everyone pulled ahead of them, killing a wolf in a single. Izuku turned to look at Koharu, who had managed to kill another wolf in a single hit as well. She smiled at him determinedly as she took off to take on the next threat, as Izuku kept an eye on her six. Fighting through the small monsters and even the kobold henchmen, they arrived at the kobold lord's room. Diavel opened the door as everyone entered the room to find Ilfong sitting on a throne with a very bored expression. He eventually took notice of them all before he grunted and leaped off his seat and landed in front of everyone. Rearing his head back with his body leaning slightly backwards, he roared out to the heavens as his health bars showed up. Once the health bars showed up, everyone began their attack on the boss with the tanks up front. They rushed in and started to dish out multiple blows to Ilfong from close quarters whilst Izuku pulled out his bow and shot his arrows at the monster. Koharu watched Izuku's back as she took down multiple kobold henchmen on her own whilst keeping an eye on Izuku's back. Kirito and his teammate had teamed up to take on Ilfong as well as they landed decisive blows to the boss. Once Team A backed away, Izuku and Koharu entered the fray as Izuku pulled out his blade and clashed with Ilfang's bone axe. A massive shockwave had blasted out from their clash as both of their faces came close to one another. Izuku gritting his teeth and Ilfong growling at him through his own set of very clearly sharp teeth. Izuku pushed his weapon upright as Ilfong fell backwards, his attack parried as Izuku called out to Koharu. Koharu! SW! Izuku called out, as the girl rushed in with a knife skill. Kenneth! Koharu called out, moving her weapon upright. The knife she held moved up through the skin of the boss as he moved backwards as if he was sliced up the body holding onto his wound. Small splashes of white blood hit the ground as Ilfong had growled out even more as Izuku and Koharu pulled back watching the monster. He pulled his axe up over his body as he tossed it back behind him and dropping his shield at the same time. Diavel chose this moment to come in as he charged a sword skill, and that was when both Kirito and Izuku noticed something very off about Ilfong. The weapon he pulled out was not a talwar, it was a nodachi, and they knew how this was going to go down. As Ilfong pulled out his weapon, which was very clearly not a talwar, he jumped around the place, landing devastating blows to both the tanks and the other groups. He landed in front of Diavel as he sliced across the young man's chi and through his waist, causing the young man's health to dip into the deep red. Kibeo had also noticed that Diavel was heavily injured from the attack, but there was a paralysis skill evoked on Diavel. He rushed to try and save him but was cut off by a kobold minion as he grunted before looking at Izuku, who looked very shocked. Hey! Save his butt? Kibeo screamed, as Izuku shook his head. Ilfong rushed to deal the finishing blow on Diavel as he sat crouched with his shield the only thing holding him upright. Looking up, Diavel saw his life flash through his eyes as Ilfang's weapon was coming towards him. Lowering his head, believing that his decision would cause him to die, he and everyone heard a loud clang in the room. Looking over at where Diavel was, they found Izuku standing in front of Diavel with his blade in his hand blocking the nodachi. Enkidu? Diavel gasped. Gee, get moving already, Izuku said, as Diavel shivered slightly as he crawled away. Alright big guy, you want to fight someone smaller than you? Then fight me, Izuku called out as he jumped out of the way of Ilfang's fist. Moving through the field, Izuku showcased his massive speed that was on par with Ilfang's own as they both bounced around the place. Izuku jumped from one pillar to another with Ilfong coming right after him since Izuku was the only other person who was still in the green for health. Landing on the ground, Izuku kept his back to the monster as they jumped from the pillar they were on and went to slam their weapon on his back. Just as everything went in slow motion for Koharu, she was running towards Izuku as she worried about his safety. She then watched as he moved in slow motion around the Nodachi that Ilfong had and moved his arm around in a motion she'd seen before. Detroit Smash. Izuku called out, activating a martial arts skill. Izuku's hand glowed an ominous yellow color as he slammed his fist into Ilfang's face, causing the monster to fall to the ground instantly. Shaking its head, it turned to look at Izuku as he immediately threw another punch at its gut, sending it flying back into its throne. As soon as Koharu had arrived next to Izuku, she saw that his health was now in the yellow as she gave him a healing item. He nodded at her in thanks as he entered a combat stance next to her as she reciprocated his action. Kirito and his ally had stood next to them as well as they entered a combat stance as well, and as soon as Ilfong roared at them in fury, the squad had rushed at him. Izuku jumped into the air as he pulled his sword behind his back as he simply threw it at Ilfang's eye, causing the creature to hold its eye in pain. Koharu then rushed up and used K9 again, shifting her body to where she could go up Ilfang's body at an angle. Kirito and Asuna then rushed into the fight as they landed multiple blows with their rapier and a kneel blade. They consecutively landed attacks on Ilfong as his last HP bar reached into the red color, and Ilfong then swung his arm out, sending Asuna away. Kirito then attacked Ilfong with a combo attack with his sword skills as he jumped into the air to finally end the attack. Swift sword. Kirito screamed out as he landed the final blow. As soon as this final attack landed on Ilfong, the monster of the first floor screamed out in agony. As he flew into the air, he started to glow ominously before he exploded into white motes of light and pixels as a large congratulations was shown to everyone. Congratulations! You have finished the first floor boss. The second floor has been unlocked for you all to defeat. The game showed to everyone. As everyone was resting after a strong-fought battle, Izuku and Koharu were staring at the stairs leading to the second floor of Aincrad. He smiled at Koharu as she was hugging him close to her as tears fell from her eyes as she trembled in her own hug on him. Arriving to the second floor, Izuku and Koharu took a look at the place as they saw the vast plains in all directions. The grass was a wheat yellow color as they saw multiple cow-like monsters grazing on the grass as they moved about the place. There was bee-like monsters around the place as well as they buzzed about the place looking for whatever their code programmed them to search for. Looking at the place with an odd expression, Koharu spoke up to Izuku about to talk about whatever he spoke to Kibeo about. So, are we going to talk about how you treated Kibeo earlier? She questioned. Oh. He reminded me of someone that I don't like anymore. And I will not be talking about it further. I will tell you about my past soon. Just I don't feel like exploring it right now. Izuku said, as Koharu nodded. I didn't know it had to do with your past, but if you need someone to talk to, just know that I am here, Koharu said with a smile. The two took off into the vast plains of Floor 2 as they searched for some monsters to kill for item drops. From what Izuku learned in his time just leveling up the beta, he needed to take down certain beasts from this floor in order to unlock certain gear and weapons. So as he pulled Koharu along, not literally, metaphorically, they found and defeated more than a few onrushing cows grazing nearby and chased them around in order to get some of their hide for armor. They would go after the wind wasp in order to collect some of their stingers to be used as or to create newer and more powerful weapons. Once they had collected their items and gear, they prepared to head out from the first R of the plains when they heard movement from the teleport monument. Turning to glance at whoever was appearing behind them both, they found Kibeo looking worse for wear as he breathed. He looked up at the two for a moment before looking away for a moment as he took a deep breath for whatever he was going to ask them. Hey, I know that we don't really like one another Kibeo started as Koharu interjected. One of us has a very bad viewpoint of the other, but what do you need? Koharu asked. See, could you both get me some items so that I could get some equipment for my guild? I just want my people to be prepared for this floor. Kibeo said, as Izuku stared into his eyes. You will find the items you need on these monsters. Izuku said, pulling out a notebook and handing it over to Kibeo. The young man tenderly took the notebook as he checked the contents of the monsters the two had come across during their time there. He brought out a smile as he prepared to thank Izuku for the valuable information about some monsters on this floor when Izuku rose a hand. If you want to make up for what you said down on the floor one boss room, then you better make sure that you don't bring that up again. As much as I would love to smack you around the place, there is a time and place for that. I will have the full notebook about the monsters on this floor within a week. Just be sure to hand out the real notebook when I give it to you for everyone. Izuku said, as he pulled Koharu away. Have a great day, Kibeo. Koharu called out as the young man nodded. Exploring the area outside of the plains, Izuku and Koharu made it to another area that was a vast wasteland. They found new monsters in this area as they were similar to some of the other monsters from the regular plains. One was similar to the onrushing cow but was a darker color and very much taller and seemingly more powerful than the smaller cow. There were two different kinds of this new monster as one was much taller than the other. They were both called the Trembling Ox and the Large Trembling Ox respectively, the only difference was their health points. Another monster was the Glaring Shrewman, a small mole-like creature that had a hood over their head. And they were very swift monsters that could deal damage very fast, and you could be overwhelmed without backup. They teamed up to take on each new enemy type as they wrote down their attack patterns. Both feeling satisfied with the information, they went to collect even more info. They came across multiple monsters and wrote down their attack information as well, whilst they walked all around the second floor. The monsters the two came across were called Horror Bats, Keen-Fin Tadpoles, Lesser Taurus Swordsman and the Lesser Taurus Striker. Each of these monsters had very unique attack patterns that if taken lightly could cause massive damage. Moving back towards the middle of floor 2, Izuku and Koharu came across Argo as the young woman info broker was searching for new information. She noticed the two coming towards her as she smiled at them whilst having her whisker tattoos show off how proud she was for the two. Once the two converged on Argo's location, they sat together and told one another about the information they had gotten since being on the second floor. You got a lot of information about this floor in one day. That's amazing. How can you both move so fast on this floor? It's only been a few hours. Argo exclaimed happily. Well, we had nothing better to do, so we decided to collect information about the second floor. For those who are still on floor, we gave Kibeo some information about the first zone of floor 2. We were planning on giving him some more information. Izuku said, as Argo nodded. Want me to be the one to give it to him? I know how much you both hate one another's guts. Argo suggested. Sure thing, Argo-chan. Just let me get some of this information fixed up and you can pass it on to the others. Izuku said, as the girl happily nodded. Whilst Koharu and Argo spoke to one another away from Izuku, the young man focused his time on clearing his mind as well as writing down some adjustments on the information. He wanted Kibeo to not claim that he and Koharu weren't helping him out through information gathering, so he is putting as much information as he could about each monster inside the notebook. If the young man decides to take his anger about the beta testers and Kirito out on him and Koharu, he can easily pull up the notebook and inform him how he is breaking the rule he'd made. Once he finished up with the information gathering and writing, Izuku stood up and walked over to Koharu and Argo. The two were playing Patacake. It was adorable for Izuku that he made his menu take a picture of the adorable action between the two girls. After giving Argo the information, she skimmed through it as she laughed a little at some information. Well, that's all I'm here for. You can find Kirito searching for the second floor boss information around this area. Just make sure that if and when you collect that information, that you tell everyone so we can plan around the boss monster's attacks. Argo said as she rushed off. The two remaining members of their small coalition just shrugged their shoulders and walked to find Kirito. They would find Kirito as he was killing one of the monsters on the second floor when he sliced through one of the monsters. Izuku placed a palm on the young man's shoulder as he turned around to slice through a new monster before stopping. Koharu just looked fearful that Kirito would just attack Izuku on a whim before he stopped as Kirito just glared at Izuku. Don't sneak up on people. You don't know whether or not they'll attack you for that. Kirito scolded. Sorry, but we wanted to assist you in finding information on the second floor boss. Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. You can help me find it. I was searching for the nearby dungeon that was close to the labyrinth. If we can find information about the boss monster, it'll be in there. Kirito said, as Izuku and Koharu nodded. Let's begin the adventure to figure out the boss monster's weakness. Izuku and Koharu called out, pointing in the direction Kirito told them the dungeon was. Arriving at the Natural Cave Dungeon Guide, the trio enter the cave. The thing they were searching for was information about the floor boss, and they weren't disappointed when they all entered the dungeon. The entirety of the cave systems was covered to the brim with dripping water and crustacean monsters. The trio entered their own combat stances with their weapons of choice, Izuku holding his bow, Kirito holding his anneal blade, and Koharu holding her anneal knife. Rushing into the fray, Kirito and Koharu started harassing the monsters whilst Izuku sniped them from afar. They continued this little plan of theirs until they reached the end of the natural cave, finding a lonely Siki in the middle of the room. Koharu was about to enter the room too. The Siki before she was grabbed by Izuku and Kirito, causing her to let out a yelp and yanked back. As the trio entered the room with one another this time, they watched as the room was closed off as a boss monster had appeared from a small part of the floor opening up. Entering a new combat stance, Izuku pulled out his own anneal blade and stood next to both of his party members. This is the boss monster protecting the information about the second floor boss. We need to be highly careful about how we go about this, Izuku said, as Kirito retorted. There's 3 of us, I'm sure that we can defeat him. Kirito retorted. Well, better to be cautious than be arrogant, Koharu yelled as the trio dodged the first strike of the boss monster. Izuku leaped backwards as he bounced off the wall and landed a glancing blow against the boss monster's right arm. Kirito retaliated from the first attack with a slice across the monster's legs, causing it to fall to a knee. Koharu came in from above as she landed a powerful strike into the monster's eye, causing its health to dip into the yellow from their combination. She jumped back, landing in Izuku's arms as he put her down next to him as the trio glared at their opponent. The giant of a Taurus creature from outside the cave, but this one had a name above its head. It stated that its name was Kill. The trio glared at the giant Taurus monster as he glared down at them, and unknown to the trio he opened his mouth. They assumed to roar at them. But he then spoke some words that caused them all to pause slightly at how warbled they appeared to be. I will not allow you to kill SOS. The Taurus called out. What the foo dash? Kirito was about to speak before the Taurus attacked. A few hours had passed as the trio stood outside of the dungeon. As they liked their wounds, they had managed to defeat the mini-boss monster. But it came at the cost of being nearly killed for that information as they trembled from its final words to the trio. Mstr Astrios will even gummy. The creature warbled out. So, is anyone going to talk about how the monster was talking to us? Koharu asked, as she stared at Izuku and Kirito. Nope. The 2 boys shook their heads with a quick reply. What? Why? This is groundbreaking information. Koharu called out. Koharu, this is a game. The simple fact that enemies can speak to the player was not something that was groundbreaking news. Izuku said as Koharu pouted at him. Don't treat me as a little kid. I've played games as a kid growing up. I just thought that monsters talking in this game would be groundbreaking as a whole. Koharu tried to reason. Koharu, if anyone were to know that the monsters we fight and kill on a regular basis could talk, they wouldn't try to kill them. Just converse with them and try and find a way to move about it. They might just create a religion speaking about keeping them alive. All when they are just a bunch of ones and zeros. Kirito said, as he looked at her in a deadpan expression. There's no way people would do that, right? Izuku? Koharu asked as Izuku shook his head. Kirito is talking about the extremes people as a whole could do. Do you remember what the news talked about 3 years ago about the animals with quirks that started a fire in a home? Izuku asked as the girl nodded. Well, the people defended the dogs, and guess what happened? Izuku said as the girl thought about it. I don't remember any more news talking about them anymore since the first incident. Koharu said, as Izuku nodded. That's because a hero put them in prison. As it turned out, the people who were the quirk dogs were actually villains who disguised themselves as dogs with quirks. Izuku said as the girl looked very pale. The people who were defending the dogs were then arrested for aiding the villains on multiple counts of murder. And they were subsequently placed in prison for defending them. Izuku stated as the girl looked saddened by the information. As the three just stayed quiet from that moment on, Kirito eventually broke off from the two as he stated he needed to talk to Argo about some information he'd found earlier before meeting them. As the two sat outside of the natural cave's entry place, Koharu then remembered something that Izuku informed her about from the start of the game 2 months prior. She had been thinking about it ever since she had seen what he really looked like underneath the mask he'd created. But now that she looked closer at him, she noticed how the scarring on his face was more burn-based than anything. Well, minus the cut scar on his left cheek. Thinking that this was the perfect moment to ask about that, she opened her mouth to speak when they heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Getting up from their spot on the ground, they both rushed towards the sound of fighting going as fast as they could. If they could stop whatever this fight was brought up by, then this means that they could prevent it from happening again later on. They turned around the corner of a tree and found multiple people from Kibeo's guild fighting with a group of people. For the last time, the Aincrad Liberation Army has called dibs on these hunting grounds. Leave this area so we can continue hunting. One of the leading members of the force called out. We have been here longer than your guild. We have hunting rights by being here first. The small party of players called back. This now belongs to the Aincrad Liberation Army, so get your own hunting grounds away from this spot. The guard said, angrily waving their weapon around. Hey, watch where you're throwing your weapon. You might hurt someone. The party members called at them. I don't care whoever gets hurt, this hunting zone is in the hands of Kibeo. If you have a problem with it, then you take your problems up with him. The person said, as they shoved the party members down to the ground. Izuku and Koharu watched the exchange for a bit before jumping into the fray as they glared at the group. The guild members then looked at the two with a harsh glare before realizing that they were Koharu and Izuku. They walked over to them as they tried to hide the fact that they were stealing a hunting ground from another player. Hey, Kibeo wanted to let you know thanks for giving us the information about the monsters of this floor. We were able to be fully prepared for the monsters. All that's left for us is to search for the floor boss. The leader of the small group said, So, you weren't trying to steal a hunting ground from this group over here, who clearly stated that they were here before you? Izuku asked as the leader just scowled. I know that they're lying, we found this area completely empty of their party. They came out of the woodworks claiming that they were the ones using this field. The guy said, as Izuku just gave him a deadpan expression. What is really going on here? Izuku asked with very narrowed eyes. As Izuku was interrogating the guild of Aincrad Liberation Army, Koharu was over with the victims of the attack. She had been questioning them whilst Izuku interrogated the ALA guild, and the information she'd heard from them was harrowing. The ALA had come out of nowhere claiming that their hunting ground was theirs and they had just returned to start a quest to get the supplies that are required from this spot. Koharu was about to look behind her to tell Izuku about the information she'd found but was surprised to see Izuku punching the leader of the small group from the ALA in, knocking the young man down to his but as Izuku glared down at him as well as the others who'd placed spears up to his neck. You cannot attack one of our own without provocation. The three members growled. Oh, I cannot attack your party leader because of no provocation? Well, I was provoked the moment he shoved someone else's party member without being provoked in the slightest. Izuku said, angrily grabbing the spear by the blade. He pulled it away from his face as he glared into the trio's eyes as they became suddenly very fearful of him. The aura he was exuding was one of both power as well as fury, murderous intent, her mind supplied as she was rooted to her spot. The others from the party she had talked to were rooted in their spot in fear as well, not sure if they should be moving from their spot. If I find that you guys are stealing spots from other players that need to do their quests in these kinds of areas again, do not PSS me off. Because I will fight you all on my own. Izuku growled as he broke their weapons, turning them into pixels of white energy. Walking away, Izuku gave the group some items that he'd gotten from that quest earlier the other day and let them go on their way. He helped Koharu up from the ground as she just walked behind him, her thoughts about the scars on his face forgotten once again. They continued down their path until they came across Kirito and Argo talking with Asuna, and Koharu looked at Izuku. Her face became pale slightly before she shook her head, She knew that thinking of Izuku like he was a murderer was not a good thing to say, so she decided to say something else that was on her mind. "Do you think Kirito-kun will get together with Asuna-san?" she asked, as Izuku choked on air. Walking up to the trio, Izuku and Koharu made their presence known as they arrived, placing their weapons in the ground. Looking over at the two, Kirito smiled as he went back into a conversation with Asuna, the girl who was Kirito's party member on the previous floor boss battle. Argo, however, was looking kind of squeamish as she was looking at every single possible area that was not Izuku, Koharu, Kirito, and Asuna's faces. Izuku gained a concerned expression as he placed a hand on her shoulder, forcing her to look at him with her brown eyes. Izuku held her still in his grip as she slowly stopped panicking before she gulped down her fear before determinedly looking at him. "What's wrong, Argo-san?" Izuku asked as the girl looked away. Kibeo and most of the raiding party had entered the boss labyrinth without the information that we were supposed to deliver to them. "They don't know about the 3 bosses that we'd have to fight before anything else," Argo said, as Izuku gained a serious expression. Are they effing crazy?" Asuna called out, bewildered. "They'll do anything to get the boss item drop. We need to inform them quickly," Kirito called back. With that said and done, everyone took off towards the boss battle arena. Izuku leading the charge with his sword as he sliced through many of the opposing enemies that they'd come across. Kirito kept pace with him as the two took on the main offensive attacks as they pushed through the forces of monsters. Eventually, though, the group arrive at the boss room and push through the doors to find the entirety of the raiding party being tossed around like ragdolls. Rushing in, Izuku sent a powerful kick at the Taurus boss monster, saving a small group from being killed. "Get back. I'll handle it from here," Izuku called to the small group. "Hey, that was our kill," they retorted. "You were about to die. Now is not the time to be calling dibs on kills," Izuku responded as he dodged a swiping attack from the monster's weapon. "What's wrong? We were strong enough to fight it on our own," the group called out to him. "This boss fight isn't even a one on the raid. It's a multiple boss battle," Izuku said as he jumped down from the boss. Returning back to the small group, he yanked them to their feet and tossed them aside from another attack that Nato the Colonel Taurus threw at them. Izuku threw out his sword as he parried the attack as fast as he could. There was no way he was going to be losing to this kind of boss monster. Jumping around the giant monster, he landed glancing blows at best since his element of slashing attacks wasn't something that held an advantage. Suching to his bow, he began firing multiple sword skill arrows at the beast as it was pushed back from his assault. He chanced to glance back at the group as they had returned back to their allies to heal up. Letting his shoulders relax for a moment, he turned to meet up with the rest of them. But apparently that was a plan by the group as Izuku noticed something familiar about them all. They were wearing the same gear that those people monopolizing the hunting fields were. Izuku then realized the mistake of coming here. Kibeo wasn't just attacking the boss monster early. No, he was preparing their tomb. Before Kirito, Asuna, and Koharu could react, the door to the boss monster had closed behind them all. Izuku, Koharu, and Asuna moved about the field as Kirito searched for a way to get out of the boss monster's room. But it appeared to be no luck for them as they tried to move throughout the room, and as they fought the boss monster, Nato had been defeated. Izuku took a deep breath as he felt his left leg suddenly feel like it was incapable of being used at the moment. Koharu noticing this rushed to him and asked if he was all right before she noticed him cringing as if he was in pain. Looking at his health points, she saw they were in the green, so there couldn't be anything causing the pain on his face. "What's wrong, Izuku?" Koharu asked worriedly. "My leg. It feels as though I've put it through a meat grinder," Izuku said as he was lifted from the ground. "Well, I found the way out of here. Let's go," Kirito said, pulling his arm over Izuku's neck and hauling him out. "We need to figure out what happened to him. There's something wrong with his leg," Koharu said, concerned. Leaving the boss room, they moved through the labyrinth as they finally reached the outer layer of the labyrinth. Moving Izuku over to a small rock nearby, he was seated on it as he moved his hand over it in order to see what was wrong. That was when he remembered something that happened in his past between him and Katsuki, and how it turned out. He cursed to himself internally as he self-loathingly talked horribly about how he could have forgotten about such an injury. Looking up at Kirito, Asuna and Koharu, he knew that his time of keeping his past life secret was coming to a close. He took a deep breath before calling the trio over to him as they moved in to sit next to him to think about a battle strategy. "What's wrong?" Koharu asked, as Izuku looked into her green eyes. "I need to inform you three about my life before," Izuku said, as everyone gained serious expressions. "Why, you don't have to tell us. We really need to focus on the game right now," Koharu said, as Izuku shook his head. "Why, you won't know how to deal with my leg if I don't tell you why it hurts so much," Izuku retorted as the girl just sat down and looked into his emerald eyes. "You all might already figure it out, but I was born quirkless," Izuku started, as the group minus Kirito just looked at him in confusion. "You're quirkless?" Kirito asked, confused. "Yeah, I was announced quirkless by my elementary school when I was just 4 years old," Izuku stated, venom leaving his lips as he said it. "We're not going to like this story, are we?" Asuna asked. "No, you're not," Izuku said, as his vision faded to long-distant memories he'd wish he'd forgotten. Izuku was running through the school grounds as he tried to find a way to escape his old friend. The young boy, Bakugo Katsuki, had taken a liking to beating him up, all under the pretenses of making sure he knew his place. Izuku spent most of his time in elementary school essentially playing keep away with Katsuki, as the boy had really wanted to hammer it into his head about his dreams. Izuku had just announced to the class that he was quirkless, and that he still dreams of becoming a hero without a quirk. And that was something that his old friend just couldn't take. Everyone in their class was raised into thinking that someone quirkless couldn't become a hero, much less hold a long-standing job to pay for most of the bills in this day and age. Izuku, however, thought otherwise and kept his training up through running away from Katsuki and his goons whenever they felt particularly trigger-happy on beating him up. The boy had met his match, however, when the explosive quirked boy used his own quirk to fly around the place. And as Izuku rushed down the small alley, as fast as his little legs could take him, he was pushed into the ground by a small explosive shockwave. His eyesight had been terribly damaged that day as he left the alley with so many cuts and bruises on his body his mother thought he'd been beaten by a villain. Over the next few weeks, Izuku would come into the home with multiple injuries, and it got to the point that his mother was very fearful for his life. So much so that she tried to change his school life many times, but the pay for it was too much for her to handle. With her being a single mother and not being there for her son all the time, money was becoming more and more of a problem in her life. So she just decided to say F it and let him stay in his school. There was no other place that would accept quirkless students anyway. Izuku, however, stayed away from her most of the time, to the point that she thought he'd lost his love for her. But Izuku would come home every day and tell her he loved her every time he came home from school. Izuku, however, did this to hide the amount of pain behind his smile. The pain of losing his best friend, all because he thought quirkless meant worthless. Izuku knew that quirkless was just a title, and that he could become a hero without one. There were many heroes out there who didn't rely on their own quirk after all. Pushing through the pain every day was becoming so tiring that Izuku forgot to cover his wounds one day. It was 10 years since Izuku had drifted from the Bakugo household and staying as far away from Katsuki as possible. And it was a certain birthday for the boy, as he had actually managed to enter his class without being beaten down on. But he knew that it would be coming. The beatdown this time would be one that he'd remember for sure, as he had noticed Kaken training himself up even more lately. That meant he was preparing for something truly devastating to Izuku, and he can only hope and pray that Kaken doesn't do anything too horrifying. The day was mostly pretty good, all things considered. Nobody talked to him. But that was mainly because of the fact they didn't want to be seen conversing with a quirkless individual. Izuku, however, knew that something was off today, since Katsuki had been getting closer to his seat than usual. And by the end of the day, the boy had immediately taken his chance to escape as fast as possible. But it was all for naught, as the explosive quirked boy had jumped from the second story of the school, out of the classroom window, and kept himself hidden until the right moment. When Izuku was seen rushing outside looking everywhere but up, he struck. Izuku was about to look up when the sound of explosions as well as burnt caramel smells entering his nose and ears. Before he could even react, he was slammed into the ground as he let out a yelp of pain before looking behind his head at Bakugo. The boy had held his hand tantalizingly close to his left thigh, and the boy growled angrily at Izuku as he spoke to him in a very malicious tone. "Happy birthday, Izu-chan," he said, before a very loud explosion went off. "Aware." Izuku screamed in agony. Screaming in utter agony, Izuku flipped Bakugo off his back as he scurried over to a wall. He had adrenaline pumping through his veins as he breathed heavily and grunted in more and more pain as the adrenaline ran its course. Looking down at the BLD trail that had been given to him by Bakugo, Izuku looked closer at his leg only to find something utterly horrifying. His left leg was nearly seared clean off his hips as he looked up at Kaken, the boy glaring and smirking maliciously. "Hey, your birthday beating isn't over. Izu-chan, come back over and take it like a man," he said, using his explosions to get closer to Izuku faster than he could react. Waking up in the hospital, Izuku looked over at his leg in order to hope that he didn't have it amputated. Upon closer inspection, his leg was still there, but it was more mangled than he'd wished it wouldn't be. Letting out a very weary sigh of exasperation, he looked over to his right to find his mother angrily yelling on the phone before realizing something else. His mother was very blurry to him, and he couldn't really see her all that well considering she was right next to him. Rubbing his eyes to make sure that everything was just being blocked by his overabundance of tears, he noticed there weren't any tears falling from his face. Kaken had made him partially blind. And from the sound of things, the hearing on his left side of his body was very wrong as well. In fact, when he turned his head to the left, he could only hear his mother's muffled words on the phone because of his right ear. But covering that one up, all he was greeted to was complete and utter silence. He felt his heart begin to race as he thought of what happened earlier that day at school and how he knew he shouldn't have gone to school. "Izuku, can to me?" Inko asked, as Izuku could only hear garbled words from her. What? What are you asking?" Izuku questioned back as Inko looked even more sad. "Izuku. Partially. On one side," Inko said, as Izuku connected the dots. I can barely see anything. But at the same time, I can't hear anything from my left ear. And most of what I can hear is from the right side, but that's all muffled. Mutter, mutter, mutter," Izuku said, eventually falling into a mutter storm. "Izuku, I need you to listen. Your left leg has been irreparably damaged. It's already been amputated," Inko said as Izuku just stared at her. What are you talking about? I can still feel it," Izuku said, as Inko shook her head. "Izuku, your leg was nearly hanging by a singular strand of skin. The paramedics had been forced to cut the last strand to prevent you from dying. Why your left arm was seriously mangled as well," Inko said, pointing at his left arm. Looking down to his left arm, Izuku was now worried since he couldn't see his left hand anymore. Lifting the blanket, he felt around with his right hand before noticing how there wasn't a hand but a mere stump of his left arm hanging on the bed. Looking into his mother's eyes, he never heard the heart monitor rushing harshly to the point that he was having a panic attack. Before he knew it, he was sedated for the evening, his mother being forced to leave the hospital until they could further treat him. "The reason I had pain in my left leg was because it was amputated before I even was stuck in this game. My leg is just a prosthetic," Izuku said, pulling the breathed leg revealing his prosthetic leg. "Why, you lost your leg? And half your arm?" Koharu asked, completely shocked. But you used your left arm and legs multiple times in the past," Asuna said, as Izuku showed the prosthetic on his arm as well. "I've had parts of my body replaced with prosthetics, and it's very terrible, by the way. My mom doesn't get much pay from her job because of my quirkless status, and with her being discriminated for caring about me. She doesn't get enough money to pay for better prosthetics for me," Izuku said as he let out a sad sigh. That's so horrible. Why would your friend D do that to you?" Koharu asked, hands covering her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. "Because he was never my friend to begin with," Izuku said, venom coming out again. Kirito took this moment as the time to chime in as he looked into Izuku's eyes. "You are clearly able to see properly right now. What gives on that department, not to mention your hearing?" Kirito questioned. "I've been so cautious about everything in the past 10 years of my life that I've gained a sixth sense of sorts." It allows me to feel when someone is watching me from afar or whether someone wants to do bad things to me, Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. Well, we should probably go see what the Kibeo was trying to do, locking us inside the boss room, Kirito said, helping Izuku up. Yeah, I have a few words to speak to him about as well, Izuku said, as the group angrily walked towards the teleport monument nearby. P.S. I really am sorry about having this kind of backstory for Izuku. It wasn't planned, but for him to have those pains in his leg, it was one of the things I could come up with on the spot. The group of 4 had made their way over to where the raid squad were located. Koharu had taken it upon herself to assist Izuku whilst walking towards the building on the second floor main town. He was still feeling the phantom pains within his leg that he could barely walk on his own without nearly falling over multiple times over. But eventually they arrived at the building where they heard the sounds of people talking over one another. Entering the building, they all made their way towards the front of the raiding party as the people all took notice of the 4. Kibeo suddenly took notice of the group as well as he stood up and rushed over to them with worry written on his features. Are you all okay? What happened to Enkidu? He called out worried. Your people just left us inside the boss room all on our own. They tried to get us all killed. Izuku spat as Kibeo looked at him weirdly. I know we have our differences, but that is a very huge accusation, Kibeo said, glaring at Izuku. I have every reason to accuse you, Kibeo. I've never really liked you ever since the first floor boss meeting. People from your guild are trying to take control of the hunting fields that lower-leveled players were already at. And now they tried to kill me, Koharu, Kirito and Asuna, Izuku said as Kibeo stared at the 4. Are the rest of you going to say the same thing? Because I will need proof about this, Kibeo said, as Koharu glared at him. What kind of evidence do you need? Enkidu had experienced phantom pains during the fight against Nato, the first of 3 floor bosses for this floor, Koharu said, as Kibeo looked in her direction. There's 3 bosses that we need to face for this floor? He asked, looking over at someone who looked very scared. That's right, Kibeo, and the guy who informed you about the floor boss probably didn't warn you about that, right? Kirito questioned. He didn't tell me that there were at least 3 bosses that we'd need to fight. He only told me that Nato was the only boss monster in the labyrinth, Kibeo said as he looked over his shoulder. Whilst everyone talked to one another after clearing up the misunderstanding between Kibeo and his forces, Izuku moved to sit down in a corner as he felt his left thigh as he let out a small groan of pain as Koharu sat next to him. He looked into her worried eyes as she glanced at him every now and again in order to make sure that he was fine. He shook his head at her as if he knew she was going to ask if he wanted to stay behind on this boss monster raid. Don't even ask me to stay back here, Koharu. I will be assisting in the defeat of Nato the Colonel Taurus, Baron the General Taurus and Asterios the Taurus King, Izuku said, as Koharu nodded. Just wanted to be sure how you wanted to react to that, she said, as Izuku shook his head. It was about a few hours later after the whole meeting had finished that Izuku and Koharu had left the building. They were moving towards the inn nearby so they could get something to eat and some medicine in order to help Izuku with his pain problems. They couldn't even get a few feet away from the building before someone appeared behind them and approached with malicious intent. Turning to greet them all, Izuku looked at the newcomer with a glare as they looked back at him with a glare of their own. What the F was that? You just got me kicked out of the LA? He called out. It's not my fault you didn't inform Kibeo of the floor boss monsters. That is all you. Let's not forget about the fact that me, Koharu, Kirito and Asuna just saved your buttes, Izuku said as the guy growled even more. You cannot tell me what to do, he said, as he pulled a blade on Izuku. We're in a safe zone, we can't fight, Izuku said plainly. I don't care. You are ruining my chances of getting close to Kibeo, the guy screamed angrily. That's not my problem, isn't it? Izuku said as the guy growled. As Izuku watched the young man attack him, Izuku noticed something very familiar about the guy's preparational attack. He was coming in with a very clear right-handed punch, and as he compared the newcomer with someone he knew in the past, specifically Bakugo Katsuki, he realized that Bakugo didn't know that he was Izuku, and he used this to his advantage. Dodging the first attack at him, the guy looked at him weirdly as he glared again, going to attack again. Using the same arm to attack again, Izuku dodged to the left, grabbing the young man's arm and tossed him over his shoulder onto the ground. Gee, the young man called out. I hope that we're done here. Izuku said, walking over to Koharu. We're not done here, Enkidu. What kind of name is that anyway? I think that your name should be Deku instead. He called out as Izuku looked over his shoulder at the boy with a very harsh glare. If you call me that name, I will make sure that you don't see the outside world ever again, Izuku said as the boy's glare became something of mirth. You don't like the nickname, Deku? Do people outside this worthless game call you that? He questioned as Izuku continued to walk away. I don't have time for this kind of conversation, Izuku said, Koharu looking at him worriedly. The young man continued to follow the two of them as Izuku's patience with him was starting to wear thin. His hand was lowered to be placed where his sword was, and Koharu was now noticing how close Izuku was to retaliating against someone this annoying. From what she'd known, he was very patient, and if he was already this close to using his weapon on them, that was bad news. But before the guy could come up to them both, Izuku turned around and sliced his sword in between them and Koharu. Koharu noticed how Izuku's emerald eyes suddenly changed to a very dark red color as he glared down at the other boy. You have been trying my patience. Do you really want me to fight you right now? Because I can and will kill you if you want. Izuku yelled angrily. I don't care about your worthless patience, I just want to know how you managed to dodge my attacks. Nobody's ever done that before. He called back. It's because I know someone who always leads with a right punch. If you really want others to not know how you fight, don't telegraph your attacks, you dipshit idiot. Izuku screamed as he punched the boy in the face, knocking them to the ground. Entering the inn with a quiet fury, Izuku left Koharu to deal with the person outside. He wasn't hungry anymore as he went to go lay down and try and calm himself down from the outburst of anger. He'd never really let his anger go, at least until earlier on the day everything happened. He'd gotten told to kill himself by his old friend turned bully and he was downright furious. But because he couldn't do anything to his bully, he was called into silence. Now he had to deal with another person who was as hot-headed as his old friend and probably not as nice as him as well. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku sat down on the inn's bed frame as he thought about what he should prepare for in the upcoming boss room raid. Koharu entered the room not too much later than he had as she sat next to him giving him a side hug. While Izuku was still mad at the guy for being such a douchebag, he was still trying to bottle up all his anger and fury. Something that Koharu had very clearly noticed from his outburst outside of the inn, now that she was shown rubbing his back. As soon as he stopped planning, tears fell from his eyes as he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing an immortal object icon to appear on it. I'm sorry for that. He never had an outburst like that, Izuku said, tears still falling. Don't worry, I was just surprised from that. You don't get the chance to let your anger and hatred out all that much, do you? She asked. No, I don't have anyone to confide in at home. My mom and I have been growing distant with one another over the last 10 years, Izuku said, as he sniffled. When we get out of here, how about you regain your relationship with her? Then you can introduce me to her? Koharu asked, rubbing her shoulder on his. I think I'd like that, Izuku said, as he gave Koharu a hug. Hey, what are friends supposed to be for? She asked, as Izuku chuckled. I don't even know the meaning of friends. I've never even had a true friend since I turned 4, Izuku said, as Koharu hugged him tighter. Well, I guess this means I should make up for the 10 long years without a very good friend, she said, as Izuku chuckled. A few days had now passed since everyone had the boss meeting. Kibeo was leading the charge for the ALA Guild with another leader of the ALA Lind. The man was blue-haired, but he was the more logical of the two leaders within the Aincrad Liberation Army. He had made the groups for this kind of attack on the boss monsters as Izuku and Koharu were on a team with Kirito. The trio looked at the boss monster of NATO, the Coronal Taurus, as Kirito and Koharu turned their heads to look at Izuku. The young man had pulled out his bow as the two smiled at him, expressions determined to win. We'll defeat this boss and move on to the next floor, Koharu said, as Kirito piped up. The next floor is my favorite of all the floors Aincrad has to offer anyway, he said, as Izuku nodded. Why is that? Koharu asked, confused. Elves. Izuku and Kirito said, stars in their eyes. The raid party attacked Nato as the Taurus Coronel had moved his blunt weapon at the groups of parties attacking him. He swung for a horizontal strike as one of the tanks had rushed in to parry the attack, swinging his mace out and clashing with the blunt weapon. As Nato was tossed back slightly, everyone launched their attacks on him as his health dropped down to half the first health bar. They repeated this kind of attack pattern on this boss until he reached the lower half of his full HP bar. Once he was really low on power, he suddenly used a power that was not in the notebooks that were written about his power set from the beta. He somehow activated a quirk in the game and had turned his blunt weapon into a flaming blunt weapon. He gifted himself an element that he could use against the raid party. Hey beta players. Since when could Nato do that? Kayaba growled out from the back. He never did this in the beta. He basically only used sword skills. Izuku returned the growl. Well, someone please explain how he managed to use a quirk in this world then. Another player called out. Kayaba never said that the bosses of each floor couldn't use a quirk. Izuku called out as he moved his blade at Nato. Once the boss had reached the red of his final health bar, he growled out before roaring to the heavens and throwing his massive axe. Once everyone ducked under the flaming weapon, Izuku moved his blade through Nato as he let out a wailing roar before turning into pixels. As most of the raid party had begun to celebrate, the ground lit up with a massive light as a new boss monster came out to play. This one was Baron the General Taurus. He was red in color and slightly taller than Nato, who had been brown in color and had white markings. Baron though had golden-colored tattoos on his arms as he huffed out some steam from his breath before igniting his very large hammer with ice. Well shit, he can use ice quirks too? Kayaba groaned out angrily. Don't get sad about it, Kayaba. You heard Kayaba on the first day this happened. We can't use our quirks. We have to learn how to defeat opponents without our own quirks, Izuku said, as he spun his blade around in his hand before pointing at Baron. You think you can defeat me? I will show you your place, humans. The Taurus general yelled. Since when could the floor bosses talk? Kayaba asked, bewildered and surprised. Don't take your eyes off of it, idiot. Izuku called out, as Kayaba noticed a very comically large hammer about to hit him. What? He asked, his eyes now pinpricks. He then was pushed to the side as the hammer slammed into a tank player who had managed to get to him on time. As Kayaba stared at the tank player, he watched as he suddenly had a paralyzed status effect placed upon him from the attack. The hammer then slammed on the tank once again as it killed him instantly through crushing his entire form, turning him into pixels. Baron had the time to even taunt Kayaba at that. 1 down, 40 more to go. He growled out, smiling evilly. Ja-susun. Kayaba screamed in utter horror. Izuku rushed into the fray as he pulled Baron's eyes away from Kayaba. The giant Taurus being swinging his hammer at Izuku as the young man moved his blade into the giant hammer at the middle to parry it. He dodged a swipe from the Taurus general's tail before running up its back and slamming his sword into his face, causing him to let out a yelp of pain. Falling backwards onto the ground, Baron let out a shrill scream, causing Taurus pawns to appear on the battlefield. With most of the raid party distracted, he focused his eyes on Izuku as he threw his weapon out and about with reckless abandon. Many players got hit with the paralyzing effect of the attack as they were held in place by the Taurus minions. But Izuku had saved a few of them with his sheer speed as he traversed the battlefield and had managed to save Koharu from being attacked from behind. She ran with him as they led the boss away from his subordinates and fought him with Kirito and Asuna. The 4 of them kept him busy whilst the rest of the raid party had been distracted with the small fry of the lesser Taurus. Once they had managed to take his health down into the red, Kayaba came in with a running start as he threw his mace towards Baron. The mace flew through the floor boss's head as he suddenly fell backwards, turning into pixels. Now that they knew about Baron's lower health pool, they expected the Taurus King, Asterios, to have the least amount of health. Boy, were the raid party members who weren't Izuku nor Kirito wrong. Asterios appeared in the middle of the arena as the other members of the army of Lesser Taurus had disappeared. As he appeared in the middle of the arena, his health pool looked very similar to Nato's, but had the bars available to him was far higher. He had a grand total of 10 health bars, and he stood before them with a huff as he walked toward the group. You kill my men, you kill my pawns and family. You will not be leaving this labyrinth with your lives, I hope you all know this. Asterios said, his voice gruff and very scratchy. We will take you down and head over to the next floor, Asterios. Izuku called out, activating a passive sword skill. I will place your heads on a pike. He called out, rushing them all. Asterios stood taller than both Nato and Baron. His height was attributed to the 4 horns on his head that splintered off into different ways. His black skin with white hair showed that he had age, but at the same time, he could wield all his strength. He growled at them all before swinging his spiked hammer at them in a sword skill called Hammer Slam. Jumping in the air to prevent the stunned effect for 30 seconds, Izuku, Koharu, Kirito and Asuna had leaped into the fray. Kibeo was not far behind as most of the raid party had joined the battle in order to bring the battle to an end. They knew about the fact that Asterios had a lightning ability that could both cause damage but paralyze his opponents. Izuku had figured that out when he first fought the Taurus King in the beta. Running around the battlefield, Izuku pulled out his bow and fired multiple shots at Asterios, who merely glanced over at him and didn't even blink at them hitting his skin. He moved towards the others as all the shots exploded on his arm, causing massive fire damage as well as some bleed damage. But Asterios shrugged the continuous damage off as he continued to fight off the giant horde of players. Swing his spiked hammer, he had managed to damage the tanks severely. They wouldn't be capable of taking another hit from that, as he went for the same attack. But Izuku, Koharu, Kirito and Asuna had jumped in when he moved his hammer out and parried him, causing him to backpedal a step. Izuku leaped into the air as he slammed a golden-colored fist into his face, causing the boss monster's eyes to bug out from the sudden pain and attack. His first health bar had finally been dropped as they all needed 14 more health bars to go before they could finally call the raid a success. Jumping back, Izuku ran around the place with his crew as Asterios let out a massive roar and started to use his lightning attacks on the entire raid party. Everyone dodged and weaved through the attacks as Asterios had been attacked by all of them during his moment of using his skill. But then he used the skill on his body as he suddenly increased his own speed and power by absorbing the electricity of his own skill. He blitzed the entire raid party as he swung out a tail and hooved fist out towards the group as he dealt massive damage to them. Some even were paralyzed due to the electricity's effects of paralysis. But as he was distracted with the rest of the raid party, he had lost sight of the main 4 who were like annoying flies to him. Izuku, Koharu and Kirito appeared in front of him as they pushed Asuna, who was on their hands, straight into his face. Asuna piercing his eye with her rapier as he roared out in pain, silver BLD falling from the wound as he now had an infinite continuous damage debuff. The raid party had then broken free of their paralysis debuff as they rushed at the now half-blind floor boss. They landed hundreds of blows on him as time became a moot point for them all as they wanted to just end the floor boss already and move on. But finally, they reached the last health bar on the beast as he struggled to stay standing. He stumbled about the arena as he growled angrily. Izuku was prepared for a quirk to be used as he watched the floor boss suddenly use 3 quirks at once. Lightning, which was a skill he could use back in the beta, was a full-blown quirk for Asterios now, but with flames coming from the Taurus King's left and ice coming from his right, the Taurus King roared out to the heavens. Izuku rushed forwards as he pulled his blade towards his Isi as he ran to the floor boss, who had just noticed his increased speed. He ran towards Izuku with as much fervor as the young man did as they threw their weapons at one another. Izuku parried the attack quickly as he increased his speed with the blade as he attacked at precise points in Asterios' defense. Whilst the giant monster just used very telegraphed attacks and over-reliance on powerful attacks. Finally, Izuku jumped into the air as Asterios had let out a massive beam of electrical flaming ice at the young man. Izuku decided to reveal a new skill he'd earned through a quest he'd done on floor. It was something he kept secret to himself since he didn't want anyone finding out about the quest to get it for themselves. He flipped into the air as he activated the skill, causing him to pull out a small notebook that flipped its pages to a certain one as Izuku held the book out in front of himself. He smirked at the boss monster, who stared at him in confusion through his mouth blast. Magic sword skill, Asaranarath Metrian Ziths. Izuku called out, a black mirror appearing in front of himself. As the black mirror appeared in front of his face, the flaming electrical ice beam had blasted into the mirror before being reflected back at Asterios. And as he felt the pain of electricity, flames and ice burning his skin and body, he was brought all the way down to a singular point of health. Izuku fell down towards the boss as he pulled out his bow intent on dealing a finishing blow with that weapon of choice. Green power emanated from the bow as Izuku fell in slow motion towards the boss monster. The green power moving around the boy in waves as they moved like water around him before forming a giant dragon behind him. Sword skill bow, shining finisher? Izuku softly muttered. The shot was fired as it flew through the air. It twirled in the air as it suddenly spiraled towards Asterios' face before landing in the middle of his forehead, piercing through his rough hide and coming out the other end of his face. In a appealing motion of art and explosions, Asterios watched as the boy landed on his face as Asterios' body became suddenly engulfed in explosions. He chuckled out a happy smile as he stared into the eyes of Izuku, who had been unaware of how his eyes became slitted. So you are the child of a dragon. I can't wait to see how you develop as a warrior from the next floor beyond. Show them the true meaning of it. Draconic. Quirkless human, Asterios said before turning into pixels. As the congratulations had shown up for Izuku, the young man had looked at the item in his inventory. It was only stated through a title of Draconic Deliverer. He tilted his head at that before shaking his head. Putting the title away in a different area where it couldn't be seen for the moment, he saw the item drops. He was given a skill called Scale Armor, allowing him to have scale-like armor for 15 seconds, giving him impenetrable defense for that time PRD before he would lose it. Izuku smiled at it before he noticed a new weapon drop from Asterios himself, although he seemed to be stuck on the words of the boss. Pressing his finger on the weapon drop, he found a coupling of chains with blades on the end of each set of chains. They wrapped themselves around his body as the blades floated around his head. They were golden in color as Koharu ran over to him. You did it! I can't believe that you defeated the floor boss, Koharu said, hugging Izuku. Thanks, but I couldn't have done it without you, Izuku said, patting the girl's head. This caused the girl to blush slightly before she just hugged him tighter with a pout, and the boy could feel something being pressed onto his face, causing his face to blush harder. Shaking his head before any bad thoughts could come in, he looked at everyone else before seeing Kibeo's facial expression facing him with a glare. Did you just cheat again? He asked as Izuku glared back at him. I got the final kill on the boss monster Kibeo. If you could get your head out of but you might even get a boss drop soon, Izuku said, turning away from Kibeo. I will get the next floor boss's item drop. Just you wait, Enkidu, Kibeo called out as Izuku smiled to himself. Then make it a challenge, Izuku called back before moving on to the next floor by going up the stairs. Koharu watched him with stars in her eyes as she glanced at how the golden chains with silver-sharp edges merely floated around him. She ran after him when he started to get further away from her before Kirito and Asuna followed after them. But they were talking about something rather important. So, why do you think Enkidu was blushing when Koharu was hugging him? She asked, looking like she was in a teasing mood. Koharu has the hots for him, that's all I can say, Kirito said, placing his hands behind his head. Oh, come on. Tell me everything, Asuna said in a gossiping mood. Since when do you want to enter the relationships of others for gossip? Kirito asked, a little worried. Since now. Let's go before they lose us on the next floor, she said, pulling Kirito away. Arriving onto the next floor of Aincrad, Izuku and Koharu stared at their surroundings as Izuku himself gained stars in his eyes. Koharu noticed how excited Izuku was becoming at this floor as she took a glance at everything around herself. The entire floor that she could see was covered in a thick foliage and forestry as Izuku moved further ahead of her. She watched as through his excitement that he bounced around the place with energy she'd never seen from him on the earlier floors. I can't believe it. Kayaba actually kept what the third floor looked like the same. I can't wait to help the Dark Elves again, Izuku said as he hopped on one leg happily. What are you talking about, Enkidu-san? Koharu asked, walking up next to him. What am I talking about? This is the place where the NPCs become much more akin to allies depending on the decisions we make. This is where the NPCs become more human in the player's eyes. Izuku said, as Koharu gained a curious expression. What do you mean that the NPCs become more human? She asked. The NPCs become more human in how they interact with the player. They answer questions you ask that don't pertain to the actual story. This will be the longest story arc of the game, lasting from floor 3 to floor 9. Izuku said, as Koharu just stared at him in shock. Wait, so we will be taking part in a story arc of the game that lasts multiple floors? She questioned incredulously. Yep. And it's one of the best stories ever created by video games in the world. Izuku said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Do you know what happens at the end of the story arc? Koharu asked. No, I never was able to complete it before the beta ended. Actually, I was on my way there when I saved you. Izuku said as Koharu blushed. So I stopped you from ending the story? She asked. Yeah, but it feels much better to go through the story again. Each time going through it makes my skin tingle, Izuku said, as he led her around. It was about a few minutes later as they both traversed the third floor that they found Kirito and Asuna. Kirito was acting similarly to Izuku as he talked about becoming friends with the NPCs of the floor and furthering the story. Koharu had then seen how similar in terms of how Izuku and Kirito had wanted to continue the story of the elves. She followed them with Asuna next to her as the two girls talked about who they would team up with. But before they could do anything else, a massive fog had pushed through their group with Izuku moving back next to Koharu. The girl placed her hand in his to make sure that they didn't get separated from one another as they lost Kirito and Asuna in it. Asuna called out Kirito for touching her rear as the young man rushed off from the girl with a tray ant following after the two. You think Asuna knows that she ran into a tray ant? Izuku asked, as Koharu just giggled. Izuku and Koharu pushed through the fog as they killed monsters and leveled up at least 4 times. As they pushed through a small dungeon on their way over to where the first mission for them to take part in begins, the two heard the sounds of sword fighting in the distance. Looking at one another, they immediately rushed out to see what was happening through the now clearing fog. In the middle of a clearing, they found a black armor-wearing dark elf fighting with a light elf in light armor. They heard that the two were in battle as they moved through the field with great speed and landed blows against the other. So who do we save first, En? I kind of feel as though we should save the dark elf, Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded. The dark elf was attacked by the light elf whilst she was delivering a package to the dark elves. So they are the good ones in this floor, let's go save her, Izuku said, pulling out his blade. Rushing into battle, the two jumped in as the dark elf was about to be finished off by her opponent. Just as the blade was about to hit her, a new blade came in blocking it as she got a look at her savior. Izuku stood before her with a determined expression on his face as he glared at the light elf with some slight anger. Koharu then jumped in, slicing across the elf's leg, causing him to jump away with a slight pained grimace. Standing next to the fallen elf girl, they entered a combat stance as they glared at the light elf. We won't allow you to end her life. If you want to get to her, you will need to break through my defense, Izuku growled as Koharu nodded. We will keep her safe from your nefarious deeds, Koharu called out. You all think you can defeat a high-ranking high elf? I will have your heads. The elf called out, rushing to them. I thank you for your assistance, saviors. But I will assist you in this battle, the dark elf said, as she entered a combat stance. As the small group had attacked the enemy elf, they had launched multiple attacks at him as he slashed at them with a broadsword. As he slammed his sword in a downward strike, Izuku blocked the attack and countered with a punch to the gut, sending the elf backwards in a stumble. Koharu came from behind as she stabbed the elf in the back, literally, and jumped away as he swiped his arm around to smack her. Their ally in the dark elf woman had moved forward with her rapier as she landed multiple puncture wounds on the elf. As the elf moved backwards in order to retreat, Izuku pulled out his bow and used a sword skill in order to kill the elf before he could escape. When he fell to the ground, disappearing in a few motes of pixels, Izuku turned to their new ally. She was dark-skinned with black hair and violet eyes. She wore armor that didn't really fill out her form but covered her most vital parts of her body. She bowed to them with thanks as she lifted herself to speak to them, but before she could speak, she found a key on the ground. Picking it up and placing it inside her pocket, she patted her thigh in order to make sure it stayed before letting out a sigh of relief. Again, I thank you for your assistance. May I know the names of my saviors? The dark elf asked. I'm Enkidu, and this is Koharu. You can call me Endo. Izuku said, as the dark elf nodded. My name is Kismel. The tongues of manfolk work in many ways. Kismel said with a smile. Nice to meet you too, Kismel. Izuku said as Kismel nodded. Our commander will surely reward you for your deeds here. Allow me to show you to our camp. Kismel said, as Izuku and Koharu followed after her. Hey Kismel, what is this key you both were talking about? Koharu asked, as Kismel gained a forlorn expression. Yes. I suppose I might tell you. This key is a sacred relic from long past, spoken of my people, the people of Lyusula. Kismel said, looking at the forestry. Lyusula? Izuku asked, curious. Others tend to call us dark elves. But that is merely a term to describe our race. My people were born to life from the sacred Lyusula tree. We take pride in this, and hence call ourselves the people of Lyusula. Indeed, this matters not to you menfolk. You may call us as you wish. Kismel explained. Sorry, but thanks. Lyusula does have a nice ring to it, though. Sounds like some sort of nocturne. Koharu said as Kismel looked at her. Is nocturne a kingdom of man? Kismel questioned. It's a type of music you might play on a piano or on an instrument. I learned them as a kid. Back at home I often played them. Koharu said as Kismel nodded. So you are not merely a warrior, but MSTR of music as well. It is a great honor to be compared to the songs of Esu. Kismel questioned before complimenting. Hey, Kismel, are you really an NPC? Were you really born here in Aincrad? Koharu asked worriedly. I was. Though I was born far after the time of the Great Separation. We are born on these separated lands and destined to die here. No one doubts this. Yet the forest elves think otherwise. Why is that? Kismel confirmed and questioned Koharu. Kismel, you're much easier to talk with than other people from Aincrad. I'm surprised how much like us you seem, Koharu said, stuttering over her wording. You warriors of man hail from lands far beyond, don't you? Kismel asked curiously. Do you know about the real world? Izuku asked curiously. I am unfamiliar with the names of your kingdoms, but yes. Mankind cast their last and greatest spell to summon in warriors from far beyond. And now you are all forced to fight to unite the fortress in the sky as one. That is why you do not mix well here, yes? Yet with you here before me now, I do not see how you differ much in matters of language or custom from the people of Aincrad. I too find surprise in how markedly easy it is to sit here and speak with manfolk from faraway lands, Kismel said with a smile. Over the course of a few hours, the trio had finally arrived at the campsite where Kismel had led them to. They found that the commander of the group of dark elves was searching for Kismel as he felt proud for her survival. He pulled her away as Izuku and Koharu felt themselves fall to their knees from all the running and fighting. Moving over to sit down on a wooden log, they thought about everything about this new questline they were undertaking. They knew that the dark elves were the good guys, but the fact that they are required to kill elves from their opposing side felt kinda bad. Are we going to have to kill the forest elves during some of our quests? Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded. It's not something I like to do within this questline, but it is really fun interacting with both sides in battle. They say some really funny things. Izuku said with a chuckle. Wow, I can't wait to see how the story develops then. Koharu said, as she decided to get some sleep. I will keep watch over you. Make sure nobody tries to enter combat with you asleep like you are. Izuku said, as Koharu swiped a hand at him. Just make sure to get some sleep yourself. She muttered. As the two were sitting and sleeping respectively, they never felt the presence of someone watching them both from afar with a smirk on their face. They were green in color based on their skin alone and had a sense of foreboding aura surrounding themselves as they began to giggle to themselves. It's only a matter of time before I collect all the keys to release our great god. I will collect all those keys and revive our leader. The elf giggled to themselves. Izuku and Koharu woke up on the ground as they stretched their limbs ready for their new day of questing. They knew that Kismel would be coming back today since they were doing the whole quest for the Dark Elves. And as they got up, the two looked around themselves and found that the sun was just rising out in the distance. And before doing anything else, they decided to do a little bit of sparring so that they don't get completely rusty. After all, one shouldn't lower their guards because of something as complacency. As they entered a small field just outside of the campsite of the Dark Elves, the two started the fight function of Isao. So whoever lands the first hit is the one who buys dinner? Koharu asked, smirking. You're just trying to get out of paying for dinner, huh? Izuku asked, placing his sword on his shoulder. You can say that again, but I will say that if I do lose to you, I will pay for dinner. Koharu replied as Izuku nodded. Alright, just make sure that we aren't in the yellow. We need the health for the questline that Kismel has for us, okay? Izuku said, entering a combat stance. Sure thing, Ann. Koharu said, smiling happily. As Koharu still had her eyes closed from smiling, a blush came over Izuku's face as he shook the blush off. He knew that she'd try anything to get him off guard and take advantage of it. So when she rushed at him, he immediately placed up his guard as their weapons clashed with one another in the middle. Jumping back, Koharu jumped from the trees surrounding the two as she tried to ascertain his weakness in his fighting style. Izuku kept moving around so that his back was not facing Koharu. He knew that she'd capitalize on his weakness if he kept his guard lowered. When she leaped from another tree, Izuku pulled out his bow and pointed it at where he believed that she'd be jumping to. And as he pulled the line enough to let go, he watched as the arrow had flown right past her face, but just barely nicking her skin. He scoffed at how leaped away from the tree. He shot it before hiding in the leaves of the trees above him. With that, he decided to put away his weapon as he decided to use a skill he'd gotten a few weeks before. It was a meditation skill. It allowed him to regenerate any lost stamina and have it replaced so long as he keeps up the meditation. As Koharu jumped from tree to tree, he heard her silent steps on the tree's bark before she jumped down towards him. As soon as she was within striking distance, she had pulled out her knife as she prepared to land her first strike against him. But as soon as she was too close to dodge feasibly, she noticed Izuku's eyes opening up as he swiftly struck her before she could even realize what had happened. When his blade had swiped upright and sliced into her leg and went up, she watched as her full health had gone down to at least 75% from that first attack. Landing on the ground, she pouted as she glared at Izuku angrily. You didn't say that you would use that skill, she said, pouting. And I never said that I wouldn't use it either. I win again, Izuku said, patting Koharu's head. Well, I have nothing to say about that, Koharu said, raising a finger to retort before realizing she didn't have one. Come on, we need to meet up with Kismel. We have a job to do, Izuku said, helping her up from the ground. Okay, but can you pay for tomorrow's lunch? Koharu asked. Sure thing, Izuku said as he led them back to the elf camp. The two returned back to the camp to find Kismel standing at the entrance with a smile. They returned her smile with one of their own as the dark elf had shown them around the camp. She wasn't there last time to give them a tour of the place, but now that she gave them a tour of where everyone was. She told them about how it was their job to protect the keys to prevent the Fallen One from returning back to the land of Aincrad, and how the forest elves were attempting to bring him back in order to bring about the end of Aincrad. The two looked at her with confusion as the NPC turned to look at them. Noticing their confusion, the woman just smiled at them before leading the two over to a tent where her commander was located. Entering the small tent, they found themselves standing before a very tall dark elf who stood at 6 foot. His body was covered in armor, but they could easily tell from how large the equipment was, he was literally filled with muscles. When the commander noticed their presence, he spoke up to them as well as Kismel with pride. I thank you both for saving my lieutenant. She was someone that I worried we'd lose early on to those BSRD forest elves. For that, you have my trust in this mission, the commander said, as Kismel nodded. You're welcome. We couldn't have been able to find you guys if it weren't for Kismel leading us to you, Izuku said with a bow. Do not bow to me. I am not someone to be bowed to. I need you two to do something for us. We have whereabouts of the forest elves' base of operations. We need you two to take care of them for us, the commander said, as Izuku thought about it. What are their defenses like? Izuku asked as Koharu looked at him. Are you sure that's something we can ask? She meekly questioned. Yes, we need all the information we can get, Izuku said as Koharu stayed quiet. Their defenses are surrounded by a magical barrier. We can get it down so you three can go inside and get the key they stole from us, the commander said. Okay, anything else we should worry about? Izuku questioned. Aside from being careful around those BSRD elves? Keep your eyes and ears open, you never know, the commander said, shooing them away from his tent. As soon as the three left the tent and decided to ultimately leave the campsite, they walked over towards the entrance to the forest. Stretching their limbs, they prepared to head out before hearing Kismol speak to them before she'd be heading out. Enkidu. Koharu. Kismol called out, running up to them. What is it, Kismol? Koharu asked worriedly. I just came here to thank you both for assisting us with our mission. We don't really get help from human folk every day, so it's nice to meet some people who really wish to help us, Kismol said, as Izuku patted the woman's head. Don't worry, Kismol, we would never leave someone to fend for themselves. After all, a hero is someone who helps when they are not asked, Izuku said, smirking. Well, I still thank you for your assistance. I will meet you both outside the base of the forest elves, Kismol said, walking into the brush. You ready to head out, Koharu? Izuku asked as the girl nodded. Heading out, the two walked down the paths of floor. They ran into many monsters along the way as they defeated and collected valuable loot from the monsters they came across. Izuku had also gotten some web chains from a spider monster that they'd killed enough of, although Koharu was kind of grossed out by it. They were getting close to reaching the outer layer of the forest elves' base when they were approached by Kismol, who smiled. She ran over to the two of them as she gave them hugs before moving away from the two, as Izuku remained a blushing mess. Thank goodness you two have arrived. I was wondering whether or not you survived the journey here, Kismol said, placing a hand over her seat. Don't worry about us, Kismol, we wouldn't leave you behind, Izuku said, looking away from the woman. Anyway, we need to know about their setup. Do you have any information? Koharu asked as the woman nodded. Everything that you'll find is on this scroll. I need to wait out here, however. You both will be the ones entering and creating a distraction for me to get the key from inside the place, Kismol said, as Izuku nodded. Well, Koharu, let's create a distraction, Izuku said. Yes, Koharu said as the two walked ahead. As soon as they saw the giant drawbridge leading to the forest elves' base of operations, Izuku took notice of how many elves were on the watchtowers surrounding it. Pulling out his bow, he pointed it upwards and just a bit above the elves themselves in order to factor in wind resistance and bullet drop. As soon as he let go of his string, the sword's skill arrow had flown through the air and landed right in the elves' eye, killing them instantly. As soon as that happened, they suddenly disappeared in pixels of white and blue colors before another elf had arrived at the scene. Before they could leave and sound the alarm, they were shot in the face as well, causing them to die quickly. Looking to Koharu, the two rushed over to the wall and used some equipment they'd gathered and created from some of the monsters on the floor. And using their gadgets to create some grappling guns, they launched themselves up at the watchtower and seen a new elf standing there looking at them in shock. Before he could even escape, however, Koharu had landed on him and stabbed him through the head. When he disappeared into pixels, Izuku moved forward as he climbed down the ladder with Koharu not far behind him. Once reaching the ground floor, they rushed out into the main hallway of the place and gained the attention of all the forest elves. Hey, if you all want to kill something, come get me, Izuku called out, causing all the forest elves to come out the woodworks. So you are the one who killed our scout? I will have your heads, the commander of the elves called out, pointing at them. Well, we did kill your scout because they started it, Izuku retorted before pulling out his bow. Shooting at the commander. Kill them, the commander said, dodging the arrow and fleeing. All right, Koho, you know the drill, Izuku said as the girl nodded. Just play tag, we don't need to kill them all. Right? She said, as Izuku nodded. The forest elves surrounded the two as they had their backs to one another. And when the elves attacked, the two reached out with their blades and countered the elves to the best of their ability. In the background of the fight, Kismol was seen leaping over the walls and killing any straggler elves who got in her way. Finding the key she was looking for, she left the place as fast as she could before Izuku took notice of her jumping over the wall. Looking at Koharu, he saw the girl was taking down another elf before jumping back to him with a smile on her face. So how many did you defeat? Koharu asked, breathing. I took down at least you? Izuku asked, his breathing even. I took down at least 8, she said, as Izuku chuckled. Well, we need to get out of here anyway. Kismo got what she needed, Izuku said, as he pulled out an item. Koharu smirked at him before wrapping her arms around him as he held out the teleport crystal. And as soon as he spoke out loud, the two were gone from the base of elves and the commander had returned from fleeing to find an item was gone. He let out a bastardized scream of pain and agony as the two reappeared in the middle of a pathway leading back to the Dark Elves' campsite. Moving through the forest, the two giggled about how the forest elves were duped by them before arriving at the Dark Elf camp. What awaited them back at the Dark Elf campsite was nothing what they were prepared to take on. Upon entering the base, they found that the place was in tatters. Every single person from the campsite were on the ground groaning in pain as they heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Rushing over to see what was happening, they found a green-skinned elf fighting Kismo as the commander was laying on the ground groaning in pain. Entering the fight, they fought off the green elf as they smirked at the trio. What really surprised Izuku, however, was the fact that above them was the name Fallen Elf, written in bold crimson-red coloring. There was something he'd learned in the beta of Sword Art Online in the past, that was if the enemy had a very dark red name, it meant they were a higher level than you were. So to see a deep crimson-colored name on this elf, that meant that this elf was very powerful and strong enough to kill them if they so choose. And like his knowledge of the beta, the elf had toyed with them the entire time before stealing the keys that Kismo had on her person, and left them all with some foreboding words that were ominous to him. The forest elves are mere pawns in our liberation. Nobody will be able to stop the fallen one's return. Just you wait, everyone will know that the dark elves and forest elves are the true villains, the green elf said, before disappearing in a mirage. "Wait a minute." Izuku screamed out angrily. Koharu just stared at him in shock, because this was the second time now that he'd allowed his anger to get the best of him. And to see the fury on his face, it caused her to become slightly fearful of him in that moment, because she'd never seen him this furious, especially at an NPC. "Are you all right, Lord Izuku?" Kismo asked, helping him stand. "I'm all right, Kismo. Just angry at how we got those keys. Only for someone new to steal them." Izuku growled out. "Don't worry, we'll get the keys back, mark my words," Kismo said, as Koharu nodded. "I know," Izuku said, glaring out into the forest. Izuku and Koharu leave the small campsite of the Dark Elves as they were thinking about what happened the previous night. Although Koharu was thinking back to the fury written in Izuku's expression as the young man was angered at the green elf. The fury and anger he showed towards that elf was not something she'd expected from her partner. Much less how volatile he appeared to be after they'd lost their fight against them. She had noticed the crimson-colored name, but she thought nothing of it since Izuku was a higher level than her, but it appeared as though the crimson name represented an enemy who was far stronger than them. Ever since their loss against the elf, Enkidu had been training himself against the other monsters on the floor, constantly attacking and killing them in order to increase his level, and it was getting to a point that she was taking note of his mental state. He was slowly getting better, but his facial expression was not leaving its neutral expression. From what she could see from his face, that he showed her through his fighting. He was being aggressive the entire time with the monsters. "Are you really okay, En?" Koharu asked worriedly. "I'm fine, just needed to vent out some anger," Izuku said as he stood back up to full height. "I wanted to know because you were really angry when we lost," Koharu said, as Izuku shook his head. "Don't worry, Koharu, I should be strong enough to handle that elf this time. Come on, we need to find that base for the Dark Elves in the next area," Izuku said, leading the way. "Jay, just don't get ahead of yourself," Koharu said, running after him. In a bush near the two another few feet away, another player was seen with their eyes gleaming a red ominous color. They chuckled to themselves before disappearing into the foliage, pulling out a small device that was on their wrist. "It appears as though the two are on the move the plan into motion," a voice said before they rushed off. Walking towards a small area near the forest, Izuku and Koharu came across a small lake that was filled with water-typing monsters. Smiling to one another, they walked over near the lake as they took in their surroundings. And they couldn't help but test their mettle against the monsters in the area. As they fought the weak monsters in the area, they were allowing themselves to lower their guards. Killing monsters had gotten completely boring as Izuku and Koharu moved about the place, so they went to begin another quest. Kya! A shrill scream called out. Let's go! Izuku said, as Koharu nodded. Running around the area back to where the scream had come from, the two came across a young woman with brown hair and a pink dress. She was fearfully screaming as she held a small mace in her hands as it trembled in her grip, and she was surrounded by multiple monsters. Rushing in to assist, the two took down the monsters with relative ease, causing the girl to take note of their presence as well as armor. She ran up to them inspecting their armor as she stood up for the two of them to get a better look at her. Are you all right? Izuku asked, fretting over the girl a little. Why, I'm fine, just wanted to see come here and get some supplies. I want to become a blacksmith and was surrounded very quickly because of my quest. The girl said as she let out a sigh of relief. Well, that was dangerous to go out on your own. Koharu said, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. I know, but I needed the supplies in order to create some new equipment. The girl said, as Izuku looked at Koharu. What items do you need to make the item? Izuku asked, as the girl gained a happy smile. I just needed a light shell and a couple glare stones. A customer had wanted me to make an item from those drops from monsters. The girl said, as Izuku nodded. The girl watched as Izuku pulled out his inventory and clicked on a few items from it as the items she required from the monsters appeared. She smiled at them and gave the two a hug before getting right to work in creating the item from literally nothing. Izuku and Koharu couldn't help but watch over the girl as she went into her own little world about making the item for her customer. And after about 5 minutes of watching over the girl, she had stood up revealing a necklace. Both looked at one another before shrugging their shoulders before the girl gained their attention again. Hey, see, can you guys get me some more items from the monsters in this area? She asked as Izuku turned to look at her. What's your name? Izuku asked. The name's Lisbeth, and soon enough I will become one of the best blacksmiths of Aincrad, she said, as Izuku looked at Koharu. Well, the name's Enkidu, and this is Koharu. Nice to meet you, Izuku said as he held a hand out. Nice to meet you, Enkidu-san and Koharu-chan. Now, could why you both get me some items from the monsters over there? I don't know their names yet, but I wanted to get some golem pieces as well as apples from the fruit nepenthes. The fruit nepenthes was for supplies to bake a cake. And the golem pieces are to make you both something in exchange for your assistance, Lisbeth said as the two looked at one another. Shrugging their shoulders, they looked around the place for the monsters they needed to kill and collect their drops. Izuku, however, focused more on collecting enough so that he could sell a good amount of them before giving the amount Lisbeth needed over to the girl. Izuku really loved selling some of the drops he'd had to other players since that would increase the call he and Koharu had total so they could get food of their own. And after a few hours of searching and collecting items from the dead monsters, they finally finished their mission. And as they sat down and watched Lisbeth in her element, they were slowly calming their racing hearts. The fact that this girl was making something for the two of them made the two feel slightly special in their minds. And she was telling them that getting the supplies for her were their payment for her, although after that she will be demanding call from them if they wanted any new weapons. Once the item was created, she showed them the item she made for them to wear on their person at all times. It was a bracelet that showed their names in the interior of it, and there were two of them with Koharu immediately snatching it up and placing it on her person. Izuku, however, did something different with it, as he looked at it closer before placing the item on his arm, showing a golden gleam around his bicep. Leaving Lisbeth, the girl had left to the teleport monument nearby as she went to a safe town within the 3rd floor. Izuku and Koharu, however, went a different direction to follow the quest in order to see what else they both can do in order to finish the Floor 3 mainline quest. They arrived at a small opening in the lake near the shallow waters of it as they saw a small door. Knocking on the door, a small slider had opened up near eye level as dark-colored eyes stared at them from the opening. Who are you? And why are you here? The elf inside questioned. We're here for Kismol, we think that she might have a new quest for us. Izuku said, as Koharu stood nearby sitting on a rock eating a small sandwich. Sure thing, come in. Kismol hasn't arrived as of yet, but she is bringing the remaining keys she had managed to collect from the previous base. The elf said, as Izuku and Koharu entered. Looking around their surroundings, they found that the place they entered was a small underground hut. It had many rooms, but there were almost hundreds of dark elves with dark-colored armor walking around. They were moving weapons as well as other items for themselves to prepare for a big battle coming up ahead. Entering the main room where the commander was standing at a table with a map of the current floor, Izuku made sure to copy the map into his internal brain. The commander of the elves took notice of Izuku and Koharu inside the room as he stood upright and smiled at them. We thank you for coming back to us again. We know that this must mean that you are the allies that Kismol had informed us about? The commander questioned. I thought you already knew about us helping you out? Koharu asked as the commander shook his head. I had only heard rumors, but the commander from the camp you both came from must have died. If only we were faster in collecting the reserves, we could have helped out with your battle. The commander said, sitting down letting out a sigh of exhaustion. Are you all right, sir? Izuku asked as the elf looked at him. We lost our intel with Kismol. She had gone towards the labyrinth to the Inkrad floor. But from what we know, she never entered it since her position hasn't changed from its location. She appears to be talking to someone else at the moment, but we need your help. Another spy we sent out to get a key to our castle within our borders was intercepted by who we assume to be forest elves. Can you please save them? The commander pleaded. We will do what we can, but we can't promise that we'll be able to save them in time. Izuku said as the commander smirked. We wouldn't have it any other way. The commander said as Izuku and Koharu left the building. Appearing outside of the small hut, they made to head out towards the labyrinth. And they had killed some monsters who'd gotten in their way, leveling up all the same before they arrived outside of the teleport monument for the labyrinth. But as they searched the area, they couldn't find anything on the spy. That was before they heard sounds of fighting. Rushing over to the fight, they had arrived when a green elf whose name wasn't covered in red lettering had defeated the spy they were looking for. Rushing in without thinking, Izuku had jumped in the way of the blade as he countered it with a parry. Koharu had landed behind him, helping the dark elf and moving them into a different area out of sight from the green elf. So you're the one who managed to deal damage to our leader. I'm surprised that you weren't killed from that strike. She told us that you were unbearably weak. The elf taunted. Well, I was at a lower level than your supposed leader. I've gotten stronger since then, and you don't seem like a true threat. Izuku retorted as he spun his sword around his body. Well then, why not show me your strength? The elf said as the two rushed at one another. The elf rushed at Izuku with a speed comparable to that of a frontline attacker for raiding the boss monsters. Izuku, though, had trained with far faster opponents as he kept up with the elf's speed. Swinging his sword in a feinting arc, the elf went to move back and away from the strike before Izuku threw the sword at the elf. They blocked the weapon with their own as the ground cracked underneath them as they grunted in effort. Izuku ran at the elf as he grabbed the sword from the small sword lock the elf initiated as he swung in a horizontal angle. But as the elf dodged, a knife found itself in the elf's leg as they fell over screaming in pain. Picking the elf up, Izuku had then tossed them over to Koharu as the girl had pinned the elf to the ground. She had placed her legs over the elf's arms, holding them down as she pointed her knife at their throat, causing them to gulp silently. Koharu's eyes, however, gained a certain glint in her eye as she noticed how this one was a male elf. Removing the knife from their throat, heard the elf let out a sigh of relief before she pointed it at his groin, causing him to start sweating profusely. And that was when a knight's boot slammed next to the two of them as Izuku kneeled over the elf inquisitively. This isn't the elf that we're looking for. She has longer hair and a much more dangerous aura around her body. Not to mention that she had a deep crimson name over her head. Izuku muttered, You will not hurt Lyusula. She is the true leader of the elves. The fallen said, as Izuku took note of the name. So her name is Lyusula? That is one of the worst names to give an elf. Izuku said, taunting the elf to speak more. Don't you dare Bismarck her name like that. She will become the best of us. She may be the leader of the fallen elves, but you should not lower your guards so soon. She will free the fallen one and Aincrad will fall. The fallen elf said, before Izuku rather coldly pierced through the elf's easy with his sword. Enkidu, what was that for? We could have gotten more information, Koharu asked, concerned. He wasn't going to give us more information. I know this because I've come across similar character types in the time I have played games. Come on, we still have a quest to do, Koharu. Izuku said, as he stood up and helped the other elf to stand. Koharu watched as Izuku helped the elf down the road with a pained expression on her face. It was the look on his face when he killed the elf. It was the same as it was back in the campsite. Except it appeared as though Izuku was slowly losing his mind. She could only hope that Izuku doesn't lose it at some point later on down the line. Enkidu, I really hope that you're alright. I don't want to lose you. Koharu mumbled to herself with a hand over her heart. Izuku and Koharu returned back to the base of operations for the Dark Elves. They had given the information about the Dark Elf as well as who they were fighting against. The commander of the Dark Elves militia within Floor 3 was appalled by the information that Izuku and Koharu had given him. He was cursing to himself as he thought of a new plan in order to stop this infighting between both clans. That was before he came up with what he believed to be a very good idea before turning to the two who assisted him on this little quest. Say, you two know how to get the attention of the forest elves. Do you not? The Dark Elf questioned. We have a way of getting their attention, but what does that have to do with anything? Izuku asked back, cautious. I need you to get to the forest elves' commander and inform them about the fact that we are being forced into attacking one another. We both have a common enemy. The fallen elves. The Dark Elf commander said. Fallen elves? What kind of elves are they? Koharu asked, clearly not knowledgeable about the questline. Dark elves are those who delve into the shadows or use very blunt attack strategies. Forest elves thrive on the honor of battle, something that the Dark Elves value as well and adopted from them in their culture. But the fallen elves are those who stray from either path of the forest and Dark Elf lineage. They decided to use nefarious deeds in order to get stronger. They essentially cheat to get the power they have in elf culture. But overall, they are the really evil elves you wouldn't wish to happen to anyone else. Izuku informed as Koharu nodded. So you'll head over to the forest elf camp in order to bring out their commander? The Dark Elf commander questioned. Sure thing. But we need to do this in our way. Izuku said, as the Dark Elf commander nodded. Do as you will to get the job done, he said, before the two were teleported outside of the base. Looking at one another, Izuku led Koharu into the forest as they went to gather their supplies. This will be one of their greatest missions yet. Moving towards a small dark elf who was in charge of a certain dungeon, to which the forest elves made their base camp within. They asked for the way into the place as she nodded and teleported the two inside. Looking at their surroundings, Izuku gave a brief nod. He stepped out into the open as he saw hundreds of monsters standing about doing their normal thing before he activated a passive skill for all but a moment. The passive skill increased aggro of his enemies on the battlefield, and each and every monster in the area immediately looked at him as soon as his skill was procced. Now is the time to begin the plan. Head over to the base of operations for the forest elves. I will bring the monsters to them, Izuku said, as he led the monsters through the forest. Be careful, Koharu yelled as she ran down the path towards their base. She ran as fast as she could over to the base where the forest elves were located. Once she had made it outside of their camp, one of their guards had shot an arrow in her direction, landing just outside of the range for his sight. Looking up at them, she watched as their neutral expression changed to that of worry as they looked at her with a glare. What brings you to our campsite? Have you come here to kill what remains? The guard called out. No. I need your assistance. I have news about the real foe both the dark and forest elves need to take down and fight, Koharu said as the guards stared at her. What do you want from us? They asked. I need to have your commander come out to talk, she said as the doors opened not even a few minutes later. Off in the distance, Izuku was running towards the base with hundreds of monsters on their way after him. Looking behind him with a glance, he saw that all of them were essentially licking their lips as they closed in on his location. Increasing his speed, he found that the front gates of the base were opening up and he sped himself up in order to tackle Koharu inside the base. "Monsters incoming!" the guard above called out as Koharu took a glance behind herself. "Open the gates. We need to get to safety," Izuku called out as he ran as fast as he could. "Get inside, hurry," a male voice called out urgently to her. Looking in front of herself, she found an elf whose eyes were covered by their hair. Rushing inside the base, Izuku rushed in as well as the elves closed the gates. The two were breathing heavily, although Izuku was far worse off than that of Koharu. As soon as they stood back up to their full height, they found multiple weapons aimed right at their necks. The commander of the forest elves came out of his main building as he glared down at the two of them with growing anger. "So, can you tell me what in the hell made you think that bringing a horde of monsters to our base was going to get you an audience with me?" the elf questioned. After a rousing speech to the forest elves, Izuku and Koharu leave the base with solemn expressions. Koharu was looking at Izuku as she felt as though his anger would be coming out soon to express itself once again. But this time, Izuku was quiet, and she really didn't like how quiet he was during this point in time since they needed information on the floor boss. They returned back to the base of operations for the Dark Elves as they gladly gave them information on the floor boss of floor. The name of the monster was Nereus the Evil Treant. He was a tall being who stood at 15 meters tall, and had the body of a tree, but had different sword skills. The two stood outside of the teleport monument that they had activated not even a few minutes prior. Looking at one another, they nodded to each other before hearing the sound of bickering coming from behind them both. Turning around, they found Kirito and Asuna talking to one another as if they were long-time friends. Koharu had rushed to the two in order to talk to them as well as get some girl time with Asuna as Kirito walked up to him. "You look like something bad happened. What happened for you?" Kirito questioned. "Not a whole lot. But we got our buttes handed to us, Kirito, by a green elf who had surprisingly followed me and Koharu up to the Dark Elf base camp," Izuku said as Kirito nodded. "Yeah, it's part of the game's story in order to be defeated by her. She is the second in command of a group of fallen elves, who had fallen from their paths as either Dark Elves or Forest Elves," Kirito said as Izuku nodded. "I never made it to floor 9, but I sure as hell know that I was close to beating the story for it. By the time I was near the end of the story, I was taking a break from the overall story so I could slowly rest," Izuku said as Kirito hummed. "I see, so you were close to beating the biggest story of the game but got distracted," Kirito said as Izuku nodded. "It was a good distraction though. Now I got a friend from it. The very first true friend I've ever had," Izuku muttered the last part. Kirito looked at Izuku with a concerned expression when he saw the boy change his expression from neutral anger to sadness. Shaking his head, he thought nothing of the boy's change of attitude when it came to his emotions. He always thought Izuku wore his emotions on his sleeve, which was why he was always quick to cry around people. He really thought nothing of it now, but later on in his life, he would severely regret not questioning Izuku further about his choice of words. The raid party were rushing through the halls of the third-floor labyrinth. They took down multiple monsters along the way whilst leveling up some through the intense battle against them. By the time everyone arrived at the boss chamber, they all took a small break in order to regather themselves. Izuku, however, was just staring at the door to the room with barely restrained nerves as he continuously paced around next to Kirito and Koharu. Asuna had tried to get him to stop pacing multiple times, but as soon as she checked on other players, she just couldn't get him to stop. "Hey, don't you think that you should calm down, Enkidu?" Koharu asked worriedly. "Not really. I need to be cautious of this floor boss. It's one of the first bosses of Aincrad that has the ability to give us a status debuff," Izuku said as Kirito nodded. "Yeah, Nereus the Evil Treant is one of the gimmickier boss fights. He poisons everyone as soon as we step inside, and our health slowly drops when we fight him," Kirito said as Koharu looked at the two. "Is there at least a rare item drop from the boss monster of this floor?" she asked. "Not really, unless you think that getting a rare drop of tree bark with evil intent as a rare item drop," Izuku said as Koharu blushed slightly. Sorry for asking then," she muttered with a pout. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. He isn't one of the strongest boss fights, but he's just more annoying," Izuku said as the raid party collected itself once more and entered the boss room. Entering the room, everyone got the status debuff of being poisoned. Shaking their heads in annoyance, they activated their cure potions that allowed them to be without the poison status effect for 10 minutes. Izuku kept his on throughout this whole affair as he would rather try and defeat the boss without using his healing items. And as soon as everyone was inside the room, the doors behind them closed on their own as Nereus formed from polygons and the surrounding area. Once he was formed from literally nothing, he stood up to his maximum height of 35 meters in height and roared out to the heavens. The battle had begun. Rushing forward, everyone started launching attacks at the giant tree. He swung his arms around like the normal trents of floor 3, but everyone either parried the attacks or dodged them entirely. Even the tanks preferred to parry the incoming attacks rather than tank them entirely as everyone launched their sword skills at the creature. Izuku rushed in from behind some of the tanks as he landed a multi-combo on the creature as he sucked out with Koharu as she ran up behind him. She launched herself in the air as she did a horizontal strike against the giant being before sliding on the ground and doing a square of slicing with her knife. The damage that Nereus had taken was enough that he used a new gimmick that Kayaba had placed into the game. Nereus had instantly regenerated most of his health that he lost, causing everyone to look on in shock as Izuku immediately recognized the ability. Koharu was confused by how the monster refilled their health enough that the damage she dealt was basically null. That was when Izuku went forwards as he spoke to everyone. Everyone, what you all just saw was a quirk in action. Nereus has a regeneration quirk. Just continuously attack it until it can't regenerate its health. Izuku called out as everyone followed his plan. All the players had immediately rushed in against the boss as they landed attack after attack. Sword skills were used recklessly as everyone damaged the creature until it was nearing the red of the second to last health bar. Nereus tried to regenerate his health one more time but was immediately stopped as Izuku threw his blade into Nereus' stomach, causing the last bar of health to be remaining. Now that it couldn't heal entirely all the damage dealt to it, he growled at them all before pulling a weapon out of his back. A tray ant being used as a bludgeon was not something Izuku expected, but Nereus used the bludgeon to attack all the players. Everyone was suddenly aware that Nereus was a boss monster after seeing it lose its ability to regenerate. Izuku rushed forwards as he parried the boss monster's attack as he jumped back, suching with another player. Koharu jumped in with the other player as they attacked Nereus again, sending the boss skidding across the ground. Kirito and Asuna came in with their insane combo attack of 144 slices with their weapons as Izuku jumped in from high above everyone. "This is where you fall, Nereus," Izuku screamed as he spun around in the air. His body became a spinning blur of a blade and person as he spins towards the boss monster as it looked up to him. Koharu became scared that Nereus was going to kill Izuku with his bludgeon but noticed that the tray ant in the monster's hand was being sliced up from how fast Izuku span. Eventually, Izuku reached the monster's arm and span around the creature with the speed of an extremely high-leveled wolf, moving around the monster's arm like he was a spinning top, all before he span out from under the monster as he took a knee in front of everyone. Nereus stood still as it was still registering all the damage dealt to it as everyone watched in awe as Izuku slowly sheathed his blade. And once he was at the last part of his sheathing, he glanced behind himself as he slammed his sword fully into it. As soon as the sword was fully sheathed, Nereus let out a pained growl before turning into polygons. A massive banner of congratulations had been shown for everyone as the entire raid party were suddenly given extreme levels of experience, allowing them to level up at least 4 to 5 times. Koharu did notice something, however. Izuku was looking at the item drop he'd been given by the game for a while, not moving. She walked up behind him and looked over the shoulder and saw the item drop that was being given to him as she tilted her head in confusion. She thought that weapons like what Enkidu just got was something that you'd need to get on a much higher floor than floor. Congratulations, Enkidu. You have attained 6 levels. Item drop, Chains of Heaven. It's been about a little over a year since Izuku found himself stuck in the game of Sword Art Online. He had been fighting tooth and nail in order to escape, and after a string of failures for raids on some floor bosses, everyone got a break and managed to clear floors 4 through floor 50. However, was probably the worst boss that everyone had to deal with, and Kirito was barely able to get the final strike against the boss. For Izuku, he had been getting better with his chains of heaven. They were golden-colored chained blades that allowed him a great amount of range as well as swift strikes. He had used them in great amounts during the last year, and he couldn't help but smirk when he pulled them out into his hand once again. He and Koharu had just defeated the floor 55 boss and were checking out floor 56 as they did a small check on the monsters of this floor. Their bond over the last year had been upgraded to a brother-slash-sister-like relationship. They'd have a spat or two because of certain things they'd disagree with, but overall, their relationship was more cooperative than that of most. They checked out the area as they looked up certain areas on the floor for where they could take down monsters and farm. Their levels weren't that big enough to take on the harder monsters, unless they teamed up, but even then, it would be very strong. Over the last year and a half, leveling themselves had been very strong to do with how much experience was needed for each level increasing by a wide margin. But they'd managed to get themselves around level 92 for the last boss fight and barely made it out by a hair. Although they had won, they were low on supplies and wanted to see if they could create a new weapon or upgrade their current weapons and armor. They got around the corner of a small zone when they heard the voices of two of their closest friends in the game, Agile and Klein. The two were a boon for their mental health, considering the fact that the two were some of the youngest people playing the game as a whole, aside from the literal children playing. Running over to see what the two were up to, they found the duo surrounded by monsters and rushed into the fray. One short fight later, the small squad of players had caught their breath as they talked to one another about the time that had passed. They walked down the path as they began to talk about their time in the game and how Agile brought up a topic that the two were unaware of up until this point. I think you two should take a break from the front lines at some point. There's no telling how much trauma you two have taken on without going through the motions, Agile mentioned through suggestive speech. I'm fine, Agile, we have you two to help us through it, Izuku said as Koharu looked at him in worry. Are you sure, Enkidu? I thought that the last time we experienced a life-or-death situation you weren't going to go crazy? Koharu asked, as she stared into his emerald eyes. We'll be fine, we have each other's backs. So long as we continue to do that we will be invincible, Izuku said with a smile. I hope you're right, but just think about taking a break at some point. You both have been on the front lines battling floor bosses for over a year now, Agile said before they found a path. Moving down the path, the small group had let out sighs of relief as they reached the first town of Floor. Walking through the small town, they gathered their supplies as well as healing items in the event they might need them at some point. They even met a familiar face along the way, a girl with silver gray hair and wearing red clothing with black shorts. She had blue eyes as she smiled at Izuku and Koharu before rushing over to the two and bringing the two into a hug. Splazaba! Hello, my two favorite friends. The girl called out happily. Sonya, it's been a while since we last saw you, Koharu said, returning the hug. It's been what? A few months? Izuku asked, as Sonya nodded. It has been about 8 floors since we last met. Kyuso, I thought that I wasn't going to meet him here, Sonya said, pointing comically at Klein. Hey, last time I talked to you, you told me that you'd go out on that date with me. Why didn't you show? Klein called out. Busy, I was doing quests, Sonya said with a roll of her eyes. Anyway, what's been happening on the floor whilst you've been here? Izuku asked as Sonya looked back at him. Everything has been going fine, just helping Argo-chan with some quests, Sonya said, as Izuku nodded. You guys hear about what happened with Kibeo and the combined guild back a few floors back? Izuku asked, gaining everyone's attention. Who doesn't? Last I heard about them, Kibeo lost his entire guild within moments and was forced to get back to floor 1. Agile said solemnly. Well, from what I hear, he's joined forces with another grouped-up guild. He's calling his guild the Aincrad Liberation Front, Izuku said as he growled under his breath. He's going to get people killed again, Koharu said, a slight bit worried. Everyone continued to speak to one another before Argo arrived with the quest in hand before noticing everyone present. She smiled at the group and rushed over with a knowing smirk on her face as she stood in front of everyone and held out a hand. Can I have all your information about the monsters of this floor right now? She asked, fluttering her eyes at Izuku. Sure thing, Argo, you don't have to do the fluttering of your eyes to get the info though. Izuku said, passing his notes off. Thanks for the info, bud. Now everyone will be prepared for this floor. Anyway, can you and the others work on another quest I got for Sanya really quick? Argo questioned. What's this quest? Izuku asked, as everyone became intrigued. Well, it goes as follows. Argo said, explaining the quest to them. Alright, we got ourselves a dungeon to go through and collect items along the way. Izuku said, as everyone just followed his lead. A few hours of exploring later, the group had finally arrived at the dungeon that they were supposed to enter. Entering through the ominous doors, they walked through the halls of the place before fighting multiple creatures as well as monsters. They were leveled to be just a bit higher than the group as a whole, but with teamwork they defeated them handily. They collected the first item on the list as it was a couple more items that they'd needed to collect. They just left the dungeon as Klein and Agile had gotten information from their respective guilds requiring their assistance. Hey Enkidu, me and Agile need to leave really quick. Think you can hold down the fort until we come back? Klein asked. Sure thing, nothing much out here right now in terms of monsters and other players. Izuku said, as the two disappeared in magic circles. Is something wrong with your guilds? Koharu asked as Klein nodded. Yeah, they need my assistance to take down a monster on the 49th floor. They took it on without any kind of items and are needing my help to take it out. See you all later. Klein called out as he disappeared. For me, I just need to get to a meeting between me and the guild where all the tank players are at. We are discussing a battle plan for the tank players for the next. For boss, Agile said as everyone nodded. Once Agile and Klein were out of the picture, all that was left was Izuku and the girls as they moved through the floor to return back to the town. Izuku was a few feet in front of the group before he noticed some movement in the forest surrounding them all. Getting into a fighting stance, he stood in front of the two girls as they looked at the forest before they heard it. Hee hee ha ha ha. The two men are out of the picture. Just like boss told us. Voices called out from all angles. A stray knife flew out from the forest and sliced across Koharu's face, causing her body to immediately falter and hit the ground fast. Izuku called out her name before another dart came flying out as Izuku dodged it and used his chains to knock it into the ground, destroying it. Sanya had managed to move out of the way of a few more darts before someone came up behind her wearing a dark green cloak covering their face and head. Placing the girl in a full Nelson, he held her away before slicing her cheek with another poison dart. "Wait a minute," Izuku growled as multiple people exited the brush. "What the?" Koharu asked as she looked at each player. "Red icons? What do they mean?" Sanya asked as she was shoved to a seated position on the ground. "What do you bstard want?" Izuku growled as he dodged another attack. "We just want you to cooperate," one of the assailants said as Izuku entered a combat-ready stance. "Fight us all you want, you won't defeat all of us," the ringleader of the group said. Just like that, the fight was on. Izuku rushed at his opponents as he threw his chains around as he grabbed multiple people and tossed them around the place. He sent a kick towards one of the men holding Sanya as he then moved his golden chain into the face of the other as she fell to the ground groaning. Standing over the two girls, he had his chains fluttering all around them in a protective shield as the red players walked around it. "Red icons? What do they mean?" Koharu asked as Izuku growled out her answer. "They're player killers." Izuku growled. "Player killers?" Sanya asked, horrified. "What a knowledgeable man. Tell them about us. I'm sure you've heard of our guild," the ringleader said happily. "They're Laughing Coffin, a new guild centered around killing players and stealing all their loot. I feel as though they're here for a different reason though," Izuku said as the ringleader grinned from under their hood. "Bingo! We've come here to leave a message on one of the most powerful duos within this game," the ringleader said before moving towards Izuku. "Not one more step. I will make sure that you die here if it means you don't harm them." Izuku growled as both girls stared at him in shock. "K-kill? Why you don't kill players, Enkidu?" Koharu cried out as she looked into Izuku's eyes. "I'm not afraid of killing someone and going orange for a few days." These people are bad news, Koharu, Izuku said, glaring at the ringleader. The man walked even closer before Izuku pulled the chains off the girls and attacked the ringleader as he was tossed into a tree. Rushing the man, Izuku had sent multiple attacks on him as he had the man near the red zone of his health as he was barely able to react to his attack patterns. But as Izuku was about to kill the man, he heard a cry of pain behind him as he turned away from the fight in order to get back to Koharu and Sanya. Only for his heart to tighten in his throat as he saw the two girls being held at knife point. Koharu had a knife to her neck whilst Sanya had a blade to her left cheek. Her head tilted a bit to the side. If you try and kill me, I will have those who hold them two hostage killed. How fast do you think you can kill me before they die? The villainous man asked, with a sadistic grin on his face. You're right, I won't kill you and get to them in time. What do you want? Izuku questioned with anger clear on his face. We are here to give you a message from our leader. He goes by the name of Shigaraki. Heroes don't last in this game, only the villains will last long enough to beat it, he said as Izuku growled at him. You all think this is some kind of game? Izuku growled. No, it is a game. We have no idea whether or not the people we kill are really killed. Only that statement from Kayaba from literally a year and a half ago when this game first started. Now you are going to stand still and take Shigaraki's punishment for getting this far. The ringleader said, cracking his knuckles. Enkidu-san. Don't listen to him. We'll be fine, just don't listen to them. Koharu screamed as she struggled to break free from her attacker. The ringleader grinned as Izuku put away his weapons, and as soon as that happened the ringleader struck. He sent a flurry of attacks at Izuku's frame, a punch to the face, a kick to the gut, a knife being plunged into his thigh and many more. Koharu and Sanya were glaring at the ringleader with pure hatred as this continued on. As time passed by the trio didn't know how long it had been before the ringleader took notice of Izuku's low health. Hey little guy, you should probably heal up. Oh wait, you can't because you're about to die. Mahao, the man said, before attacking Izuku some more. Izuku just stopped taking the hits. Just fight back already. Koharu cried out, tears flowing from her eyes. Why you monsters? Sanya's voice trembled out in fear. This is going to happen whether you all like it or not. The ringleader said, before sending another punch that would have killed Izuku. Had he not blocked the hit. He looked at his attacker as he smiled at them with a grin that looked borderline insane as he sent a powerful right hook at the attacker. And as the guy fell back in shock, the girls noticed how the two Laughing Coffin members behind them were shocked at Izuku's return to the fight. They broke free of their hold and got away from them. Once free, they prepared to help Izuku when he gave them a look to get out of here and fast. Looking at Izuku, Koharu rushed towards him as Sanya looked into his eyes as they told her that he'd be fine. And she ran off to get some help. You know, for a little guy you really hit like a truck. What kind of quirk do you have in order to hit that strong when quirks are deactivated in this world? The ringleader asked as he got up from the ground. That's for me to know and for you to find out later, Izuku said, as he grabbed his weapons and healed. Please don't leave me, Izuku, Koharu said, in a whisper. Don't worry, I won't die. Not when we have to meet in the real world, Izuku muttered, as Koharu stared at him in shock. You hear me, UBSs? I will not die. Not until I've already left this game and made a change in life outside of this god-forsaken game. Izuku yelled, an aura of bloodlust coming from his position. The aura was green in color as he glared at the group of Laughing Coffin members. His eyes were whited out by how intimidating he'd looked. The entire group stared at him for a moment before deciding that running was the perfect option in their lives. Once they threw a flashbang on the ground, Izuku and Koharu covered their eyes as when they opened them only a note remained from what the members of Laughing Coffin who attacked them remained. Make sure that Shigaraki never finds you, he will find some way to cheat and kill you, the letter said. Letting out a sigh of relief, Izuku fell to his knees as he took in deep breaths. Koharu was right by his side immediately as multiple people's voices were heard in the background as Koharu hugged him as tight as she could. I thought why you were going to die. Please don't do that to me. Never again. She cried on his shoulder. As a hero, you must sacrifice anything to save the lives of others. Even if it means your own. Izuku muttered as he felt his eyes slowly closing. As he passed out in Koharu's arms, she took a glance at his health bar and noticed how close he'd really come with death in that fight. Looking at the bar, she found that the entire bar was depleted except for a small sliver at the top left corner of it. And there was a number to how much health he had left next to it. 1/64, 956 HP. 0 out of 100 SP. EXP. 30000/9000000. Clearing the last few floors had been a struggle, but Izuku and Koharu had finally made it to floor after hearing about how the floor will be story-driven for the quests. The two wanted to get in on the whole quest line. They remembered the problem with floor 47, and really hoped that Laughing Coffin wouldn't be as centered around in this story as a whole. They walked over to the nearest vendor and upgraded their equipment so that they could take on the monsters on this floor. Looking over the beach, the two smiled as they looked at everything that moved across the floor itself with both awe and happiness. The last few floors were very stress-inducing, and Izuku really thought that floor 61 might provide a small amount of relaxation for the two of them. Although they wanted to get some rest for this floor as a whole, they decided to rest during their quest line to find the floor boss room. And as they moved across the beach, they eventually found a quest that centered around the mainline quest of the floor itself. Defeating some monsters that put the NPC in danger, the two managed to get the NPC to safety before activating their little quest. As it would turn out, this quest line had a certain gimmick towards the final boss of the floor that couldn't be completed so long as the person with a weird sigil on their body was killed. They were eventually brought over to the one-person/NPC who had this sigil on their body, and Izuku was feeling kind of sick about it. He looked at Koharu with a weird expression on his face, and she met his own with one of hers as she didn't feel like that was okay. Just because they're NPCs doesn't mean that they should live a life to bring an end to the floor boss. Are you sure that you should be the one to die, ma'am? Izuku asked as the NPC looked at him. It was my family lineage's main goal to give our lives to free our people from the tyranny of the monster in the labyrinth, the NPC said, as Izuku sat down on the chair nearby. Hey, I don't think that is how someone should live. You shouldn't have to live with the fact that you need to save your people alone. Isn't there another way you can save them that doesn't involve them losing you? Koharu asked worriedly. I'm sorry, but that is how it must be. There is a way to transfer the sigil from one person to another, however. The NPC said, as Izuku immediately stood up. Transfer it to me, Izuku said, as Koharu stared at him in shock. Why are you so adamant to save my life? The NPC asked, curious. Because nobody should have to live their entire life for only one goal. You should have the ability to choose what your heart desires. NPC or not, Izuku said, clenching his fist. A few hours later, Izuku and Koharu were seen walking through the town of Floor 61 as they were preparing for their run with the NPC to have the sigil transferred from her to him. Koharu, however, wasn't having it as she got in his face as she caught up to him. What is wrong with you? Don't you want to return back to your home? Koharu asked, incredulous. All I have left in the outside world is my mother. If she found out I died protecting others, she would be fine with it, Izuku said, a very solemn expression on his face. I don't think so, Koharu said as she blocked his way. Koharu, this isn't up for discussion. I am giving my life so everyone can move on to the next floor, Izuku said, finality in his tone. I won't let you. There has to be another way for us to pass the floor, Koharu said, as Izuku looked into her eyes. I'm sure that there isn't. The boss can't be killed unless the person who has the sigil dies with it. We need to prepare for the boss fight, Izuku said as Koharu shook her head. I can't live my life without you. You're the first friend I've ever made in this place. If you do this, then I will kill myself to be with you, Koharu said, as Izuku immediately changed his tone. You will do no such thing. Izuku growled at her. Or what? She asked, glaring into his eyes. You can't throw your life away like that. I'm quirkless. Nobody cares about the quirkless person dying, Izuku yelled as Koharu looked into his eyes. I do, she said. Those two words coming out of her mouth caused Izuku to pause. He was a few steps ahead of her when he stopped completely, causing Koharu to hope that he would look at her. When he turned his head, however, she saw him with tears streaming down his face as he fully turned his body to her. "Do you really mean that?" Izuku asked, tears falling from his eyes in droves. "I've cared for you ever since we first met. You've done everything in your power to protect me and everyone around us. How could I not fall in love with you?" Koharu all but screamed at him. "Love? What are you talking about? Nobody has ever told me that," Izuku said as Koharu grabbed his face. "I don't care what everybody says about you. The moment you saved me back in the beta, you showed me that humanity isn't all that bad. You were the person who made me think that if I got out of here, there would finally be someone who cared for me," Koharu said, as Izuku stared into her fear-riddled eyes. "Are you in trouble?" Izuku asked, as Koharu nodded. "My family hates the fact that I had a quirk. They are incredibly quirkist, for all the wrong reason," she said as she sat the two of them down on a nearby bench. From there she talked about how her family had always had big expectations for her growing up, how they wanted her to follow in their footsteps as a politician. But all her life, she'd wanted to become a hero. Just like her hero in present Mike, her favorite hero. Izuku listened in on her life story of how her family beat her day in and day out just to make sure that she was serious about living the life of a politician. It even went as far as physically and mentally abusing her completely, which caused Izuku to become overprotective of her in that moment. "My life, as a quirkless, is probably as bad as yours, except I had a good parent," Izuku said as Koharu stared at him. "You never told me your real name. Is there a reason to that?" Koharu asked worriedly. "Not really. When I entered this world, it is my way of escaping reality. A way to escape everything that just doesn't want me to survive in a world full of quirks," Izuku said, as he took off his upper armor and shirt. "Every day when I go to school, I am physically and mentally abused by my peers as well as teachers. The teachers stick strictly to mental abuse and child neglect, but my peers, the students who are in the same grade as me, they are the ones who dabble in both," Izuku said, as Koharu stared at scars that were definitely not there when they played with one another on quests. "What did this society do to you?" Koharu asked. "Everything that your parents did too. You except making sure that I was shown my place," Izuku said, as he placed his armor and shirt back on. "That's just cruel," Koharu muttered. "Yeah, we're one in the same, but different backgrounds," Izuku mumbled. The two remained quiet as they stood up from their bench and continued walking down the road, emotionally exhausted. They were gathering supplies for the upcoming mission to beat the floor boss when they passed by a monastery where a couple NPCs were getting married. Taking a gander at what was happening, the two watched on in embarrassment as the NPCs left the place with a happy smile on their face. Looking at one another, the two began to blush before looking away from one another. And when Koharu rushed forwards and down the street, Izuku looked at the price of one of the rings for marriage. Ruby and emerald ring, 100,000 call. Looking at his call, he found that he had more than enough of money in order to get the singular ring as he bought it and placed it inside his inventory. Eventually though, Izuku caught up with Koharu, who was looking at a house for the two of them to stay in. Izuku was about to think about everything he'd told Koharu when he saw the girls smiling at the house. Entering the house, the two explored the place as they saw the price of it was just in the area where they could rent it out for them to stay. It had an appealing view of the ocean nearby, as well as had the city in the distance at the bottom of a mountain. The two stood at the balcony as Izuku bought the place for the two of them as Koharu enjoyed the fresh air. "This was nice of you, Izuku. Is there anything I can do in order to pay you back for all of this?" Koharu asked, as Izuku stared at her for a moment. "Well, there's one thing I could do. But I'm not sure you'll like it," Izuku replied, playing coy. "What is it?" she asked, curious. "I don't know. I made a decision earlier and I'm not sure if you'll like it," Izuku said, looking away with a blush. "What did you buy?" she asked, a little annoyed by his shyness. I feel the same way towards you, Koharu," Izuku said, as Koharu stared at him for a second. She asked as she watched Izuku take a knee. Izuku pulled up his menu and searched through his item box before finding the item he wanted to give to Koharu. Her face though was shadowed by her hair as they were in front of one another with tears coming down her face. You've stood by my side through everything we've been through. I have never felt the way I do with you, with pretty much anyone. You are the one person who I cannot lose right now, because if you were to leave me, I don't know what I'd do with myself. Izuku said, finding the words he wanted to say ultimately start to die in his throat. Are you asking me to? Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded. Will you stay with me forever and always? Will you be the yin to my yang? Izuku asked, as Koharu stared at him for a moment. Will you find a way to live through a different direction on our quest? Koharu asked. I had told you no earlier, Koharu, but now that you explained your feelings to me, I can't bring myself to tell you that again. Izuku said, as Koharu brought him into a hug. Apology accepted, and to answer your question. I will marry you, Koharu said, as she pulled Izuku to his feet and embraced him on the lips. As the two stayed on their balcony embracing one another, Izuku slowly placed his arms around her body and pulling her close to himself. She wrapped her arms around his neck as she stood on her toes a little to reach him as they moved back inside the house. As the sun set in the distance, the lights in the house slowly turned off before night had come and the two were asleep in the bed. Off in the distance, near the area where Izuku and Koharu meet the NPC who is a part of their quest, a man wearing a green cloak stood over the mana-filled crystal. He smiled down at the NPC as they waited for the people he wanted to meet, and he couldn't wait to turn the two against the entirety of Aincrad. Even if it meant that Enkidu had to kill the other players to protect one of his own, the man chuckled to himself. This is going to be the best plan that I've ever created, the man said as the wind blew off his hood. What was revealed was wavy light blue-colored hair and chapped lips as he smiled sadistically towards the NPC. He then placed a hand on the ground before it started to decay into polygons as it was then replaced with some more and a sign showing immortal object was shown. It appears as though Kayaba had thought of everything. I hope Sensei isn't mad at me for falling for this kind of trap. The light blue-haired man muttered to himself before disappearing in polygons and white light. Izuku and Koharu woke up the next morning as they prepared themselves for the biggest mission of their lives. They were going to have to choose between which one of them will be getting the sigil that essentially marks one of them for death. That is until they find a different way to save the person who gets the sigil placed on their bodies. Gathering their supplies, they head out and move to where the quest brings them before they find the NPC where they are going to meet is located. The NPC stands over a small glass-like structure as she begins using the game's magic in order to pass the sigil on to Izuku. He had been prepared for such a thing after all, but as soon as they were about to be in the middle of the whole transference of the sigil, a new person arrived at the area covering their body and face with a cloak that was dark green in color. But Izuku immediately took notice of the tattoo on the man's hand as it showed a black coffin with a smiling face. Laughing coffin? Izuku growled, causing Koharu to look at the newcomer. So you already know who I am? That will make this all the more appealing. I will bring down two of the best players on this game and cement myself as the top strongest player of Aincrad, the newcomer said, attacking the duo. Izuku and Koharu rushed at their opponent at the same time. Their opponent, pulling out a giant meat cleaver from their pocket, how the person did this they didn't care. They thought they'd taken care of Laughing Coffin earlier on a lower floor, but with this person's survival, they need to keep them from stopping the ritual. Izuku swung his chains from left to right as Koharu was grabbed by the chains as she was thrown right at their opponent. She pulled out her dagger as she slammed it into the meat of the blade of their enemy as it glowed ominously. Don't think that you can destroy my cleaver of gamers with just a small blade. You'll need to try harder than that. Their opponent growled, tossing Koharu away. Koharu, Izuku called out as the girl smashed into one of the rocks nearby. Keep your eyes on your enemy, the Laughing Coffin survivor said as he threw his cleaver at Izuku. Dodging the attack, Izuku used his chains to grab the weapon and throw it back towards its user. They dodged the attack of course, but they managed to grab it before SWNG it towards the chains of heaven. Some of the chains broke apart, but they were ultimately regenerated by Izuku's willpower alone. The two entered a high-speed battle as they moved across the battlefield in a blur of motion as Izuku flung his chains around at high speeds with their enemy SWNG his cleaver at the same speed. What resulted was an appealing display of gold and metallic black arcing around one another as the two moved across the sandy beach. Before Izuku swung his chains in a swift motion that their enemy had managed to catch in his hands, but at the cost of losing his cloak. Izuku was caught off guard by how familiar the young man looked as he froze in place for a microsecond. But he swiftly got back into the fight as they still exchanged attacks. You handle yourself quite well, I wonder though. How about your girlfriend? The blue-haired man questioned as he threw his cleaver at Koharu. Koharu was standing next to the NPC as she watched the whole transference begin to take place as the magic became more and more powerful. But she noticed a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision as a giant weapon was coming in her direction. She immediately went to protect the NPC who had just pushed her out of the way of the attack before saying her name at the end of the incantation. Koharu looked confused, before a burning sensation took over her left arm as the NPC was killed by the attack. No! Izuku's voice could be heard as she watched the NPC fizzle out into polygons. Koharu, are you alright? Izuku asked as he checked up on her. What did I say about turning your back on your opponent? The blue-haired man's voice called out behind him. Their enemy had been up in the air above them as he was swinging his blade in a downward arc, and Izuku immediately turned around and in a swift motion Koharu had never seen from him before. Break the weapon that was coming to kill them both in one hit. Their enemy had the look of pure shock on their face before they started to laugh maniacally at Koharu, who had begun to hide the sigil on her left arm. I see that my job is already done. See you both at the boss room, the villainous man said, before disappearing off into the distance. Koharu, are you alright? Izuku asked as he helped her up. I'm fine, just a little banged up, she said as Izuku let out a sigh of relief. So, did the transference spell work? I didn't feel a burning sensation of the sigil being placed on me. Izuku asked her. No, the NPC was killed before we could even finish it. And I don't think that she'll be respawning anytime soon, Koharu said, as Izuku nodded. Okay, we'll just have to figure out a different way to stop the boss. Come on, we need to talk to Kirito and Asuna about the floor boss, Izuku said as the two left the place. Koharu watched as Izuku walked slightly faster than her as she pulled her left sleeve down a bit and saw a skull and crossbones on her left shoulder. She sighed as she watched Izuku enter the main building for the guilds to speak about the floor bosses as she ran to catch up to him. He wouldn't like what happened during the ritual, but so long as he doesn't find out, she can live happily with her decision. Inside the guild hall, Izuku was seen conversing with Asuna and Kirito as they tried to figure out a way to kill the floor boss without the sigil. But as time went on, they were running out of ideas, all because of the fact that they couldn't have the sigil to defeat the boss with. Everything was so scuffed because the last remaining member of the Laughing Coffin Guild had entered right when they didn't need to. Izuku let out a sigh of exasperation as he looked at Koharu, who was giving him a smile like she always did. I'm sorry that this happened, Koharu. I'm sure that we can figure this out, Izuku said, as Koharu nodded. I'm sure that we'll figure this out, Izuku-an, Koharu replied as she gave him a hug. So, are you two a thing right now? Kirito asked, as Asuna smacked him upside the head. What does it look like, dingus? Asuna growled. Yes, we got engaged just yesterday, Izuku said, as Koharu nodded along. Well, me and Asuna got engaged a few days prior. So I hope that you all know what you're doing in a relationship, because I sure as hell don't, Kirito said, as Asuna pouted at him. As the day continued further, Izuku started to prepare himself mentally for the fight against the floor boss. He was sharpening his heavenly chains, the pointed ends of them by the way. He was watching as Koharu was writing on a small piece of paper as she held a small light over it as she prepared to head out with him. Izuku decided that now was the perfect time to head to bed as he bade Koharu a good night as she smiled at him as he fell asleep swiftly. Koharu was left with her own devices as she thought about the sigil and what it might mean for her and what she'll have to do going forward. She knows that she will have to die in order to defeat the floor boss, and if that happens, she glanced back at Izuku for a moment. She doesn't know what will happen to Izuku. She loves him, God knows how much she loves him. From the first day that she met that young man, she knew that he was the one for her. And looking down at her final letter to the boy, She knew that what she was planning on doing was going to hurt him forever, especially since she didn't tell him about her having the sigil itself. Dear Enkidu, Midoriya Izuku. You are the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my own life. I love you more than anything the world could ever give me. You are so kind and compassionate that sometimes I forget that even you can have your moments where rage overturns everything. When you are angry, I feel as though I should do something to quell that hatred that burns brightly underneath all your kind and compassionate outer layers. From the very moment you saved my life in the beta, I have always felt a large love towards you and the things you do. You inspire me to be the very best person that I can be, but because I am gone, doesn't mean that you should be alone. Find some friends to live your life with happily without me. You deserve it for how your life was before meeting me and everyone in it. I know that you will miss me, and that's okay. Just know that you should move on from me. I'm not someone who should hold you back from getting into another relationship with. Just do one thing for me after I die. Survive. Survive anything and everything, and make sure that nobody ever feels what you did when you see me die. Your love, Honda Koha. As soon as she rereads her letter to Izuku, she hides it inside his inventory so that he can't find it until she has long passed from the SAO plane. She feels the tears still falling down her face as she gets into the same bed with him as he instinctively pulls her into his. She curls up as he wraps himself around her as she placed his hands over her stomach as she slowly falls asleep within his warmth. It is early in the morning when Izuku wakes up with Koharu sleeping in his arms. He embraces her cheek as he gets out of bed and prepares breakfast for the two of them so they can at least have eaten something before taking on the floor boss. As soon as Koharu wakes up, he notices that her eyes were red and puffy, as though she had spent a major portion of the night crying. Finishing cooking the items, he moved around the table and stood in front of her fretting over her look. Are you all right, Koharu? What happened? Izuku asked as Koharu looked up at him weirdly. I'm fine, Izuku. Just had a nightmare is all. No need to worry so much, you big baby, she said, patting his ear. Are you sure? You look like you've been crying all night. Izuku said, placing a palm on her cheek, worry evident in his eyes. Don't worry, I just had a nightmare last night. But you made it leave with your presence alone. Before thinking back to her little letter. Alright, but you would tell me if something was wrong, right? Izuku asked as he looked into her eyes, searching for something. Yes, I would tell you. Now come on, we have a floor boss to beat, she said, smirking at him. Yeah, let's do that. After all, we're partners, Izuku said, smiling at her. Koharu, when seeing that smile, couldn't help but look sad at it. Today was going to be the last day that she'd ever see that smile ever again. Shaking her head at that thought, she ate breakfast. It was a few hours later that Izuku started to notice things wrong with Koharu. She had become more at peace when they were clearing out the labyrinth. She was making moves that were far too reckless for someone of her intelligence, and he was becoming more and more worried for her safety. When he asked her about it, she told him that everything was fine, with that DMN smile that he always wore. He knew how she was hiding something when she had been smiling very badly at him. It was as though she was straining her smile whenever looking at him. He wondered if he'd done something wrong to her to make her smile that strained to look at him with. But that was put on the back burner as everyone took a break and were sitting just outside of the floor boss room. As everyone was finishing up their preparations, Izuku looked to Koharu one last time as he saw her face of that peaceful expression once again. I have a bad feeling about this, Izuku muttered to himself. What are you talking about? Kirito asked curiously. I don't know, but all I know is that I'm having a really bad feeling right now, Izuku said, as Kirito nodded as the raid party entered the boss room. As everyone moved about the room, they saw the floor boss forming far ahead of them as it suddenly roared out to the heavens. It was massive in height as they saw they were in an aquatic zone for the floor boss room, yet somehow, they were able to breathe in the watery depths. Izuku and the others observed the floor boss and how it appeared as Izuku mentally wrote down its proportions. It not really stood, but more like floated upwards at a height of around 20 meters tall and was around 30 meters long. It had blue scales and red gill fins on their head and body as it slithered through the waters as it rushed them all. Izuku took a chance to look at the health pool of the monster and was surprised to see 9 health bars. But that wasn't the last thing he saw. The last thing he saw was its name. Nazia the Nine-Live Snake. With that information placed in the back of his mind, Izuku and the other members of the raid party had attacked the monster. If the floor boss was supposed to be difficult, then it clearly didn't show it, as everyone in the raid party had been attacking it faster than it could even react. They brought the health of the creature down to its final bar of health, which caused most of them to become cocky. And some of them managed to bring the health pool of the monster down to its final pieces of its bar of health. That is when the bad feeling Izuku had the entire time kicked in. He watched as from the corner of his view, Koharu rushed in towards the monster as she jumped into the air. The monster took the charge as a challenge and rushed at her as well, and Izuku didn't like how low Koharu's health was. And once Koharu had been hit by the monster, he let out a scream of fear as he watched her health bars slowly dwindle down to the last few hit points. She then let out a guttural roar as she slammed her knife into the monster as it was killed from her attack. But Izuku rushed towards Koharu as she fell to the ground as he kept a mental eye on the health she had left. It was dropping very fast, and before he knew it, her health dropped directly to 0. He had just barely grabbed her and lifted her into his arms when she disappeared into white motes of light and polygons when he felt her presence in the game disappear. Everyone else, aside from the friends he'd made along the way, had begun to cheer as the floor boss was defeated. Izuku looked at the ground with a completely blank look on his face as he looked around the place for Koharu. His mind was completely breaking as he searched for her. That was until Koharu's knife appeared in his hand as he saw it being there as his only reminder of her. Everything around him went silent as he felt and heard his heartbeat as he stared at the dagger, the very same dagger that he'd given her on the 60th floor. It was a green curved dagger that had a silver hilt and could use her own life force in order to deal out massive damage to mobs. But there was something inscribed on it that he couldn't take his eyes off of, as he looked at the words written in the Japanese language. Loving friend. Koharu. Oh. What happened? Izuku mumbled to himself as tears flowed from his eyes faster than he could see. So the beach finally died. I wondered when she was going to show you the sigil on her left arm. But it appears as though she didn't show you. A very familiar voice called out. Izuku turned his head to the very familiar sounding voice. And in the distance where the boss monster originally was located, he saw the blue-haired young man as he smirked at him evilly. Although there was something seriously odd about how he looked now, his skin looked cracked and more or less fragile. He stood up as everyone stared at him in confusion as Izuku glared at the man. What in the hell are you talking about? Izuku asked. I thought the beach would have told you. She was given the sigil during our fight. And when you have the sigil, you need to die in order to kill the floor boss. She did an excellent job at doing that, by the way, so tell me, how does it feel to lose someone you love, and they never even told you a thing about it? The villain said, as Izuku slowly felt his moral compass snapping. It started as glass breaking in his mind as he thought back to Koharu earlier that morning, the stuffy eyes and red overall look around them. How she had spent a little bit more time writing everything down in the paper on the desk the previous night. How she smiled the entire time before the boss fight, and that is when the line tethering him from murderous thoughts was like a rope being torn apart and snapping. I am going to make your end as miserable and painful as possible. But not before tossing you off this floor and having you fall to your death on floor 1. Izuku growled as he summoned his chains. That's what I've wanted to see from you. That look of utter hatred. Now you know what it's like to lose everything like I did. The man said as the two rushed one another. Izuku's face was strong-boiled rage as the enemy was of pure evil elation at what he had just revealed. And as they appeared right in front of one another, their heads smacked into one another as their auras had blasted most of everyone out of their way. Izuku's was of pure rage as well as sorrow, whilst his foe's was that of elation and maniacal happiness. Izuku rushed the laughing coffin survivor with vengeance on his mind. It was all this guy's fault for having Koharu hide everything from him. He attacked with his heavenly chains as he tossed them about the field with reckless abandonment. His allies and friends had moved out of the way as he threw his attacks about the place without any regard for the safety of his friends and allies. Unknown to Izuku, but available to everyone who was watching him, Izuku's entire body was changing to match what his emotions were displaying. A green bunny suit that looked worn out and needed a wash with a red sash appeared on his arms before a small device was placed over his mouth. His hands had randomly turned into claws of support items as Izuku attacked the blue-haired member of a dead guild. I will castrate you before I then make sure that you can't leave this god-forsaken game. Izuku roared, as he sent a punch that was stronger than a skill used in the game at the blue villain. The punch landed on the villain's eye as he coughed up spittle as he was blasted away from the boy. Rushing at the man with nothing but rage and sorrow in his heart, Izuku released a massive number of consecutive strikes with the heavenly chains and normal strikes. Each attack combined with his actual attack as his enemy suddenly noticed his health not regenerating like it was supposed to. He fought back as he attacked Izuku in desperation to not be killed, and Izuku was not having any of it. Kicking the villain into the ground, he landed in front of him before charging a yellow-colored clawed fist and slamming it into his eye. The force of the attack caused the ground to crack before being regenerated and replaced with an icon of immortal object as Izuku continued his relentless assault. Grabbing the villain's face and tossing him in the air, even though the villain was much taller than him, he kicked him in the air before jumping in the air to catch up to him. With the other players, they were staring at the scene in front of them with confusion as well as complete shock and awe. Enkidu was definitely holding back on the entire raid party if he was this strong to actually be capable of changing his attire to fight this person without mercy. But for Kirito and Asuna, they noticed something that was definitely not present before the guy showed up at the raid battle today. There was just so much sorrow. Kirito prepared to rush out to assist Izuku in taking down the man, but Asuna placed a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you stopping me, Asuna?" he asked, looking at her. "Look at him. He's gone crazy. He will not distinguish friend from foe in that state. We need to let him vent out his fury and sorrow. There's nothing we can do but wait until he stops," Asuna said, as they both watched as Izuku essentially tossed the Laughing Coffin member across the boss room floor. "That's it, Enkidu. Show me your hatred. Show me that you can become a villain like I am," the blue-haired young man called out, laughing. "Shut up already? You're not something that I wish to become right now," Izuku growled, as he sent a kick into the villain's stomach, sending him into the ground. "Demon, you really hit strong. Did you cheat the system in order to get a quirk?" he questioned angrily. "No, I am hitting you with the full power of my level right now," Izuku growled from behind the villain. The villain turned around only to be receiving a yellow-colored fist in his face as it sent him tumbling across the boss room. Izuku appeared behind him as he sent a kick into his face as he then spun around and landed a flurry of punches on his wrist and upper torso. He pulled the villain's head down and slammed the face into his knee as he then grabbed their arm and spun around in a circle around 15 times as his speed increased on each roundabout. Izuku then stopped entirely as the villain was stumbling about the place as he struggled to regain his bearings, but was met with a fist piercing through his eye. Staring down at his eye, he looked at Izuku as the boy was glaring at him with what the young man could only say was complete fury and anger. Then he began to laugh hysterically as he looked at his health. Haha. The villain laughed hysterically. "What's so funny?" Izuku yelled, punching the villain off his arm. "It's funny that you say that you won't become like me, but if you pay attention to your actions, I haven't initiated any fighting. You did. If you wish to become a hero doesn't start a fight," the villain said, as Izuku glared at the man. "You know you're right. A hero doesn't start a fight," Izuku muttered, as the villain glared at him. "So what, you're going to let me live?" he asked, confused. "No, I'm ending this already. I've had enough of pummeling someone who can't die," Izuku growled before grabbing the young man's body and tossing it over the edge of the world. The villain grabbed onto the ledge as he stared into Izuku's eyes as he struggled to keep himself on the floor itself. Izuku walked over to the ledge as he glared down at the villain who had dared call the girl, the woman he loved, names that didn't fit her attitude. He watched as the villain attempted to get himself up the ledge and get himself to safety, before stepping on his left hand. As he increased the amount of pain the young man was feeling in his hand, Izuku kicked the arm away from the ledge as he focused on the second hand. At this point Izuku's eyes glowed an ominous toxic green as he glared hatefully at the villain who was scrambling to hold on. Lowering his head to glare into the eyes of the young man, Izuku opened his mouth to speak to them. "What's your name before you fall 61 floors back to floor 1? Izuku asked. "The name's Shigaraki Tamura." "What about it?" he growled. "I hope you enjoy your free elevator pass down to floor 1. Izuku grumbled before kicking the second hand off the ledge. "You abastard." Shigaraki called out angrily as he fell all the way down past the clouds. Izuku stared as the man fell down to the point where he couldn't be seen anymore as he took a deep breath. Once he let his actions towards the man fully set in his mind, Izuku sat down at the edge of the floor as he started to feel the sorrow he felt over Koharu's death hit him strong. Rubbing his eyes as tears continuously fell from them, Izuku tried to think of all the good times he had with the girl, the woman he had grown to love in this entire game. Just as everything was about finished, and everyone was moving on to the next floor, Izuku heard a notification sound for himself. As he looked over at it, and he felt his mind halt entirely. It was a notification for an item that was placed in his inventory list. Opening his menu and looking for the item, he found an item that was stated to only be a letter. Pressing on the letter icon, he watched as the very same paper that Koharu was writing on the previous night was in his hands now. "Dunno. There's no possible way," Izuku muttered as he read the letter entirely. "Dear Enkidu, Midoriya Izuku. If you are reading this, that means that I am dead. I know that you are going to want to see me survive this death game with you, but at this point I'm going to go ahead and say that I killed myself in killing the floor boss. Izuku, you are one of the most powerful and compassionate players in SAO, and I can't express how much you have influenced my life. You are the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my own life. I love you more than anything the world could ever give me. You are so kind and compassionate that sometimes I forget that even you can have your moments where rage overturns everything. When you are angry, I feel as though I should do something to quell that hatred that burns brightly underneath all your kind and compassionate outer layers. From the very moment you saved my life in the beta, I have always felt a large love towards you and the things you do. You inspire me to be the very best person that I can be. But because I am gone, doesn't mean that you should be alone. Find some friends to live your life with happily without me. You deserve it for how your life was before meeting me and everyone in SAO. I know that you will miss me, and that's okay. Just know that you should move on from me. I'm not someone who should hold you back from getting into another relationship with. Just do one thing for me after I die. Survive. Survive anything and everything, and make sure that nobody ever feels what you did when you see me die. Your love, Honda Koha. No. I can't live without you. Kort. Why did you do it? Izuku mumbled to himself. Izuku held the piece of paper to his ear as he cried to himself as everyone left him alone in his moment of vulnerability. He stayed by himself in the room as everyone's presence had completely disappeared from sight as well as his senses. He had now long since placed the letter to his side as he pulled his legs up to his ear as he looked over the edge and saw the town of beginnings in the distance. He looked at the knife in his possession as he pulled it out and pointed it directly at himself, his hands trembling as he watched the offending item. He never noticed how Asuna and Kirito had returned back to the boss room to find him literally thinking about ending his own life. But they watched as his hands were trembling from what he was about to do before he stopped shaking entirely before he placed the knife down next to him. On the letter itself, Izuku looked off into the distance before he felt the presence of Kirito and Asuna coming up behind him with two more people. Turning his head, he found Klein and Agile standing there with solemn expressions on their faces as he stood up grabbing the items. Walking over to the four of them, tears falling from his eyes, his new attire had long since dissipated from existence, he handed the items over to Agile and Klein. He got a few feet away from the two who were the most kind to him aside from Koharu as he spoke to them. Please, make sure that you keep them. I don't know what I would do if I look at them anymore. Izuku said as Agile spoke up. Do you want to have them back at some point? He asked softly. I don't know, all I know is that when we get out of this game, I personally want to make sure that this never happens again. Izuku said as he slowly walked up the stairs to the next floor. Back with Kirito, Asuna, Klein and Agile, the four looked at one another as Kirito just sighed with Asuna doing the same. He might try and kill himself to be with her. It hasn't even been 2 days since they both got engaged, and this happens? Kirito said, as Agile just looked at them shocked. They just got engaged? This isn't just physically and mentally exhausting. This is traumatic in general. What if he can't take another relationship under the pretense that he'll think that they'll hide things from him that might cause their death? Klein asked, concerned. We'll make sure that we can find him before it gets to that point, Agile said as Klein just looked at him. We only know his screen name, Agile. We don't even know what his real name is. Klein questioned. Well, the paper said that his name is Midoriya Izuku. But it states that his player's name is Enkidu. Kirito said, as everyone looked at him. Hey, I dabbled a bit in espionage in the game. Give me a break. Kirito said as the others sighed. We're going to need to keep an eye on him. Losing someone who has been with him ever since floor is definitely not going to go well with him mentally. Especially with what happened on floor 56? Agile said as he shook his head. What happened on floor 56? Asuna asked. Izuku had his first encounter with Laughing Coffin. It happened so fast that because me and Agile had left him entirely with Koharu and Sanya alone, he wasn't able to fend them off entirely and nearly died for it. It was only because of Koharu and Sanya escaping their paralysis effect in time to help out that he was capable of surviving. Klein implied. Think he's going to be downright suicidal from here on out? Kirito said, glaring at the ground. I wouldn't be so sure, Agile said as everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Didn't you see how set off he was at that Laughing Coffin survivor? Klein asked. Kirito, when you saw the letter, did you read the final paragraph? Agile questioned. Yeah, what about it? Kirito asked. Well, it specifically told Izuku to quote-unquote survive. He will be suicidal but his actions will be focusing on him surviving long enough to make sure that her death wasn't in vain, Agile said as he rubbed his eyes. What's the problem though? Asuna asked. The letter doesn't explicitly state when he should stop surviving. Only that if he gets out of this game, that he should find some love outside of her, Agile said as everyone grimaced. It's going to take one hell of a lifestyle change in order for him to move on from her death. He had just become engaged with her, damn it. Klein growled out. What about the Russian? Agile asked. What about her? Kirito asked. Well, she displayed some form of attraction to Midoriya, Agile said, as everyone sighed. I'm not sure that she'd be capable of keeping him sane right now, Agile, Asuna said as they all sighed once again. They all gathered their items as they left for the next floor. Although what awaited them on the next floor was bound to be even harder and way harsher than this floor was entirely. But they wouldn't allow it to stop them from making steps into completing the game and escaping from it. After Koharu's death, Izuku just wandered the safe zones of each floor that came after floor. Every time he'd go to bed, he would have a nightmare of Koharu telling him that he let her die and that everything was his fault. And each time he woke up he was met with the dark crimson eyes of his failures as he sat up and stared into a mirror each day. His eyes were slowly showing signs that he hadn't been getting as much sleep as he needed in order to move on to the next day. Each and every day he would enter the raid parties with less and less energy as he eventually collapsed due to pure exhaustion. Kirito and Asuna were there for him when the trio were out on a raid run on a small dungeon that wasn't much trouble for the trio. But it became deadly as soon as Izuku, whilst he was in the middle of an attack, had collapsed to the ground unconscious. The other two paused what they were doing and saved his unconscious body from an attack from behind that could have killed him. It was here that they noticed the dark bags under his eyes before he suddenly jolted awake and got off of Kirito's arms. They became alarmed when Izuku's own expression was showing signs of survivor's guilt as well as sorrow that was becoming worse and worse. They eventually forced him to stay behind on the floor in order to do the raid boss fight without having to deal with him passing out mid-fight. Izuku had never felt so useless in a fight before in this DMN game. And it all stemmed from his loss of Koharu, and he just kept thinking that it was all his fault that he never noticed Koharu's signs of what she was planning to do. It caused him to begin to lose trust in others whenever they were close to him, Other people in the game who had feelings for him couldn't get through his barriers that he'd placed up. Every single girl who'd asked him out after Koharu's demise, and each time he felt worse. "All right, Izuku, we need you to tell us what is wrong," Kirito said, as Izuku sat next to him on floor. "What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, eating some food. "Dude, ever since Koharu died, you haven't been the same. Why, you lost a lot of yourself," Kirito said, as Izuku glared at him. "Don't you ever mention her name." Izuku growled as he drank some water. "Izuku, I'm not trying to get you to forget about her. But do you think she'd want you to be like this? All over her?" Kirito asked, concerned. "Why do you care?" Izuku asked, as Kirito stared at him in confusion. "Why do I care?" Kirito parroted. "Yeah, why do you even care about me?" Izuku asked as he stood up angrily. "I care because I don't want to lose a good friend to me," Kirito said, standing up as Izuku started to walk away from him. "I don't need a friend right now, I want Koharu to come back," Izuku said as he left the building. Off to the side of the room, Asuna stood quietly as she stared at Kirito with a glare that was silently telling him off. "Did you really think that me talking to him would work?" Kirito asked, exasperatedly. "I at least came up with an idea to get him out of his home. But this is worse than we thought, the fact that he is causing himself to fall apart because of her." "She wouldn't want this," Asuna said, as Kirito nodded. "We can only hope that he can get over this soon," Kirito said, leaving. "What, you're not going to help him? He clearly needs help," Asuna said, as Kirito sighed. "He literally yelled at me to leave him alone. Why should I stick around if he doesn't want me around?" Kirito questioned. "Because friends don't just abandon one another," Asuna said, as Kirito just sighed. "You try then, I'm pretty sure that he'd react the same," Kirito said, as he left after Izuku with Asuna not far behind. Izuku finally made it to a small creek, an area of floor 61 that he and Koharu had found when they weren't worrying about the sigil. He sat down on the ground as he pulled out an item that Koharu had given him early on into their time in the game. Scrolling through his inventory list, he found the item that she'd given him earlier on floor. It was a small acorn that she'd gotten from a quest on that specific floor. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he stared at the small item. Minuscule in appearance, but it meant so much to him as he wrapped the item in his palms and held it up to his ear. He sniffled as he couldn't hold back any more feelings he'd bottled up inside as he pushed his head into the ground softly. He grunted and heaved as he felt all the emotions coming to the surface far and away from those he cared about who were just friends. If there was one thing he hated being shown during the time after Koharu's death, was the fact that everyone looked at him with pity. Not to mention that most of the girls he'd met up with and actually went out with had stated that they'd be an upgrade from Koharu, which had turned him away from them. Right now, he felt as though he saw Koharu standing in front of him right now as she pulled him into her arms and gave a hug. "I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough to save you," Izuku mumbled, holding the acorn with everything he had. I wanted to find another way to save one of us when it came to the sigil." Izuku mumbled even more. "Don't worry, Enkidu-san, you're safe. Just let it all out," the mirage of Koharu said, as Izuku just cried more and more. He had no idea as to how long he had stayed at the creek, but he just stared at the creek before looking to his right only to see someone who was downright appealing to him. She had no distinguishable features on her face that would allow him to figure out who she really was. But if anything, she felt familiar to him somehow, and Izuku was struggling to figure out what was going on. Finally wiping his eyes from the tears that were falling from his eyes, he took in the person who was here to help him in his moment of weakness. She had long blonde hair with blue eyes that made her appear as though she was very young in age. At least around his age at the moment. But if anything, he found himself immediately pulling away from the young woman as the blush on her face was prominent as she spoke up to him. "Sorry for coming here and listening in on your mumbling. I just wanted to make sure that you were all right," the young woman said, leaning back on her hands. I should be sorry. Why, you shouldn't have seen me like that," Izuku said, looking away from the girl. "Hey, not to pry or anything. But who is Koharu?" the girl asked, confused but curious. "She is the one that I had devoted my heart to. But she's gone," Izuku said, tears coming back out with a vengeance. "I'm sorry if she's a sore spot in your heart right now," the girl said, immediately preparing to leave. "Don't. Please don't leave me alone," Izuku mumbled as he held one of her hands. She looked down at Izuku with a face that was concerned, but at the same time, she sat back down and just took in the view with him. They watched as the sun was rising off in the distance, and Izuku for some reason felt himself calming down in the presence of this young woman. But for now, he'd allow himself some time to bask in the glow of the sunset, for a few hours as the two remained quiet. Finally, Izuku looked over at the young woman as she smiled at him, her glasses covering her eyes as she looked in his direction. By the way, what is your name?" Izuku asked, looking at the girl. "Oh, I go by the game name of Jujusai. But you might know me better as Melissa Shield," the girl said, with a smile as Izuku just stared at her in awe. Off in the distance from where Izuku and Melissa sat, a small mirage could be seen. It was a familiar face of a girl we have all come to know and love. Koharu, her ghostly form, watched over Izuku as the young man was just staring in awe of Melissa being trapped in this game as well. She let out a sigh of relief before looking at Izuku from afar. "You've been this hurt over my choice, huh? I'm sorry, Izuku. But in order to move on, I guess I should move myself into your soul and provide some closure," Koharu mumbled to herself as she flew over to Izuku. When she came close to the boy, he was still sitting in complete shock at how Melissa had been sitting right next to him. But he never noticed a small white ghost enter his body from behind, and in that moment, Izuku shuddered as though a small breeze caused him to shiver. "Are you all right, Enkidu-san?" Melissa asked. "I'm fine, just felt a breeze. I should probably turn in for the evening," Izuku said, standing up. "Well, hope you guys finish the last 25 floors before we can get out of here," Melissa said before standing up and walking away. Looking at the sunset, Izuku never noticed but a small ghostly form had overshadowed his entire body and covered itself on his body. But he did hear a voice ringing in his head, and as he looked around himself, that was when he felt as though he were being hugged. "I'm so sorry, Izuku, I didn't give you the chance to figure it out. But you need to let go. Seek help from the others, they are there to help." Koharu's voice rang out in his head, bringing a new set of tears. A couple of days had passed since Izuku's talk with Melissa. He had gotten better than he was previously when he went to the creek in order to clear his mind of everything. But now that he was back, Kirito and the others had noticed an uptick in his skills enough that they weren't as worried about him joining Koharu in the afterlife. They actually smiled when he joined them for a small raid on a dungeon, and he was actually having fun with them all. But now though, everyone was moving through the dungeon that led to the 75th floor boss of Aincrad as a whole. And everyone was getting antsy about what was going to happen on this raid, as nobody knew what kind of monster this was going to be. For all they knew, it could have been similar to Gleam Eyes, the floor boss of the previous floor that they'd just defeated. But now that the one that everyone dubbed the lone wolf of the raid parties was back, they were more pumped as well as determined to beat this boss and move on. After a few hours of searching around the dungeon for the boss room, they finally found it as they all entered it. Entering combat stances, everyone got into their strategic placements for the boss fights as they heard the sounds of something crawling around. Izuku was the first to take notice of something when he heard some rocks fall down from above himself and a few others. Chancing a glance upwards, he found a giant skeletal behemoth who was massive in terms of height, length, as well as width. "It's above us," Izuku called out, using his heavenly chains to pull everyone away from the spot the boss just dropped from. Pulling everyone out of the way, they watched as the boss monster grew in height as it glared down at them all. 10 whole health bars appeared on the side of its head as everyone watched on in horror as each one filled up. Izuku glared at the health bar of the monster as the number went from 0 all the way to 2,569 SW. His chains around, he pulled multiple others who were in the way of the rest of the boss's body falling down towards them. And as they prepared to mentally and physically fight such a monstrous being, Heathcliff, the leader of the Knights of the BLD Oath Guild, had stepped up and gave a speech. "Men, we've come all this way in order to complete this game. We cannot back down now. We have people in our homes back in the real world. We cannot give up here. Show them the real strength of those who protect the weak." Heathcliff called out. Hearing those words, Izuku didn't pay them much mind before he paused in his movements. They were hitting really close to home ironically. Looking over at the man, he noticed Heathcliff's health bar hadn't gone down yet from the boss monster hitting the ground. Looking at the man's overall health, he did note that his health was far above that of anyone he'd ever seen before. Even more than the blue-haired player killer back on floor shaking his head, he thought that it'd be impossible that Heathcliff was not who they thought he was. The simple fact that everyone thought that this boss fight would be like many other boss fights that they'd gone through the entire game was an overstatement. The fact that this boss was still alive even after they'd brought its health down to 0 within the first 2.5 hours of the fight was ridiculous. But here they all were fighting against a boss that could bring itself back from the dead, quite literally. Most if not everyone's health was nearing the red, and those who had enough DPS in order to attack the boss weren't faring too well either. But if anything, Izuku paid more attention to the boss's attack patterns, trying to decipher how it would attack next. And without even thinking, he stepped up with Kirito and Asuna as the trio had launched themselves at the monster and attacked it with as much power and speed as possible. Izuku rushed the boss, throwing his chains everywhere around the room as he wrapped the chains entirely around the boss. Kirito and Asuna then came in and attacked from both sides of the monster as they released both of their most powerful sword skills. Pulling strong on his chains, Izuku felt some of them groan as though they were about to break, but Izuku held firm onto them as he used a martial arts skill in order to keep them going. Within the next hour of the two strongest DPS players in the game releasing each and every strongest attack they could at the boss, they had finally brought it down to the last sliver of its health. At this point, Izuku just wanted this fight to be done and over with. So he pulled the chains closer together, and with enough power he created a new sword skill that he could use with his chains. For some reason, multiple golden portals appeared with each and every sword that he'd come across in the game up until this point had pointed straight at the boss. Feeling a grin hit his face, he released each and every sword at the monster as it screeched out in pain and misery. Each attack that landed on the boss created a massive explosion that cratered the ground underneath the boss. Eventually, though, the boss couldn't handle any more punishment before it turned into many polygons and motes of white light. As soon as the skill was over, Izuku fell to his knees as he took in deep breaths as though he had used a quirk. He felt as though he'd used way too much energy in this fight against the boss of floor 75, and to think they had 25 more floors after this. Everyone took a break in the boss room as they drank some water and other utilities. Some even tried to use the bathroom over the edge of the stage, but nothing came out since they were essentially a bunch of ones and zeros. But out of everyone in the boss room, Izuku took note that Kirito was glaring at Heathcliff with malice. Something that took Izuku off guard until he glanced at the commander of the Knights of the BLD Oath as he spoke to some members of his guild. He watched as the man was talking to some of his subordinates as he glanced at the commander's health pool. From what Izuku could see, the man hadn't even left the yellow in terms of his overall health, and Izuku realized what Kirito was about to do when the young man equipped his swords. And before Heathcliff and Kirito could react, a golden chain with a tipped end smashed right towards Heathcliff's back as one of his men warned him of the incoming attack. Izuku and Kirito watched as the man slowly turned around and the golden pointed edge of his weapon had poked directly at the man. And for all but a moment, all Izuku heard was the rapid beat of his heart that muffled all sounds as he glared at the health bar of the man. Once the pointed edge had smashed into the man, a purple hexagon had appeared to block the surprise attack, showcasing the words that were around the place if you smacked it strong enough. Immortal object. CC Commander, W is that sign on your body? One of the Knights of the BLD Oath questioned. Sigh, I didn't think that I'd be doing this today, Heathcliff said, ominously as he opened his menu and clicked something. What are you doing? Izuku growled before he felt his body be incapable of moving anymore. Looking to his health bar, he watched as a paralysis debuff had appeared next to it as Heathcliff glared at everyone present. He didn't even say a word. That was until Asuna spoke up from where she was on the ground at. But Izuku did notice something peculiar. Kirito wasn't suffering from the paralysis that everyone was afflicted. Commander, what the hell is that? Asuna questioned, suspicion in her voice. You see, Asuna, the answer to that question should be obvious. I was never one of you, Heathcliff said, as he looked at everyone with a complete emotionless facade. That doesn't make sense if you entered the game. How did you establish characters? Izuku asked, confused as Heathcliff just looked bored. I'm the game developer. I gave myself the ability to change how I look in order to blend in with all of you, Heathcliff said, as he walked over to Izuku. Everyone was feeling worried for the green-haired young man as he growled at Heathcliff, the man just chuckling at him all the while. He stopped before Izuku and used a command in order to keep Kirito standing still over where he was located. The two glared into one another's eyes before Heathcliff spoke again, this time with something akin to annoyance towards the young man. You see Enkidu, or should I say Midoriya Izuku. I have been keeping an eye on both you and Koharu ever since you both entered the game about 2.5 years ago. The fact that you appeared and started to screw up everything that I had set up, it was preposterous. But there was something different about you when I saw how you played. You were far too used to the controls of how games like mine worked, Heathcliff said as he stood back upright, and Kirito looked at Izuku in alarm. There's a thing that I love to call you and your lover, well, before she gracefully kicked the bucket, Heathcliff said, as Izuku let out a low growl. Don't you dare say her name in vain. Izuku growled. Oh, I hit a button on you, didn't I? I guess her death was something that still is on your mind, Heathcliff said, before walking over to Kirito. You see, I was originally going to betray you all and show you all that I was going to be the floor 100 boss that you'd all have to fight. But since you two found out about me early on, how about this, one of you will get the chance to fight me. Only one, Heathcliff said, as Kirito glared at the man. Kayaba, why? What's the meaning of all this? Izuku called out. I never knew that you'd be an integral factor to breaking my plans down the longer you survived. So I decided to code your little girlfriend's life to where she could hide everything from you, Heathcliff said with a smirk. Everything that you'd seen on floor was fabricated, Heathcliff said with a villainous laugh. Why you BS'd? You played with his feelings. Why you force someone into a relationship all for what, your amusement? Kirito called out. Well, the relationship wasn't entirely fabricated. Koharu Honda did in fact love Midoriya Izuku. The fact that she didn't tell him earlier was very frightening to me. So I sped the process up and led her to her death. It always makes me happier when I see love be created before it's stamped out in front of their lover, Heathcliff said, as he smirked. Izuku couldn't hear anything after that, as he thought about all the times he'd hung out with Koharu. Every little detail about her that he'd seen on floor 61, her being exceptionally shy, how she was hiding information from him the entire time after receiving the sigil. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, but all he knew was that Heathcliff shouldn't get away with murdering a young woman scot-free. Before he could get up to challenge the man himself, Kirito rushed the man instantly. And almost as fast as Izuku saw the fight starting, he could feel his anger and hatred for the man grow even more. The fact that he'd gotten Koharu killed, and it wasn't in fact Koharu's own fault for not telling him about it. He now had a person to let all his years of pain and suffering against. And nobody would even care about him, so as he tried to overpower the paralysis, Kirito's battle with Heathcliff was beginning to reach the CLMX. The two moved across the battlefield with grace, as they dodged and blocked one another's attacks. Kirito had begun to use his most powerful sword skill that he'd gotten from pure chance, when one of his blades broke against Heathcliff's shield. He watched as his own blade had broke in front of himself as it disappeared in polygons and motes of light. And Heathcliff had then went to strike at Kirito in his moment of complete bewilderment, and just before he could pierce through Kirito, someone else got in the way to protect the young man from being killed by Heathcliff. It was Asuna. She had taken the hit as her health went straight to zero. Kirito held her in his arms, not even sure of what he should do, until he felt her rapier enter his hand as he felt a tear fall from his eye. Heathcliff moved forward as he prepared to pierce Kirito through the ST, and just as he was about to, again, someone else entered the fray this time. Izuku used his chains to grab the weapon from Heathcliff's hand and yank him away from Kirito, causing the young man to look at him confusedly. Don't give up, Kirito. This is our chance to end this, Izuku called out, rushing at Heathcliff. That's right, Kirito, you shouldn't give up after your loving wife was killed. Make sure that you give me a good fight before I meet you all at floor 100, Heathcliff said, as he entered battle with Izuku. Izuku threw his chains around with a passion that wanted to make sure that Koharu didn't die in vain. He threw them with precise and powerful strokes as Kirito immediately got his head together and attacked through his chains. Their precise and swift attacks caused Heathcliff to be put on the back foot of the battle as they moved across the field. Multiple chains grabbed onto Heathcliff's shield and tried to pry it away from him, but he held firm and pulled Izuku towards him. The man's shields bashed Izuku, sending him crumbling to the ground, tumbling near the edge of the stage. Kirito then entered the fray by using a newly made skill he'd earned from Asuna protecting him. He used his dual-wielding sword skill in order to wield both blades and activated his strongest sword skill he could use. Starburst Stream. Kirito threw a sword first at the shield, as Kayaba blocked the first strike. Kirito then moved the blade into the shield itself, causing a small unnoticeable crack on the outer layer. He then continued this trend as Izuku re-entered the fray as his chains moved around Kirito, creating a pathway for him to reach Kayaba without even blocking his exits. Kayaba managed to grab his sword as Izuku's chains finally managed to pull his shield away and knock it off the stage's edge. And the two sword fighters were then left in a duel of fate. Kirito initiated his Starburst Stream as Kayaba tried his best to defend against it. The multiple attacks coming from different angles had caused him to be incapable of blocking all the damage. His health dropped from the yellow to the deep red. He was becoming more and more desperate with his attacks. That was when he moved his blade at Kirito as the young man was about to make a horizontal strike against him. Kirito didn't see the blade coming until it was already too late in his eyes, but a chain got in the way and pulled the blade away from Kayaba before a yell came from above. Both fighters looked up and found Izuku speeding down towards Kayaba with tremendous speeds that would rival Ingenium. And with a massively powerful kick to Kayaba's gut, the man had his guard broken as he could do nothing as Kirito finished the attack. This is for Asuna and those who were killed by your actions, Kayaba. Starburst Stream. Kirito screamed as his blades pierced through his head and everything was quiet for everyone as they watched Kirito and Izuku finally put an end to the man who caused them all this hell. Izuku climbed back up to his feet as he saw Kayaba looking dead inside his eyes before Kirito pulled his blades out of the man. Izuku then held the man up in the air as he grabbed at his armor-plated throat. This is what you deserve for playing with everyone in this game as though we were mere puppets in your DMN amusement park. Izuku growled before slamming the man in the face with a haymaker, sending the man into the ground and disappearing in white motes of light and polygons. As everyone just sat there and stared at what was happening, they had defeated the last boss of the game based on technicalities. So as everyone was looking at each other, they started to disappear in white motes of light and polygons. Fear spread through them all until Kirito and Izuku were all that's left of those in the game, and the two looked at one another. Izuku, do you think that you'll be okay back in the real world? Kirito asked. I don't know. All I know is that everything that I've suffered, it will probably come back to haunt me from here on out, Izuku said, rubbing his hair. Well, hopefully we see one another in the real world, Kirito said, before he disappeared from SA. Izuku stayed in the chamber as long as he could. He looked at the place one last time as he took in the place that he felt as though he could escape the real world in. This would be a place of nightmares to come for him in the future. Not only that, but he would never forget his time with Koharu. The thought of who was now coming back to him as he sat down at the edge of the stage as he slowly turned white. Polygons were now falling off of him as though he were decaying from the world of the internet. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. He wondered how such a quirk would work on the internet or games in general. Muzutafu General Hospital. A woman with long green hair and a thinning body was rushing through the halls. She'd gotten information that the people who were trapped in the SAO game had finally been waking up. Since her son had never been flatlined, she never thought for a moment that her son would die. But the fear that he would succumb to death in the game was never something that she would never want to remember but be forced to. She made it to the hallway where her son was currently sleeping in, and as soon as she turned around the corner to where she would find her son's room, she found a young boy who was shorter, but at the same time, much scrawnier than she last remembered him, was standing there. He'd been seemingly walking for a while as she took in his slightly frayed and longer green and black hair. His eyes were something that she wished she could bring hope back to again as he looked at her with wide expressive eyes. The freckles on his face showing shock and immediate regret as he pushed himself to her as fast as his very bony legs could muster up. Her son called out, as Inko Midoriya hugged her son. Izuku! Inko called out as the two fell to the ground, uncaring of all the sounds they were making in the hall. Izuku and his mother stayed in the other's arms. They were too afraid that what they were seeing at this point in time was just a big dream and one of them was dead. Although his mother squeezed him tighter in her grasp, Izuku took notice that his mother's frame had definitely gotten slimmer. He hugged her that much harder when realizing that she became like this all because of what happened to him in Z. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't want T to leave you like this. Izuku mumbled into her shoulder crying. Don't see cry Izuku when you cry. I cry. Inko said, as she hugged her son as tightly as possible without hurting him. It's not your fault that this happened, Mom. See, can we get back in my room? Izuku asked as he pulled away from his mother. I'm sure that we can. Let's go meet the doctor inside your room, Inko said as she led the boy back to his hospital room. When they were back in the room, Inko called the hospital staff and informed them that her son had woken up from his game-induced coma. The staff rushed into the room and immediately were checking everything they could about his body and health. Once each and every bit of their tests were done and over with, they left the mother and son alone so that they could spend some much-needed time together. Izuku had leaned into his mother's side as she hugged him on the bed. He felt tears continuously fall from his eyes as he began to tell her everything that happened in the game. From floor 1 all the way to floor 75, he told her everything that happened in the game. Especially the moments he'd shared with Kirito and the others. The friends he'd made along the way. He even spoke about Koharu, the first girl he'd fallen in love with. Inko was so happy to hear that her son had found someone who had actually shown him the love he needed. Especially so in the time that he couldn't receive it from her, what with her job and how busy she'd been for the last couple years before her son was trapped in Nisu. But to hear that Koharu had sacrificed herself before he could even make their marriage official in the game was heartbreaking. Especially so when her son informed her that the man who trapped them hacked into her emotional intellect and forced that upon them both. And only to have her not inform him of anything to the point of which she wouldn't tell him about the apparent sigil that was on her. He spoke even more about the fight against Heathcliff as Kirito and him took on the man who would be their captor. How it took their combined might in order to put an end to the madman known as Kayaba Akihiko, the man who trapped 10,000 players inside of SAO. Izuku had also told her about the battle against the villain who had gotten the game in order to kill other players. She had been sitting on the edge of her seat when Izuku had informed her about his near-death experiences. By the time he'd finished his story, Inko had pulled her son into another hug as she promised him that she'd make sure that he's properly cared for this time around. Not to mention the fact that she'd make sure that he isn't trapped in another game ever again, even going as far as to tell him that she will openly support his dreams for heroism. A few weeks would pass for the Midoriya family as they helped one another cope with everything that happened to them. Izuku was leaning on his mother more now than he was before he was trapped in SAO. But he had also been helping her with her open fear of losing him due to something happening to him. It got to the point that he decided to learn something else aside from gaming as well as heroes. As he'd come across a musical store. Looking at the name of the store, he shrugged his shoulders as his mother pushed him inside of the store itself. Looking around the place, they found so many different instruments laying around the place. They came across certain instruments that they had some slight feeling of familiarity with. That was until they came to the guitar area. They heard the sound of a young woman singing in a small area, as Izuku led his mother to where the singing came from. Turning around the corner of the area, they found a young girl who was around Izuku's age, with long earlobes with jacks at the end of them. She was using one of the guitars as she was singing a song that was on some paper right next to herself. Inko moved the wheelchair over near the girl as Izuku looked at his mother as she spoke in a whisper at him. She might be able to help you choose one of these instruments, Izuku. Not only that, but she might teach you how to use one. Inko whispered as the girl immediately looked at. What? Asked, as Izuku looked at his mother in a deadpan expression. Sorry about my mom, are you one of the owners of this place? Izuku asked as the girl nodded. The name's Jiro Kyoka? The girl said, extending a hand as Izuku extended his own. Midoriya Izuku? Izuku replied as the girl looked at him closely. Are you a survivor of SAO? Jiro questioned. I guess I am. How many others were able to escape that death game? Izuku asked as the girl scoffed. The BSTRD Kayaba managed to cause the deaths of at least 90% of all players in his game. But he allowed the last 10% to escape from his game. I'm glad the BSTRD died in his own game. Jiro said as she pointed at the television nearby. Looking at it showed a news anchorwoman talking about the dreaded death count of each and every player who had been killed in the game. As the numbers went up into the high thousands, Izuku was becoming very worried about the numbers of survivors left over from the beginning of the original 10,000 players. Sorry if this causes you to lose some faith in your friends from that game. But unless one of their names is officially stated on the news, then they're not dead. Jiro said, as Izuku sat in thought. Was someone named Honda Koharu stated to be dead on the news? Izuku asked, some hope in his heart for the girl of his dreams. Sorry, but she died about a month ago. Just a few weeks for us before the SAO death game was defeated. Jiro said, as Izuku slumped in his wheelchair as Jiro looked panicked. Don't worry, he was holding out hope for the girl he loved surviving. Inko said as Jiro looked at Izuku. I knew it was a long shot, but to hear that she's actually dead, it hurts. Izuku said as he looked at a nearby guitar. If you don't mind, could we take this instrument home with us? Inko asked the girl. Yeah sure. Jiro said, as the trio grabbed the device and walked to the cashier. One acoustic guitar, Mom. Jiro said as the mother happily smiled. One guitar for the young man I see. Planning on impressing the ladies? Jiro's mother asked, with a mirth in her eyes. And not really, just wanted to learn something new. Izuku said, as Jiro nodded. If you come back here another day, I can teach you some things. Jiro said, as her mother looked at her in shock. Once the Midoriyas bought the guitar, they left the building as the two Jiros talked about their future learner of musical arts. Although, on the way back home, Izuku was beginning to already learn how to use the guitar and his mother was loving how he was spending his time at the moment. The fact that her son was spending time with her as well as learning something new, it really made her heart clench for how her son really felt about his situation. The girl he loved is truly well and dead, and there is nothing he can do about it in a way that can help him recover from it. All because of a madman who wanted to have power in a virtual world that he created. By the time mother and son arrived at their apartment, they entered the living room as they prepared for Izuku to begin learning to use the musical instrument. The two remained in the apartment for the remainder of the evening as Izuku did his best to learn how to use a guitar in front of his mother. It wouldn't be until a few more days passed that when Izuku was wheeled out of his bedroom by his mother, that he heard the front door open and close again in a hurry. Both Midoriyas were confused as to who was entering their home in a hurry. And as they moved out into the main room, they found a man with black curly hair. His red eyes glaring through the entire place as though he were on a mission to find whoever was here. But as soon as his eyes landed on the two of them, he immediately smiled as a sigh of relief had fallen from his mouth with some black smoke leaving his mouth as well. Izuku, the man said, rushing both mother and son. Hisashi? What are you doing here? Inko called out as Hisashi picked their son up into their arms. I heard about what happened on the news and came here as fast as I could. All the flights into Japan were closed down at the time and I couldn't get here fast enough. Are you both all right? Hisashi asked, worry evident on his expression. Didn't you leave us for America, dear? Inko asked, curiously. Why would I leave you guys for living in the States? I only went there to pay for the bills. I'm sorry for not being here enough for you, Izuku. The same for you too, Inko. Hisashi said, as Izuku felt tears anew coming down his eyes. Hisashi, are you actually going to stay this time? Inko asked, as Hisashi smirked at her. Of course, Inko. I will never leave Japan ever again. And to further cement that, I got a replacement job here in Japan as an HPSC representative. I'm going to be taking Yakumaru's place as the lead instructor for the provisional licensing exams. Hisashi said, smiling. That's all well and good, Hisashi, but can you please tell me what is going on right now? Inko asked, confused. I came home from work and I'm going to make sure that you both are protected, Hisashi said, with determination. As the family were standing in front of one another, with the exception of Izuku as he was stuck in his wheelchair. Inko and Hisashi brought one another into a large hug as Inko held onto the man and Izuku wheeled himself into the living room. He picked up his guitar from the couch as he moved himself from his wheelchair and onto the seat himself. As Izuku began to strum the chords of the instrument, he couldn't think of anything to sing about, so he just played some appealing music. It had gathered the attention of his mother and father as they both sat on the couch next to him as they listened in on his music. They bobbed their heads to the appealing sounds of the instrument as Izuku continued to put his heart into making the music pop to his parents. He eventually stopped playing the guitar as he was suddenly pulled into a big hug from his parents as they hugged him as tight as they could. It caused him to actually thank the universe for giving him something good for once, and not have to be worried about it later on. His father was back in his life, and his mother was more protective of him, mainly because of how he looked. But he will get back into working out. He needs to train to become a hero after all. It has been a week since Izuku had a reunion with his father. The man had followed his word about keeping in Japan as he worked as strong as he normally did. Although with the clear change being that he's actually home in the evenings instead of being gone for years on end. It was something that Izuku actually liked since he got to spend some more time with his father when he wasn't in school considering what happened. Because of his time in SAO, the doctors as well as government had to place those who were SAO survivors in a small camp for a day. Just to make sure that nothing from the game transferred over into the real world, such as a need to kill people more. They were trying to make sure that those who survived relearned a behavior of holding back when they fought back against those around them. Izuku, however, steered clear of all of that. He knew that he probably should have gone there, and he did. Just that he made sure that he got the band on his arm. Once people saw the band on his arm, they knew he was a survivor of SAO, and everyone only knew Kirito as the savior of SAO itself. He just wanted to live his life without the whole media trying to gather his perspective of things that happened. But as he got onto a train filled with those who had heard about the SAO survivors thing, they were all moving away from him in a bid to make sure he didn't look at them. They were scared about his ability to kill easier than most people, and he would have been in their position if he came across someone like him if he was in their position as well. But at least he wouldn't even be glaring at the person with hatred the entire time. He would arrive at the school he went to for years about an hour later. And he was so not ready for whatever the world would decide to force him through now that he was out of the game. Sighing, he walked through the front gates as he walked towards Aldra High School. Looking at those around himself, he found that they were either glaring at him, or they were looking at him in awe. That all went out the window, however, when he came across someone who he thought that he'd never see again. Bakugo Katsuki stood in front of him with an impassive expression taking over his entire visage as he looked down at Izuku. Their height that used to be similar in junior high was now at a great difference as Izuku was now up to the bully's upper torso as he had to peer up to look into those red eyes that gave him constant nightmares. So the useless Deku survived a death game meant to kill people like him? Good, at least then I can have my punching bag back. Katsuki growled before walking away. Are you only glad that I survived because of the fact that I was stronger than most people in SAO? Izuku asked, as Katsuki let out a barking laugh. The only reason they died is because they weren't strong enough. I'm sure that even with my quirk, I could have easily beat that death game. Katsuki said, as Izuku lowered his head as his body trembled. What, got nothing to say? Katsuki growled out looking over his shoulder. No, because you weren't there. You will never know what it's like to survive in a world where anything can kill you if you're not cautious enough. Izuku said, as he brushed past his once bully. Katsuki stared at the boy as he walked into the school. He shook his head. He'll get him to be like he always was. It was only a matter of time. The day at Aldra had continuously got worse over time. Izuku was starting to feel a massive headache as soon as he entered the classroom as he found himself in a seat not too far away from Katsuki's seat. In fact, they were in the same row, but different columns. Pulling out his stuff for the lesson plan, Izuku waited for the teacher to arrive as he listened in on everyone talking about him. "Hey, did you hear that a quirkless survivor of SAO is here?" One student asked another. "Really? What's their name?" The student the first talked to questioned. "I don't know, but all I want to know is how they survived." Surely, Kayaba didn't force everyone to fight without their quirks? The first student replied as Izuku grit his teeth. He was saved from further headaches as he heard the teacher enter the room with a smile on their face. They walked over to the podium as they began to talk about the day's lesson with a happy-go-lucky smile on their face. Great, a teacher who is overly happy with whatever they have planned for the day, just what Izuku's headache needed. As a surprise, the teacher had actually been really nice towards most of the students. Answering questions they had for certain problems before helping them through the overall problem in the first place. Towards Izuku, however, the boy noticed a certain trend for each class after that one. Most of the teachers were extremely wary of him and his actions within SAO. He had heard a few days after he'd woken up in the hospital that everything that was done in the game was broadcasted towards loved ones as well as the government. So to see his teachers becoming really worried about him specifically was not something he was mentally prepared for. They were extremely rude towards him like most teachers from his previous schools were, but that was for his grades. But when it came to his actions, they were extremely wary of him since they didn't know if he was going to immediately attack someone for slighting his name. Of course, Izuku wouldn't ever think of doing that. But his face showed that he might have been close to showing an inkling of anger that his classmates were shoving his way by constantly questioning him and his survival. But the worst offender of that was Katsuki, basically telling the class that he probably hid behind all the strong players of the game and acted like a coward. With that specific boy, his patience was slowly wearing thin. The constant berating of his skills in the game to the point that Izuku was seriously thinking about having him live through his memories to prove him wrong was a tempting thought. But he thought against it as much as it would be to show him his memories of everything happening. He chose not to. He would show him the true strength of the quirkless when he gets into UA. Although he'd need a way to see if he could bring a sword that breaks down into a pair of Eskrima sticks though. But he thought against that idea at the moment, as he focused on his classes for the day. He wanted to present himself as a dutiful student, not some kind of delinquent like Bakugo was. Once the school day was over, Izuku was preparing his things in order to leave when Bakugo strutted over to him. The boy's expression was not happy, but not something he'd never seen before, and as Izuku let out a sigh, he looked into Bakugo's eyes. "Hey Deku, how about you tell me what life was like in that death game? See if there was any opponents that I couldn't beat," Katsuki said, as Izuku shook his head. "I'm not having this conversation, Katsuki, as much as it would be to see the look of shock on your face. I'd rather not have to come home to see my parents and get called a bully for kicking your face so strong into the dirt that you'd get a black eye," Izuku said as he stood up before walking to the door. "I never said you could leave, Deku," Katsuki growled as he blocked his way again. "Katsuki, have you ever heard the saying, 'Don't poke the bear'?" Izuku asked as the boy growled at him. "Are you saying that you're the bear in that saying? Because I haven't seen what you could do yet?" Katsuki growled. "Of course I am. Are you deaf? Because last time I checked, you really need to get hearing aids added into your hero suit," Izuku said, as Katsuki released a big explosion next to his head. "How many times should I beat it into you, Deku? I don't need help from those pieces of sheet." Katsuki growled again. "Because I am only looking out for you, those explosions can make someone whose hearing is their quirk deaf," Izuku said, as Katsuki glared at him. "I'm going to beat you up now," he said as small sparks appeared from his hands. "You don't want to do this, Katsuki," Izuku said, placing his backpack on the ground. "I really want to do this because some stupid quirkless F- wants to try my patience," Katsuki yelled as he launched at Izuku. In the next few moments, the two clashed in the air as Izuku sent a kick towards Katsuki whilst the explosive boy sent an explosive punch towards Izuku's stomach. When both attacks landed on the other, Izuku sent Bakugo down into the tile flooring as Izuku was blasted backwards. Whilst Bakugo was slammed into the ground, Izuku landed with his feet skidding across the tiles. Katsuki's own followers then entered the fray as they attacked Izuku from two angles. One jumping at him from the air, and the other coming in from below. Izuku raised his defense as the one in the air, used his quirk to transform a part of his body into a rock-like layer of protection as he slammed his fist towards him. Dodging to the right of the attack, Izuku watched as the other follower pulled out his own quirk for the fight as well. Fingers stretching in an attempt to pierce through his guard and leave a gash on his body, but that failed as well as Izuku grabbed the offending arm and tossed him into his buddy. Moving back to the middle of the hallway, Izuku heard another explosion-powered punch coming from behind him as he immediately turned around, catching the offending fist. An explosion rang out in the hallway as Izuku kept his burnt hand around Katsuki's fist. The boy was giving him a look of pure confusion as Izuku pulled himself out of the small cloud of dust and headbutt him. Katsuki had fallen to the floor holding his nose as blood was pouring from the wound, and as Izuku turned around to look at the boy's lackeys, he found them glaring strong at him as they attacked in unison. One went for his left, as the other went for his right as he ducked under each attack and sent a single kick into one and collected the other with their body as he sent them onto Katsuki's own prone form. Katsuki let out a wail or rage as he blew the two lackeys from his body as he glared at Izuku, who was merely wiping his hand on his breathes. Looking into the explosive boy's eyes, he found that he was actually showing pure hatred personified as Izuku spoke up, hoping that Katsuki would see reason. "Katsuki, if you really want to know what it was like in SAO, you should already know this. If you died in that game, you wouldn't be remembered, you would be forgotten because nobody would have even known until it was too late. Anyone and everyone was at risk for death, especially those who you would most definitely come to love. So if you really think it would have been easy to live in that game, you are dead wrong," Izuku said as he walked away. Katsuki glared at Izuku as the boy walked away. Katsuki was the loser of this fight. Not only that, but their wills clashed strong that day and Izuku had won that one as well. Showing Katsuki that he wasn't some all-powerful young man who could never know defeat, Izuku showed it to him quite easily. And from that moment onward, he would train to try and make sure that Izuku stayed far behind him. Although neither would be aware of the fact that their interaction had garnered the attention of the school's hierarchy. As they immediately planned to get Izuku sent out of their school, they just had to wait for another issue that Katsuki would immediately begin the next day. They were sure of it. Izuku spent the time he had out of school actively searching for a place to train himself for the entrance exams for UA. His mother had sent him to a dojo in order to help him learn how to fight with far better techniques than what he had learned from SAO. Ever since she'd seen him shadowboxing in the park earlier that month when he'd been training to get himself back in shape, she saw how good he had been and decided to assist him. She had always been guilty of not helping him in his attempts to become a hero in the past and not supporting his dream. But if he was able to survive a death game that could have killed him many times over, then she had full trust that he wouldn't die on his first day out of her home. So, in a bid to make sure that he was training like he should and not pushing himself too far, she had him enrolled into a fighting dojo. But as Izuku walked around the neighborhood in search of better training than the dojo, as it was only teaching him how to fight that much better, he came across something that he'd never seen until now. Looking over the rails of Takoba Municipal Beach Park, he found thousands of pounds of trash on the beach as he tried to look past the large trash piles. He stood there looking at the trash before a thought occurred to him in that moment as a smirk grew more and more on his face. "I can work out here. Well, I can work out my muscles here whilst learning how to fight at the dojo," Izuku exclaimed in his mind. As he left the place, something stood out to him, forcing him to stop. Walking over to where he could see the item that caught his attention, he stood in front of one of the trash piles. And sitting out of one side of it was a small blacksmithing forge that was seemingly looking in perfect condition. He managed to pull the pieces of it out of the trash pile as he looked at it, then he placed it in his backpack as he left the trash heap. "I can probably learn how to use this forge to create weapons that I can use for the entrance exams," Izuku muttered as he left the beach. Izuku was seen sleeping on his bed as he tossed and turned under the covers. He had been undergoing the process of a nightmare from his time in SAO, and his mother had been at work during this point in time. So she wasn't there to help him get out of it, and had to brave it out until he could physically wake himself up. "Koharu, don't go!" Izuku screamed as he ran as fast as he could to her location. The young woman looked at him, her face nothing but dark shadows covering it. She turned around and rushed towards the Floor 61 boss as she attacked with swift moves before it slammed its teeth into her hologram-like form. "No!" Izuku screamed as he ran at her falling form. As he caught her in his arms, he pulled her into his yi before pulling out a healing potion before she pushed it back at him. Looking into her face filled with shadows, he could only see a mouth move in slow motion as the words that he thought she'd told him that day rushed forwards. "Your fault. Your fault. Everything is your fault." Koharu yelled at him. All around Izuku the darkness had tendrils come out of their hiding spots and wrap themselves around his body. He struggled as much as he could in a bid to escape from his prison as Koharu had suddenly disappeared in front of him. She then reformed as she rushed at the boss monster over and over, only to be killed by it in a way that Izuku felt himself becoming more and more incapable of showing emotion. And each time she fell to the ground, she was replaced with a different way she was killed, causing Izuku so much pain before he noticed her final attack towards the monster immediately SW targets. He watched as she brought her knife up to her yi and rushed at him. Struggling to escape from the tendrils holding him still, he managed to break an arm free as she moved the blade at him. "Koharu, what are you doing?" Izuku called out, holding her wrist in his hand. "You're the one at fault. You were the one who sent me to my death." Koharu screamed, as Izuku shook his head. "It's not me who's at fault. It was Kayaba. He reprogrammed the ones and zeros of your mind in order to force you to do that." Izuku called out, his hand barely holding her back. The knife slowly moved even with his grip towards his body as he tried to stop her from doing whatever this dream was doing. And before he could push her back, she pulled his hand off of her wrist before pushing the blade into his yi. "Aweya!" Izuku screamed as he flew up from his bed and onto the ground next to it. As Izuku tumbled to the ground, the front door opened up in a rush as Izuku breathed heavily. He tried to sit back upright as he managed to lean against his bed. His bedroom door was broken down, not literally, as his mother stood in front of him with worry writ on her features. "I thought those nightmares had left you, Izuku?" Inko asked, pulling him into her embrace. They were. "This is the first one I had in a long time," Izuku said, tears flowing from his eyes. Inko rubbed his back as she kept him in her hold as Izuku got his breathing under control enough to where he could get changed. When he was patting her shoulder as if to say that he was fine, she moved away from him, albeit reluctantly. She left his room and closed the door before walking down to her bedroom, the night shift she worked at the hospital causing her tiredness to take over. By the time she was in her bedroom fallen asleep, Izuku was out the front door and heading to school. Ever since his fight with Katsuki a few months ago, the boy hadn't done anything towards him. And Izuku knew that the school really didn't want him here, especially since now he wouldn't take anything from them as well as his normal bullies. Izuku went through the whole school day work as usual. Katsuki was the only one who didn't mess with him, although Izuku didn't do anything back to the others who bullied him. He only gave a glance to them before they left the boy alone and giving him the time to get through his day without any kind of trouble. The teachers tried to place him in detention for being late. That was until Izuku mentioned that he was the first student in the class. To hear that his teachers were still the same even after hearing him survive a death game was not surprising. But when he left the school, he walked back home so that he could see if he could learn how to use a forge. It would be a perfect backup plan for if he failed to get in UA University through their entrance exams proper. If he couldn't become a hero through the hero course, via entrance exam, then he'd enter through the support course. His mother always stated that he had a way with costumes that'd help others. And he wouldn't mind working strong in order to make a hero suit for those in the hero course until he was forcing his way inside. He had 4 years until high school was over, and that gave him ample amount of time to learn how to use the forge as well as clear the beach. He knew that he had friends from SAO who'd like to meet him, but he stayed radio silent with them. He didn't want to have the bad memories of making friends only for them to betray him in the real world to bite him in the butt. So he spent most of his time moving trash about the beach and using some of the scrap metal in order to use the forge. He would create his own kind of weapon to use against the robots of the entrance exams. The site did say that you could create your own support item for the entrance exams. And for the next year and a half, he set about cleaning the beach. It was slow at first, what with him trying to see how much he could lift before he couldn't continue anymore. But overall, he found it to be a good place to train himself without the presence of others breathing down his neck. The best part about it all was that there was nobody who could tell him that it was impossible to do what he was currently doing. Alright, so I know that there was some scrap metal around here, somewhere? Izuku mumbled to himself as he walked around the giant piles of trash. It had officially been a full year and a half of another before he'd managed to clean at least half of it. And this was with him being very strong on himself in a bid to push himself as strong as he could without causing problems for his body. Now though, he'd managed to sort out the trash from the scrap metal that he could use for the forge. As much as he'd like to use his heavenly chains from SAO again, he knew that they wouldn't really do much against robots. So he decided to create blades on the end of some chains that he'd worked strong to create from the scrap heap. Needless to say, he'd done pretty good after screwing up a bit of his projects from the forge early on in his training. Apparently, it was a bad idea to put iron wires inside melted silver, which was why he was sporting a burn on his left arm around the back of his hand. So thank you past Izuku for being a dumbass when it came to smelting different metals together like an idiot. Although he did learn that he could combine already melted silver into copper in order to create an alloy that held the two together. And he'd managed to create a hilt for one of the blades he'd use for the entrance exams that were coming up closer and closer every day. But he was about to leave the beach when he heard a sound of movement coming towards him. Looking to his right, he found a man with a bony structure that looked as though a brush of wind strong enough to knock him over could kill him. The scara of his eyes was a deep black color which concerned Izuku, but the blue in his eyes were so deep and powerful that Izuku felt he'd seen them before. This was the man who had come by about 5 months ago as soon as he saw Izuku cleaning the beach and had become friends with him. His name was Yagi Toshinori, and he was someone who helped him around the place when it came to learning about heroism. "Hey Yagi-san. How was your walk here?" Izuku asked as the man chuckled. "I wanted to get here fast enough to make sure that you didn't clean the beach entirely. But not only that, but to see if you managed to make the view bearable from here. And you certainly didn't disappoint, my boy," Yagi said as he smiled off at the sun setting in the distance. "My mother always complained about how the city wouldn't clean the beach. So I took it upon myself to do it for her, although I am learning how to use a forge better than I currently am," Izuku said, as Yagi looked at him, curiosity evident in his expression. "What do you plan on making with it?" Yagi asked. "Just a weapon to use in the UA University entrance exams," Izuku said with a wave of his hand. "So long as it's not used against the other contestants, I'm sure that they'll allow you to use them," Yagi said, before entering a coughing fit. "Yagi-san, I know that you've been healing a bit. But you really need to see a doctor about coughing up BLD. That can't be healthy," Izuku said worriedly. "Don't worry about me, young man, I'll be fine. I've been dealing with this for the last 6 years," Yagi said, waving the boy off. "Well, make sure that you don't fall over due to the wind then," Izuku said before walking away. Yagi let out a screech of annoyance at the boy as he ran off into the wind. Yagi smiling all the while. Over the next 9 months, Izuku would be seen cleaning Takoba Municipal Beach. The trash there was the perfect spot for him to begin training his muscles in order to become far stronger than he used to be. The fact that he was training to become an even better swordsman was something that really pushed him strong. His mother helped by helping him get his forging license through taking online courses to create a forge of his own. Over time he had managed to gather enough scrap in order to create a blade that he could use for the entrance exams. And within the last month he had been taking more breaks as of late than usual since he'd been nearing completion on it. He walked over to the beach as he found the place nearly spotless as he looked at himself again. What used to be skin and bone was now toned with muscle fibers as well as a lean frame. "This is for you, Kohar. I will become a hero that you would want me to be. Although, I would like to meet that blonde woman again. But remember her name was Melissa Shield. I can't wait to meet her again," Izuku mumbled as he began to clear the beach. For the remainder of his day, he would be shown cleaning the beach. Once he was hauling the last bit of trash from the beach, he turned around to look at how it was now far more appealing. Taking a deep breath, he pulled something out of his pocket, revealing a phone as he pointed it at the beach. Snapping a few pictures of the place, Izuku looked at them compared to the first day he was cleaning up the place. From what it appeared in the 9-month-old photos, the place had undergone a massive transformation. He smiled at the photos themselves before rushing home to get prepared for the entrance exams that day. He ran by the forge as he found his weapon for the exams sitting in its sheath on the wall as he smirked at it. Cleaning himself up before heading out, he grabbed the weapon and left the apartment complex he and his mother lived at. He had an entrance exam to begin his tests on his sword. Walking down the pathway towards Yue, Izuku found himself letting out breaths of air as the cold spring morning had allowed him to let out small gusts of cloudy breath. He had a long winter since he'd been training for the UA entrance exams, and he was mentally and physically prepared for it. When he entered the school, he signed himself up for bringing a support item he'd created into the practical exams. Although when the teachers watched him walk through their halls with a weapon, they were very concerned. Even more so when they saw the little armband that he wore on his left arm as he traversed through their halls. He entered a classroom to find a bunch of other students who were preparing for the written exams. Letting out a sigh, he sat down as he placed his sheathed blade on the ground next to the desk lent to him for this exam. Some of the other students in the same room as him stared at him in confusion for bringing a weapon onto campus, but then they saw the armband and immediately threw a glare his direction. He didn't care if they all didn't like him, all he cared about was entering the greatest school for heroes that he knew of. Not to mention he wished that Koharu was here with him, learning alongside him. Her presence would be much appreciated. The written test wasn't that difficult for Izuku, the young man having spent most of his time learning everything about heroes when he grew up. And most of the questions pertained to how a hero should act in front of the populace whilst not causing too much problems. But there were a few questions that caused him to pause. They were pertaining to those who had survived Aseo. He read those questions multiple times over in order to understand their premise. They basically asked how potential students would treat those who survived Aseo as a whole, and Izuku gave the best answer he could. He would treat them as equals, unless they showed clear signs that they were being villainous. Now he sat in the auditorium as he stared at Present Mike talking to the students about the robots that they'll be fighting. The first pointer bots were robots that moved on a singular wheel and held RBB bullet Gatling guns on their arms. Relatively possible to defeat for someone who survived the death game of SO whilst also being quirkless. Second pointer bots were slightly larger bots who were denser in their metallic musculature. It was the third pointers that caused Izuku to glance at their form longer than most. Their bodies looked similar to that of a scorpion but were far denser than the second pointer bots. They also had a third appendage that allowed them to use it as a secondary attack compared to their Gatling guns on their lower body. It all seemed as though these bots would bring Izuku to his limit when it came to fighting for a long PRD. He was about to look at the fourth bot that had a 0 sign on it when someone else had stood up in the crowd. He glanced at the young man with confusion as Present Mike called on the young man, who had very well done navy blue hair and wore glasses. Izuku, however, thought the boy was preparing for a funeral or marriage than a school. "Hello, Present Mike, sir. I have an issue with the brochure that you haven't brought up," the young man said, as Present Mike smiled. "What do you need, little listener?" Present Mike called out. "From what the brochure states, there's clearly a fourth robot on here. And you haven't made any kind of talk about it. If this is a typo on UA's department, then I have reason to lose trust in this fine establishment," the young man said, before looking back at Izuku's position. "And you, with the unkempt curly green hair, you have been muttering this entire time. I please ask that if you're not taking this seriously to leave now. It is highly distracting," the young man said, as Izuku just stared at the young man with confusion. "All right, little listener, don't worry about your peers. Just think about it like this: the fourth robot isn't something that you can take on. It's a 0-pointer robot, meaning that if you fight it you won't get any points. It's an obstacle such as the thwomp from Super Mario Bros. Just avoid it at all costs if you come across it," Present Mike said, as the young man who spoke earlier bowed. "I apologize for interrupting then. Please excuse my behavior," the man said as he sat down. "That goes into what I was going to tell you all. That's all I can say about the entrance exams practical portion. But I guess I can leave you all enlightened, as the great Napoleon Bonaparte once said. Victory is not always winning the battle but rising every time you fall. Now go break a leg everyone, metaphorically, not literally. Present Mike called out before leaving. About a half hour later, Izuku found himself at Battle Center B. He was stretching his body before taking off his overcoat, revealing the black tank top he wore underneath it. Izuku was going to be working up a sweat when it came to fighting these robots, so he would need access to the air to cool down. When he did this, the young man from the auditorium had walked over and placed a palm on his shoulder. What might have looked as though it were a friendly gesture was immediately thrown on its head as Izuku felt a very bad memory come up, and he grabbed the hand and slammed the student over his shoulder. In his eyes were what appeared to be locked fear hidden beneath the surface of his outward appearance. "Gee," the boy said as he coughed strong. "Shoot. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to throw you over my shoulder," Izuku said, very sheepish, helping the boy up. "I should apologize. I came over to ask you why you were taking your clothes off. But I scared you deeply whilst trying to garner your attention," the young man said, as Izuku chuckled lightly. "Jay, just don't touch my shoulder from behind," Izuku said as he trembled slightly. "Anyway, I hope you have a good day, sir. You are most definitely not causing a distraction to everyone," the young man said, leaving Izuku alone for now. With that whole interaction complete for the day, Izuku prepared himself mentally and physically as the doors began to open up. Taking his chance, he immediately rushed in to gather as much points as he could, although the others weren't coming along with him. He was surprised at this fact but shook the surprise off as he came across his first robot. It shot RBB bullets at him as he used the reaction time. He'd haid back an SAO to quite literally slice through them. As he made his way closer to the robot, he immediately sliced through the Gatling gun, causing it to explode in its face, destroying it. Izuku smirked as he rushed off to find another opponent and was already tearing through 4 more one-pointer bots when Present Mick's voice rang out over the entire battle center. "What are you waiting for? That young man has the right idea. There are no countdowns in heroism," Present Mike called out. Inside of a viewing platform, most of the teachers of UA were watching on monitors. They saw most of the students to be hesitating to enter the battle centers except for a select few. A small creature with white fur was staring at the screens as he took in the appearances of a few of them before pulling up their previous records. Most of the students who started first in the practical this year are quite interesting," the creature said as he tossed the files around. "What makes you say that, Principal?" a feminine voice asked, looking at a specific one with an ash-blonde boy on it. "The simple fact that we have a singular SAO survivor in the Battleground B students," the principal retorted. "What's his name?" another teacher asked, curious. "His name is one Midoriya Izuku, quirkless. Not only that, but apparently he assisted one Kirito to defeat the one known as Kayaba Akihiko using a persona under Heathcliff," the principal said as he read the file. "That's definitely surprising. We've never had a Hero Corps student who was quirkless. But there is a glaring issue that I can see with the boy," a black-haired man said as he drank some coffee. "What was that, Eraserhead-san?" the principal asked, curious. Rewind the footage on camera number 18976 overlooking the Battleground B area. One Ida Tenyo walked up to Midoriya from behind, and a curious interaction occurred, Eraserhead said as he stared at the screen. The teachers followed his actions and stared at the screen. It appeared as the boy was preparing himself physically by stretching and taking off his overcoat whilst moving his armband to his skin shoulder. But when Ida placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, he trembled for all but a singular frame before Ida was thrown over the much shorter boy's shoulder. "Wow, he sure has some strength to lift a 250-pound young man like that," the feminine voice rang out again. "He was training with materials that were far heavier at the Takoba beach for training." "That was nothing," a familiar toned voice rang out. "Oh, you saw him?" the principal asked. "I saw him training a few times at the beach. He gathered the supplies from it to create that sword you see him currently using. He's definitely one to watch," the man said as the teachers followed his view. "How long has it been since we moved on to this topic?" the principal asked, curiously. "Around 15 minutes, I think it's time to release the 0-pointers. Weed out those who aren't heroic in their actions," the smaller individual said, as the principal nodded. I can't wait to see who reveals themselves as a true hero in the most concerning part of this exam. The principal said, sipping some tea. Izuku stood over a few corpses of robots that he'd sliced through. Looking at his blade, he'd found that it was very blunted from the amount of metal he'd been forced to slice through. From a head count he'd gathered at least around 28 points from just 1 pointer bots, and at least 4 2-pointer bots, and 1 3-pointer bot. From those points all gathered up, he had only around 39 total points. Not a whole lot, but enough to barely get him passing in the school's eyes of the hero course. He was entering the main area of the street as he found multiple people taking down robots as the navy blue-haired young man destroyed a robot. That marks 61. The young man said. Izuku shook his head at that, feeling a bit of envy at how he wished he could use a quirk right now. But then focused on keeping an eye on others around him, knowing that something bad was going to happen soon. Call it bullshit, but he felt like he did now all the time in SO when a big threat came at the end of a quest. And sure, enough the ground rumbled with a loud crashing sound coming from down the street. Standing taller than the buildings nearby it, Izuku saw the 0-pointer robot stand tall. He felt himself freeze in place for what felt like hours as he stared at the giant 6 eyes of the robot. His body trembled slightly when he pulled his sword out of its sheath position and stared at it. There were a lot of blunted parts of it as he rushed towards the robot. But before he could get close, he heard the sound of someone calling out for help. Someone help me!" A girl called out, and Izuku looked at her through a glance. The two's eyes met one another as Izuku felt something occur behind the girl's facial expression. Her face was replaced with Koharu's expression as she barely muttered that it wasn't his fault. Although the nightmares always told him it was. With renewed courage, Izuku ran as strong as he could and made it to the girl with barely much time left to help her. With his trained strength, he lifted the boulder as strong as he could, allowing the girl time to pull herself out. When she moved away, she watched as he stood in front of her, a strange feeling about this boy causing her to stare at him. The way he stood in front of her with a sword at his side made her remember all those who survived the SO incident. And looking at his left shoulder, there was the armband. She felt fearful that he'd come after her in this moment before noticing his facial expression. It was as though he was seeing something else, not her. That was when he rushed at the 0-pointer without any thought for his own safety. Izuku moved as fast as he could towards the robot as it made its way over its treads, moving across broken vehicles. Izuku found a spot where the treads could be stopped and took a deep breath and threw his sword as though it were a spear right into the connecting area between the metallic wheels. As the tread had stuttered to a stop, he ran back to the girl and picked her up in a princess carry and ran as fast as he could. With the girl looking behind him as the treads of the robot began to blow up from the superheated metals combining with the very not nice atomic structures. From the feet up the robot began to blow up. First it was the treads, blasted into a nearby building. Then it was the left leg as it blew up the leg and towards the waist, and pieces of the robot fell down on the street as they ran. She stared at it in awe before the head of the robot let out a neat sound as it exploded, blasting parts of robotic parts across the sky and landing just shy of those watching the destruction. Izuku placed the young woman down as she grunted in slight pain from her ankle. Izuku ripped a part of his jacket off as he worked on setting her ankle bone back in place as he gave her a comically large pen to bite down on. As soon as a small snap was heard, the girl let out a pained grunt as Izuku splinted the girl's leg before wiping some sweat off his brow. How did you know my ankle was broken?" the girl asked as Izuku looked up at her. "I saw that the area where your bone should be bruising massively. All I had to do was push the bone back in place. It should take a week and a half to recover, but I learned it from my mother. She's a nurse," Izuku said as he stood up preparing to leave. The more he looked at the brown-haired girl with chocolate-colored eyes, he couldn't stop finding Koharu's expression on her face. And as he walked away, the girl attempted to find out what his name was before he left without giving an explanation. As Izuku walked away from a potential friend he could have made, he walked by Recovery Girl and informed her about the girl's condition. "Thank you, dearie. Are you all right though? You seem as though you've seen a ghost," Recovery Girl asked, concerned. "I am fine, I don't wish to talk about it," Izuku said with a smile. Whether or not Recovery Girl recognized the barely restrained sadness behind his expression, she never mentioned it. Allowing him to leave with a gummy to help him get home, she went to take care of the other students. Izuku entered the apartment as he walked over to his mom. The woman was knitting a new sweater as he had called her on the phone earlier to tell her that he had to cut his overcoat to make a splint for a girl. When she looked at her son though, she saw a very familiar and haunted expression taking over his face as she stopped what she was doing and pulled him into a hug. I thought I saw her again, in the brown-haired girl's expression. Mom, I don't know if I can do this, Izuku said, holding on to her for dear life. Don't worry, Izuku, you already know what happened. As strong as it is to say, she's gone and never coming back. There's no way she could have been reincarnated like that, Inko said, rubbing his back. I saw it though. The girl's face was so similar to hers. Not as sure if I see him move on, Izuku said as tears flowed from his eyes. Do you need to talk to your therapist again? Inko asked as she felt him nod in her shoulder. I'll give him a call, Inko said as Izuku walked to his bedroom after crying himself into emotional exhaustion. Inko pulled up a phone and began to call a certain number. And as she waited for it to answer, she looked at the number it belonged to, a man who was named Andrew Gilbert Mills. As she waited for him to answer the phone, she sat down on the couch looking at the picture of her family. Her on the left, Hisashi on the right, and Izuku standing in between the two, all with smiles on their faces. A stray tear fell from her eye as the call was answered. This is Andrew. Anything I can do for you, Mrs. Midoriya? Andrew asked, curiously. Andrew. Agile. I need your help again, Inko said as the man sighed. He saw her again, didn't he? He asked, not even hiding his exasperation. It was a girl at the entrance exams for UA this time. She was trapped under some rubble and asked for help. Apparently Izuku was the only one to assist her. But he told me this girl had similar facial structure to her. He was really scared that he was being taunted by her dead ghost. Inko said worriedly. Alright, have him come over to my bar later this week. I need to get him to meet the others IRL again, since it's so strong to get him to meet us for a celebration, Andrew said, before hanging up. One can only wish he can find hope again, Inko muttered as she glanced down the hall. Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry that I can't help you with his, Inko said as she pulled out some tea. Izuku laid on his bed as he thought about how he talked to the girl he'd saved earlier that week. It had been about a few days since the entrance exams. Tears still flowed out of his eyes when he thought back to the moment between him and the girl he'd rescued from the zero-pointer robot. The look on her face when she called for help was just like Koharu's when he first met her in the game. Thinking back on it, he probably shouldn't be thinking about this kind of thing. It was going to make him really fall behind on his schoolwork, and he really shouldn't be falling behind on that. Sighing as he stood up from his bed, his mother entered the room as she called out to him. Hey Izuku, I know that you want to have some time to yourself. But I called Andrew the other day, and I think you should head to his bar and talk about this. It's becoming harder and harder to talk to you about it without someone who was there with you. You also need to spend some time with them, they seemed like a good friend of yours. Inko said, sitting on the bed as he sat next to her. Are you sure? He never had a friend who treated me kindly, Izuku said as Inko took this info in. Are you not safe at school? Inko asked worried. I think that I'm just getting tired of the school trying to set me up to be expelled, Izuku said with a sigh. I can have you taken out of the school, it wouldn't even take too long, Inko said as Izuku shook his head. It's coming close to the time that I need to head to university, Mom. I need to finish high school so that I can head to university without any problems, Izuku said, as Inko stared at him silently. Well, I hope that you enter the hero course like you dreamed for so long about. I know that I'm not the most supportive when it comes to your dreams, and I wasn't there for you when you were announced quirkless. But from this point onward, I will be with you until the end. Supporting you and your dreams of heroism all the way, Inko said, rubbing his arm. Okay. I will see if I can see Agile and the others today, Izuku said, as Inko stared at him confusedly. Agile? She asked, confused. That was his name in the sase, Izuku said, as Inko nodded along and left the room. Looking at the wall of merchandise, Izuku placed a palm on the outstretched palm of the All Might poster that was looking at him. The All Might in the image showed him winking at the boy as he smiled with his catchphrase below his form. I am here. Izuku sat on the train with his mother as they arrived at the food district of Kamino Ward. He hadn't known that Agil's bar was on this side of Mizutafu as a whole and was mentally scolding himself for not coming sooner. Getting off the train, they left the station and made their way towards the bar that was just around the corner. Looking at the sign above it, Izuku couldn't help but smile at the name of the place as he knew that Agil would definitely call it that. Agil's Therapeutic and Local Pub. Is this the place? Inko asked, curiously looking at the address. Yeah, it's definitely something that Agil would name a therapist's office and bar. Izuku said with a chuckle. Okay, just know that I will be in the bar area. I want to see if Andrew has a new kind of liquor inside. Inko said as Izuku looked at her cautiously. Just don't drink too much. I don't want you to be drunk on the way home. Izuku said, as Inko pouted and slapped his shoulder softly. Entering the bar, the two found Andrew standing behind the bar as he was serving someone with black short hair. The young man turned his head around to find Izuku and his mother walk over to the bar's counter as Inko sat at the counter. Izuku rubbed his arm softly as he looked between the two as Agil stared at the boy with something akin to slight amusement. Hey, sorry for not coming sooner. I was training for the e-entrance exams for UUA. Izuku said, as Agil began to chuckle. So this is what you are like in real life. I never took you to be a meek person. The boy next to his mother said, with a chuckle. Who are you, by the way? Inko asked as the boy nodded at her. Name's Kirigaya, Kirito Kazuto, but just call me Kirito, the boy said, revealing himself. That makes you Mills Andrew? Inko asked as the man nodded. Thanks for actually doing your research, Mrs. Midoriya. It's actually nice to see the face of the boy who helped save all of Isao. Come on, we have some things to talk about in the therapist's office in the... I will serve you in a moment, ma'am, Agil said, nodding at Inko. Take your time, he really needs it. Inko said, looking relieved. I will do everything I can to help, ma'am. Come on, Izuku. I know that you want to talk in a private space. Agil said as the two entered the back room. Kirito and Inko stared at the door for a bit before letting out a sigh of relief. Looking at one another, Kirito entered the bar area and served her some of the liquor that Agil had been keeping behind the bar. Let's get this started, Agil said, as he pulled out a notebook. So tell me, how many times have you seen her after escaping from Isao? Agil questioned, looking at Izuku as he sat on the couch. I have seen her multiple times. Over the last 10 months building up to the most recent sighting. I've seen her at least around 10 times. Izuku said, rubbing his face. I feel as though each time I see her she is taunting me every time. I feel so betrayed by her actions for not telling me about it. I could have helped her. But then I heard what Kayaba said, how he controlled her spirit in the game to not tell me. I don't know how to feel about that. Izuku said, rubbing his left arm. I see, now tell me. When has her face ever come to replace someone else's? Agil asked, curious. Every time that it happens, breathes in is when I see someone who is in danger. On boys/girls, children, and many more when they are in danger. I just can't stop seeing her face everywhere. Izuku said, as he rubbed his arm again at a faster rate. Okay, now I know you shouldn't be doing this, but I need you to close your eyes. Agil said, watching Izuku close them. Good, now I want you to have her face appear before you again. Agil said, as Izuku flinched slightly and obliged. Okay, I can see her face. Izuku said as he trembled softly. Now I want you to mentally apologize for whatever guilt you feel inside towards her. As well as feel next to you if you can feel a presence near. Agil said. He was really hoping that whatever Izuku was suffering from wasn't a poltergeist. But at the same time, it could prove some leeway as it could be what is wrong with him seeing Koharu around everywhere even though the girl is long dead. He had a theory that the girl was haunting him but trying to show him that she didn't blame him for her death. It was something nobody was prepared for, especially so for Izuku, and he continuously blamed himself for it. It wasn't healthy. Okay, I did it, Izuku said, his face looking pale. Alright, now open your eyes. Agil said as Izuku did that. Now take a deep breath in before waiting a second before letting it out. You look as though you were about to have a heart attack, Agil said, now standing in front of the boy. As Izuku followed Agil's lead, he followed the man's directions as his palms were on his shoulders. In and out he breathed softly as Agil then pulled the boy into a hug as Izuku just projected himself as smaller in the man's embrace. Agil had softly rubbed the back of his head as he spoke sweet nothings into Izuku's ear as the boy was slowly calming down from his high anxiety. How Agil knew about Izuku's high anxiety was not something the boy ever wanted to know, since that would require him asking the man that specific question. But aside from that, Izuku eventually just slumped in the man's hold as he pulled away and stood away and fixing his tie. Sitting back down in his chair, he pulled out his notebook again and wrote everything he saw in Izuku's outward appearance to him. There was literally nothing the boy could hide behind a tough persona in the real world that wouldn't allow Agil to read him like a book. As he wrote down some things, he looked at Izuku from across the room again. Alright, I think that's enough for today. I need to make sure that our two guests aren't partying too strong out there, Agil said, as Izuku stood up. Hey, thank you for tea this talk by the way, Izuku said, breathing softly but quick. Entering the bar area, they found confetti around the place as Kirito and Inko celebrated with slight blushes on their faces. Izuku sighed in exasperation as he found his mother enjoying time with some other people he didn't recognize at first. Upon entering the room, everyone else in there had taken a glance over at him and Agil, with Izuku, for some reason, hiding behind Agil in slight fear. As soon as Agil walked forwards a bit, he pulled the liquor from Inko as he stood behind the bar. Sighing, Agil showed Izuku to his mother as the two sat at a nearby table as everyone cheered for his presence to this party. Something that Izuku was still out of his depth on, since he didn't really know everyone who was here. But there was something he'd noticed on their arms, the SAO survivor armband that was on their shoulders. Hey! One of the saviors of SAO manages to make some time to say hi to his friends. A red-haired man said with a smirk. Who are you? Izuku asked worriedly. Kirito, you didn't tell him about my IRL form? The guy said, as Izuku tried to make a resemblance to someone he knew in SAO. Are you K. Klein? Izuku asked, looking at him closer. You figured it out. Nice job on that, by the way, Klein said, smacking his back. Hey, don't forget about me. A girl with brown hair in a bob cut style called out. Who are you? Izuku asked as the girl glared at him. How could you not know who I am? I'm Lisbeth. The girl growled at him, shaking his shoulders as Izuku realized who she was in that moment. And if you want to use IRL names, I'm Shinozaki Rika. Nice to officially meet you, Midoriya-kun, Lisbeth said, as Izuku shook her hand. Same to why, Izuku said, as the girl eeped loudly before pulling him into a side hug. You are just so adorable. I never knew that you were extremely meek in person. I only got to know your gruff and tough personality in the game, Shinozaki said, as she hugged him tight. Who is the clearly 12-year-old girl in here? Izuku asked as the girl looked away with a blush. Sorry, I'm Silica from SAO. I was saved by Keikirito-kun in the game on the 47th floor. But you can call me Ayano Keiko, she said, holding a hand out for him to shake. And nice to meet you, Ayano-san, Izuku said as the girl happily nodded. Same to you, Midoriya-kun, the girl said, before happily bouncing over to Kirito. So I heard you were applying for UA University. That's gotta take guts from you, Klein said, as Izuku glanced over at him. Please tell me that you're not trying to be kind due to my quirkless status, Izuku said with a deadpan expression. I'm just saying that it's pretty badass of you to do it all without a quirk. Did you make a blade in order to enter the hero course? Klein questioned with a small elbow nudge. I made a sword in order to cut the robots down. It lasted until the last 2 minutes of the exams, but I used it against the zero-pointer to stop it from crushing someone, Izuku said, as Klein just chuckled. Only you could do something that reckless. Anyway, how many points did you manage to grab before you did something heroic? Klein questioned as he sat next to Izuku's mother. What are you talking about, heroic? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. I mean before you did something that was saving someone's life. I know you, kid, Only you would do something so reckless as throwing a blade at a zero-pointer robot? Klein said as Izuku looked away. I only got around 40 points. Just enough to make it into the hero course, but when I heard a girl scream out in pain, I rushed over to her and freed her. When taking into account for the zero-pointer being too close, I placed my sword that was heavily blunted at that point in time between the rollers of its treads and ran away with the girl in my arms, Izuku said as Klein started to nod his head. That's definitely something you would do, heroic to a fault, Klein said as he smirked at the boy. So you know that you are getting into the hero course. Which class are you hoping to get into? Lisbeth asked, curious. I am kind of hoping to be placed in class 1B. I don't want to enter a class with someone who wasn't really kind to me before entering, Izuku said as Klein noticed the boy looking away. Is this about the bullying thing? Lisbeth asked as Izuku nodded. Katsuki Bakugo. He's been bullying me ever since I was announced quirkless to our district. I was near the edges of my sanity when it came to the bullying before SAO. So finding a game where I could choose whether I can save someone or not. It gave me a chance to be a hero, Izuku said as Lisbeth smiled at him softly. Well, I think that kid shouldn't be in the hero course if he bullied you, Klein said as he drank some heavy liquor. Tell that to his face, and he might just fight you over that mental thought, Izuku said as Klein chuckled. Izuku, I think we should head home. I'm not feeling good, Inko said as Izuku followed her out the door. It was a pleasure meeting you all, Izuku called out as everyone waved him goodbye. Izuku woke up a few days later after the party. He smiled to himself as he stared at the wall of All Might merchandise on the wall as he went to check on the mail. As he opened the community mail, he found a red envelope with his name on it, and on the front of it showed where it came from. UA University. As he rushed back inside with the mail, he left most of it on the table for his mother to look at when she got back from work. She had a massive hangover the day before she went back to work and was working a lot slower, meaning she'd be having herself home late today. Entering his bedroom, he sat at his desk and cleared it of some of his homework from class earlier that day. Taking a deep breath, he opened the letter only for a small metallic disc to fall out of the letter itself. Looking confused at it, he pulled out the letter that came with it as he read the letter to him personally. Hello Midoriya Izuku. This is the staff of UA University. We are happy to inform you that you have officially passed the written exam for the entrance exams for our school. We are so glad that someone who survived SAO as a whole managed to enter our school, and we hope to see you flourish within our school's halls. From what we saw on your file from your previous school, Aldra High School, they had some bad things to talk about you. So we need you to enter the principal's office to inform him of those slanderous words. If they are slanderous in nature, then the principal will clear the record and start from scratch. We only seek to make sure that you become a better you by the time you enter the streets as a UA graduate within the next 3 years. We also will be informing you that your class will be within Classroom 1 Beta, or 1B for short. Your classroom teacher for homeroom for the rest of the year will be known as Sekijiro Kan, otherwise known as the Pro Hero, Vlad King. You will report to class on the first day of April on Saturday. We hope you enjoy your stay within our dorms. They will be supplied with everything you need to survive with your classmates. You will also get your schedules when you arrive on campus. We hope you have a great time within our halls. UA Principal, Nizu. Izuku pumped his arm as he was happy to not have the more popular class this time, as he'd been sick and tired of having a class 1A throughout his life. But the fact that his teacher was going to be the BLD hero, Vlad King, was something that caused his hero idolization to hit a new high. He looked at the small disc to his left as he pressed a button on the backside of it. As it sprang to life, he watched as All Might appeared, smiling at the camera slightly creepily before shaking his head. He opened his mouth to speak before he coughed slightly, and Izuku swore that he saw the man slightly shrink in both size and a few flecks of BLD on the man's right hand. But he thought against it. Hello young Midoriya. I hope you are prepared to hear about everything that you completed from this year's entrance exams. All Might called out as Izuku became hyper-aware of the disc. What's All Might doing at UA? I thought his office was over in Tokyo. Izuku muttered as All Might spoke up again. I know that you might be wondering why I am here. but I'm the newest member of UA's faculty and I am hoping to make sure that I teach the next generation of heroes how to actually be, well, heroes. All Might said, his body language very energetic. Wow, All Might is going to be teaching me how to be a hero? This is like a dream come true. Izuku gushed with a goofy smile on his face. Looking at your written exam, I was very surprised with how you answered your questions. Not only that, but you showed that being quirkless isn't what it used to be, and I am very proud of that, young man. You've proven how smart quirkless people can be, and I can tell that you are going to be a strong and powerful young hero in the future. All Might said with an uncharacteristic sad smile on his face. Why's All Might looking sad in this recording? Did I do something wrong? Izuku mentally asked, looking at All Might's somewhat sad expression. Anyway, aside from your written score which placed you in the top 5 percentile of all academic recruits, we need to get on to your practical exam. You placed in a support item under your own creation, a peeling blade of black and green in color. It makes me proud that not only are you a smart young man, but a very inventive man as well, really putting those haters to rest, aren't you? Back to what I was saying before. All Might said on the recording. He knows what it's like to be quirkless? How? Izuku thought to himself, writing this information down in a notebook. Your practical exam was very excellent for someone who was both a survivor of a death game like SAO, but also someone who fought without a quirk. You scored around 40 points total from the robots you cleaved through with your blade. You showed true precision on that blade. Just try and not slice anyone in two, please. All Might said, with a slight fear at the end of the sentence making Izuku chuckle. But when you were looking around for people to clearly help, I saw from the stands where the teachers watched the hero hopefuls. And what I saw was both innovative as well as appealing. You heard the sound of a fellow applicant, and instead of leaving her to be crushed by the zero-pointer robot, you went back to help her. You not only pulled her out of the rubble, but you stopped the zero-pointer in such a way that I was lost for words. And because of that, you earned yourself 60 rescue points. With a combined total of 100 total points, you have officially made it to first place on the entrance exams. Congratulations, young Midoriya. For you have access to your hero academia. All Might said happily. What about the girl? She should be in UA as well. Izuku muttered as he heard All Might speak up again. Oh, and by the way, if you are worried about the girl you saved, she will be entering the hero course as well. She questioned Present Mike at the end of the entrance exams asking to give you some of her points, which earned her 45 rescue points for her courage to try and cause her own downfall to help someone else. Which is truly heroic. All Might said, smirking at the camera. As Izuku sat still in his desk, he couldn't believe that he'd managed to get into UA without a quirk itself. He just proved Kaken, Nobukugo and everyone at Aldra wrong, and he will continue to do so as he held his head high. As he left the room, he sat in the living room just as he heard the front door open and saw his mother enter the house with a smile on her face. Izuku, I have great news. I just got a promotion at the hospital. Inko called out as Izuku showed her his letter. I got good news for you as well. I got into UA University as well. Izuku said as the two hugged one another tightly. As they hugged one another, in the corner of the room the spirit of Koharu smiled at Izuku from afar as she slowly faded from existence. As Izuku was preparing his things to move into the UA dorms, he was looking at all the hero memorabilia for the #1 hero. The man was like a beacon for him in the dark life that was being a quirkless individual in a world of those who held powers. He smiled at the man before pulling down a poster of the man before moving on to gathering a couple more hero posters. Once he had gathered those, he spared a glance at all the notebooks for his future. All of them written down with hundreds, if not thousands of quirks and his thoughts on each and every one of them. He smiled as he brought them along as well. He wanted to take apart his shelf so that he could keep them with him as he moved through university. He smiled at each and every entry he'd ever made on his hero analysis for the future notebooks, staring at each one with awe and wonder. Flipping through a couple of pages, he couldn't help the small smile that came to his face whenever he saw any of his new ideas in the books. Looking at each and every quirk he wrote down in the past, had brought a smile to his face before he placed the notebook down and put it away. As he finished gathering his supplies and belongings, he left the house with a smile on his face after putting the last of his belongings on the moving truck. Climbing aboard in the passenger seat, he watched as the small apartment complex he and his mother lived at disappear as he got closer and closer to the large H representing UA off in the distance. By the time he had arrived at UA, he was brought over to Heights Alliance, a dorm that was built for the heroics course. But this one had 1B written on the front. As he brought all his things out into the lawn of the dorms, he took in a deep breath before beginning to gather his things. Walking through the front doors, he found himself staring in awe of the living room of the building. Moving throughout the place, he eventually arrived at his dorm number as he had seen a note on the front of the fridge stating his room number. Dorm number 14 on the boys' side of the place. Walking up the stairs to his bedroom on the boys' side of the dorm, he found his dorm bedroom and began to set it all up. Placing items of his that he had worked strong to get on the counter, he moved his notebooks onto his retractable shelf. Setting it all up from hero analysis for the future volume #1-13, he placed them softly on each shelf. That was until he reached his 13th notebook as he looked down at it in his hands, softly rubbing his fingers on each of the scuffed and burnt edges. Thinking back to around 2 years ago, he remembered it was the very same day that All Might had stopped a sludge villain when Katsuki had destroyed his latest notebook at the time. Sighing in sadness, he placed it up on the shelf and tried to make sure that it was well hidden. Last thing he needed was pity from everyone about his quirklessness. A thought then occurred to him in this moment of vulnerability. I wonder how Melissa is doing. Izuku muttered to himself quietly. Izuku took the elevator down to the bottom floor of the building instead of the stairs. He had wanted to get right to working out earlier in the day but realized that today was the first official day of school. So he had gotten on some relaxing clothing attire and made his way down to the living room of Heights Alliance. Sitting on the couch, he brought up a new notebook that he had been writing in ever since he'd returned from Hero Analysis for my future number 14. Turning on the television in the living room, Izuku watched the hero news trying to find any new hero or heroine that had come onto the scene. As it turned out, there wasn't much on the news for new heroes and heroines, but there was some news about an increase in crime as of late. For whatever reason that was, Izuku had no idea, but he had a small inkling of an idea that it had to do with the whole scandal that was Sao. Shaking his head at the news, he turned the television off before heading into the kitchen. He began to work on getting some dinner prepared for his potential classmates to be. And as he was in the beginning stages of making some curry for everyone who might come, the front doors opened up. Looking over at it, he saw a young woman with orange-colored hair and teal eyes as she looked around the place. As soon as she glanced at Izuku from the corner of her eye, she walked over to him with a smile on her face. By the time she was in front of him in the kitchen, she held a hand out to him as though she wanted him to shake it. Hello there. The name is Kendo Itsuka. Nice to meet you, she said, smiling happily. General Kenobi. Thank you for arriving. I was beginning to think that I was the only one who made it into Class 1B Midoriya. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Kendo-san. Izuku said, shaking her extended hand. What are you making? She asked, curiously. I'm making some curry. My mom made sure to beat it into my head about how to cook ever since I was 4. Now I just make it with the ingredients I have on hand, just like her. Izuku said as Itsuka looked at the food hungrily. Well, I gotta set up my room. Want to train together later on when you have the time? She asked, looking at him with barely restrained excitement. Sure. Not that I have anything to do really, aside from whatever I'm currently doing, Izuku said, as Itsuka walked away to set her things in her room. For a few minutes, the two were on their own setting their own jobs up when the front doors opened once again, and a multitude of people entered. They ranged from very appealing girls to a very hairy young man who looked like he was the personification of Beast Boy from Teen Titans. Not the kids' version from the late 2000s, but the old one that was actually animated perfectly fine. Hell, he even seen a girl who had hooves for feet. And now his itch to write down what each and every single quirk that he could feasibly see was going into overdrive. But he had his job of preparing dinner for everyone to do, and could do that whole muttering session about their quirks another time. As he set about the table with the curry, he moved back into the kitchen as he wrote down everything that he could about each person who entered the dorms. Once he had finished at least 20 minutes worth of info gathering, he sat at the table alone and began to, whilst everyone else had been setting up their dorms. It wasn't until around an hour later that everyone was back downstairs as they found Izuku and Kendo talking to one another. Apparently, the girl had a very good knack for finding the weaknesses in others to the point that she appreciated his information gathering and was giving him information about her quirk to satiate his lust for knowledge. And it wasn't that much longer after Kendo gave him information about her quirk that everyone else did the same. Follow the leader, and such is the words. And as Izuku became a very happy boy, he was marveling at all the information about the quirks of his soon-to-be classmates. They were all about to introduce themselves to one another when the doors opened one more time as someone else entered this time. He was taller than all of them at around 6 feet 7 inches and had short, spiked hair that was white in color with a bulldog-like expression. His eyes were a dull red in color, but his hero suit reminded Izuku about the hero who would be teaching Class 1B, and he couldn't help but get excited for this. That was when the teacher began to speak to all of them. "Hello, students. It has been brought to my attention that you all have arrived and are waiting for your day to finish up. Is that right?" The man questioned. "Yes, sir. We were just about to introduce ourselves," Kendo called out, saluting the man. "No need for a salute, but come on. We have a meeting to attend to inside the auditorium with the rest of the school. We shouldn't keep Principal Nizu waiting," the hero said, before preparing to head out. As the hero waited at the door, all the students gathered up behind him and the entire class took off to the auditorium. The adventure through the UA grounds had once again placed Izuku in awe of the place, as he felt as though he were a kid in a candy store. As they were making a final turn around the corner, they pushed through the doors to the auditorium before taking a look at the scene before them. Standing on a tall podium that allowed the principal to make himself appear far larger than he actually was, he stared at all the masses. Minus Class 1A, shaking his head in disbelief at this fact, Izuku followed after his class as they sat up in the higher stands. Looking down towards the principal, Izuku felt something akin to a very forgotten memory coming up on him. Flashback. Izuku walked through the crowds that were near the amphitheater, since that was where the first ever boss battle meeting was going to take place. Looking at Koho, he watched the young girl smile at him as the two entered the place and took a seat near the top of the stands. Looking down at their fearless leader Diavel, the man whose party managed to find the first floor boss. The scene changed again, only this time. Time had passed, and he was on floor. They had been fighting a bunch of golems and needed someone to sacrifice themselves to save everyone else. It was the floor boss, and this was the very first time there had been a trap set up by the boss itself. Izuku watched on as Diavel smirked at him and Koharu as he fell down the elevator with dozens of golems falling after him. A singular phrase coming out of his mouth the entire time as he fell whilst laughing. "You are the integral factor, Enkidu-san. You are the chosen one." Flashback over. Izuku shook himself out of the whole flashback as he saw something that really put him off, as he felt completely out of place. Looking around, he noticed that everyone in the room had been staring at him in confusion before Izuku noticed that they were all looking at him. Specifically in concern, because as he had taken stock of what was going on around himself, he heard the muffled words of the girl next to him speaking. "Midoriya-kun, are you all right?" A feminine voice called out. "What? What's going on?" Izuku asked, his eyes fluttering. "Midoriya-kun, you were called up to the front stage by Principal Nizu?" The familiar voice said, revealing itself to be Kendo staring at him in concern. Standing up, Izuku began to stumble his way down the steps all the way to the principal, who looked at him in concern. When Izuku stood before the principal in all his tiny glory, Izuku stared at him, raised a finger before he felt his mind suddenly come to a halt before muttering. "Die now," Izuku muttered. "What are you talking about?" Principal Nizu asked, before watching Izuku pass out. "Someone, call recovery girl," Principal Nizu called out frantically. When Izuku woke up from his impromptu nap session on the ground, he didn't expect that he'd wake back up inside the nurse's office. Looking around the place, he found himself laying on a cot that the good doctor had placed in her office. The rescue hero, recovery girl, waddled over to him, using her syringe cane to steady herself as she stood next to him, a worried expression taking place on her face. "Are you all right, dearie?" You seem to have been extremely pale when the teachers brought you in. Recovery girl asked worriedly. Jay just had a small memory come in. Sorry, I haven't been a very good student. Have I? Izuku asked as the old woman just shook her head. Don't worry about that, dearie, we were just worried about how you became really pale when looking at the podium. Did you suffer from stage fright? She asked, concerned. I don't have stage fright, ma'am. Jay, just a memory had caused some PTSD. Izuku said, rubbing his forehead. I see. Why did you want to become a hero when you are already suffering from PTSD anyway? Recovery girl asked neutrally. Becoming a hero has always been the one thing I wish to be capable of doing. My dream has always been to be a hero like All Might, albeit in my own way. Nobody could replace All Might, I know that much, Izuku said with a sigh. I guess, I've just wanted to show everyone that quirkless doesn't mean useless, Izuku said, sitting up. Well, make sure that you don't come here too often, we already have enough students who come in my office with injuries. I need a vacation soon anyway. Recovery girl muttered the last part to herself. As Izuku stood up from the cot, he walked over to the door and opened it. Outside of the room he found his teacher Vlad King looking at him with a cursory glance from the corner of his eye. Standing up he walked over to him looking the boy over with some concern, something he didn't really get from authority figures aside from his mother. Sir, you're getting in my space? Izuku mumbled as the man nodded whilst moving away. I apologize for that, Midoriya. Can you tell me what happened back there though? I've never seen you so pale and this is the start of the school year, from what I've seen of you, Vlad King asked softly. Jay, just a PTSD episode, sir, nothing that my therapist can't handle, Izuku said, as Vlad King nodded. Just be sure to talk to Hound Dog as well. I'm not sure if we can allow you to leave campus later on in the evenings to talk to your therapist, Vlad King stated before walking away. Izuku took a deep breath as he walked down the hallway. He was making his way towards his classroom as wanted to complete his time in class for the day before resting. He wasn't prepared, however, for the class's reaction to him being in Recovery Girl's office for a small part of their day. When he entered the classroom, he was bombarded with questions about how he was. Since this was the first time he was assaulted with concern from his classmates, he just looked at them with confusion as well as bewilderment. Kendo looked at him just as baffled as she'd never seen him with such confusion since they'd first met one another at the dorms. Midoriya-kun, are you alright? Kendo asked. What are you all doing? Izuku asked, stuttering. We're asking if you are okay. Is that a bad thing? A hairy student asked, weirded out by Izuku's reaction. I come from a childhood where my safety wasn't taken into account by anyone. Izuku replied somewhat uncomfortably. Well, you don't need to worry about that here, Greenie. We're going to be classmates for the next 3 years and well, we're going to be living in the same building. A girl with seaweed-like hair called out, splitting her head from her body. I see. How much longer is it until the next class begins? Izuku asked, looking at Kendo. Did you not pay attention during the auditorium? Nisa-sensei told us that we were going to be heading back to our dorms after the talk in the auditorium. Although nobody thought that you'd pass out before answering any of Principal Nisa's questions, Kendo said with a small chuckle. I was having a PTSD episode, Izuku said bluntly as Kendo immediately retracted her words. Oh shit. Sorry. I didn't mean any ill will when I said those, she said, waving her hands out. It's fine, but can we just head back to the dorms? I just want to get some rest before school starts tomorrow, Izuku said, as everyone nodded and gave him space. As the group of students arrived at their dorms, they found their teacher standing there with a stern expression on his face. They didn't know what was about to be stated, but they'd prepared themselves mentally for whatever kind of rules he would make. But what they weren't prepared for was how Vlad King looked at each and every one of them before smirking at them with a happy expression. Good to know that you all are getting along with one another. I hope this stays that way, but if you all begin to make problems with your sister class, I will be keeping my eye on each and every one of you. You are young adults, and you need to know how to make the best decisions since you are entering the heroics course. That means that you will be separated by gender in the building. Boys on the left, girls on the right, Vlad King stated as everyone nodded. Sir, Does that mean that if we commit to a relationship that we can't spend time in one another's rooms? One of the boys asked curiously. It means that we trust you to make the best decisions in order to gain the trust of the teachers. But in layman's terms, no, you cannot enter a girl's room without permission. And even then, the door remains slightly ajar. Vlad King informed. All right, Vlad King sensei, the entire class said, in a militaristic manner. With that said and done, the class walked into the dorms once more and milled about the place, searching for something to occupy their time. Izuku remained in his bedroom as he stared at the device that had made his life go from a fun time to something far worse. He stared at the nerve gear as it sat on his shelf within his dorm room. A device that had given him good memories became something that gave nightmares. He picked up the device and looked at the new game that had come out earlier that year after SAO. It was a game given to him as a copy of the original that Agile had used in the past. It had different elements to it that made it a hit amongst those in SAO who survived that death game. The name of said game, you may ask. Alfheim Online. Alfheim Online, a direct descendant of Sword Art Online. Based on the predecessor's game of sword fighting, but with the added element of magic to increase the player base. There is something off about this game in particular. It doesn't feel like a direct successor. Izuku mumbled as he held the game. As he continued to read up on the game's whole storyline about what happens when you reach the world tree. He found something that had been nagging at his brain as a gamer the entire time as he stared at the world tree within Alfheim Online. Looking at the difficulty of the world tree's mission, he found that it was nearly impossible, not completely impossible though. Rubbing his chin in thought, he stared at the nerve gear in question. The memories of his life in SAO coming back to haunt him in his process of thinking. His mother had gotten him the better-suited nerve gear in order to play the game itself when he received it for his birthday. And now he stared at both the new nerve gear and looked back at the old one before a knock at his door gained his attention. Opening the door, he found a blonde-haired girl with hooves for feet had been rubbing her left arm whilst looking very nervous. She looked up to see his curious expression on his face as a small nervous smile came up and showed itself as she asked him a question in broken Japanese. Can you help, Japanese bad? The girl asked as Izuku looked at her. Well, I can assist you, but are you able to speak English better? Izuku asked, looking at her confused and speaking English. Yes. I come from America. I'm so glad someone can understand me far better than most others. I thought it was only going to be Setsuna and Kendo. The girl said happily. Well, as much as I would like to do that now, I wanted to check out this new game. Izuku said in perfect English. Oh, and before you do that, my name is Tsunatori Pony. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Pony said, introducing herself. Nice to meet you too, Tsunatori-san. And we can start your Japanese language training tomorrow if you will allow it. Izuku said, as Pony nodded and left him alone. As Pony left the boys' dorm, Izuku turned back to the game that was on his desk. Putting on the old nerve gear, he started up his computer as he spoke out a couple words to begin his journey into the game of Alfheim Online. Link start. Izuku called out. Link start. Izuku called out as he felt his mind leave his body. As the colors of his consciousness transferred into the game, he found himself at a character creation screen. He stared at the character selection, all the different races that he could choose from and so many different routes. So many choices, and so much time required to be used in order to create the perfect character for himself. Okay, so if I were to create a character in this world, I would like to be capable of using skills similar to the ones I could use in SAO. Izuku muttered to himself. He looked at all the races that he could utilize to their maximum potential. There was multiple, sylph, spriggon, salamander, cat sith, gnome, imp, leprechaun, puka and undine. And as Izuku looked each race over, his mind kept moving back over to the cat sith race as he stared at each and every single skill they had at their disposal. Cat sith, the ability to run on walls, enhanced eyesight and speed, and ironically flight. Izuku mumbled as he read about the other races. Whilst he would have liked to use illusions as well as trickery in order to deceive his opponents, spriggans were far too cowardly for his liking. Salamanders had overwhelming power, but power wasn't what Izuku was looking for, it was versatility. The undines and sylphs were very powerful on their own, they just required to be in areas where their magical powers could be utilized perfectly. The gnomes and imps were just too weak for him in order to take on opponents. Not only that, but the simple fact that gnomes were the trademark blacksmiths really put him away from that. So all that was remaining of the list was cat. Sith, so he decided that he would ultimately choose that class as a whole. Their versatility in their magic as well as enhanced speed and wall running allowed him to take advantage of any situation. Alright, so Cat Sith is who I wish to be a part of. But now, what should I look like? Izuku muttered, as he stared at the avatar that was being created. I swear I can make a character in SAO, and now I am having trouble making a character in a spiritual successor. Kami, what is wrong with me? Izuku muttered, with a sad aura around his head. As he moved to make his character as similar to his real-life body as possible, he found that he actually looked far more adorable with cat ears and a tail. Although there was a problem, not only did he have a tail. He had 3 and his body was dreadfully short. Shorter than he was as a young adult within UA University, and he could only groan in utter shame. Appearing in the main city of the Cat Sith, he found himself standing before a monument. It showed a statue of the king of the world, King Oberon of the Alps. The man looked highly cowardly when Izuku got a good look at the man. If anything, it portrayed the man in a highly odd position. Izuku, though, felt as though the man was trying to cover something up from how he was standing so rigidly. I swear if this guy is evil, it wouldn't even be a good game at this point. Izuku muttered as he walked through the town. Izuku found his way around town, and he could only think about what kind of weapons he should utilize in this world. There was multiple kinds of weapons that he could use, and he smiled to himself at the wide variety that was available. The only problem was that he was only level 1, and in order to get those weapons, he needed to be at least level 10, so he needed to grind low-level quests. In a game where piking was very popular, and he had no allies in this new game world. I don't know which quests are good enough for me to use. I could hunt down some gigantic slugs, but they are disgusting. But they provide the most in order to get food and weapons/armor. Izuku muttered. He continued to mutter to himself as the people around him stopped what they were doing and just stared at him in confusion. That quickly turned into slight fear of the boy as they made it their mission to leave the boy alone. And once his muttering was done, Izuku came out of it as he took in his surroundings after not hearing anyone talking anymore. He walked out of the town as he began to search for the gigantic slugs for his little quest for the town. Searching through the forests for his quest, he came across a scene that he didn't think he could ever see in his life. In front of him was an undine who was being groped by a horde of tentacle monsters as the girl just ummed in frustration. Being the kind boy that he was, he immediately used the knife he had on hand to slice through the horde, freeing the girl. As soon as she hit the ground, she grumbled to herself as she got up from the ground as Izuku assisted her in her standing up. As soon as she was standing at full height, she took in her savior and found a short green-haired cat boy standing in front of her. A cat Sith? Child? She asked, looking completely shameful. I'm 18. Izuku spoke out loud. You don't look like you're that age. The undine said as she moved her hair out of the way. Izuku stared at the woman in front of himself. She had a very familiar look before she placed a pair of glasses on. She stared at the boy in front of her, as Izuku recognized the girl in front of him as the two pointed at one another. Enkidu-san? Melissa-san? Izuku asked at the same time as Melissa. Wait, what are you doing in this game, Enkidu-san? Melissa asked, curious. I was checking out the game. A friend of mine from SAO had given it to me through a copy. What about you? Izuku asked as Melissa chuckled. Well, since someone I know actually made the game, he told me that I could have it for free. Essentially because my father knew the creator, he got the game for me for free. Melissa said with a nervous laugh. Oh well, that's good. I didn't think that after how I'd ever meet you again. How has it been since you escaped from Z? Izuku asked as the girl sighed. It's been a life changer, that's for sure. But I will say this, it's really good to see you again, Enkidu-san. Melissa said, as Izuku shook his head. Just call me Midoriya. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I've been thinking about telling you about my life as a quirkless person. Izuku said, staring at Melissa. Well, why don't we complete this quest that you're on? She asked with a smirk. Sure. Izuku said excitedly, with a slight stammer, as the two found the gigantic slugs that they both just so happened to be after. They took them down with skill as well as their respective abilities. With Melissa being capable of utilizing water magic that the Undine race was capable of using, Izuku had landed the final blows. Collecting their prize and leaving, they had walked back to where the quest originated from. After they collected their quest rewards, they walked about the capital city of the Cat Sith. They took in the place as they let out sighs of relief and sat down in a small cafe within the small world. The two got right into talking about what happened after they had last met in SAO, with how Izuku managed to slowly get over the death of his fiancée in the game, all the way to fighting against Heathcliff, who turned out to be Akihiko Kayaba. Melissa was enthralled with the story that Izuku told her. It was very like a fairy tale that she'd read as a child, and she couldn't help but feel bad when she heard Izuku talk about what Kayaba had forced Koharu to do. Wait, so Kayaba managed to hack Koharu's brain? Melissa asked, confused. Apparently, Koharu's brainwaves were capable of being hacked because of the nerve gear. Kayaba forced her to keep that information away from me. It hurt a lot to hear that from him. I've never felt such rage and hatred for such a man before. But I thought about what Koharu would have done, and prevented myself from dealing the final blow, but it didn't stop Kirito from doing it, Izuku said as he clenched his fists. Melissa took note of how tight his fists were clenching, and she immediately placed her hands over his own, causing his eyes to unclench and stare at her in confusion and shock. She just gave him a small smile as he felt all the pain and suffering he'd felt for over 2 years suddenly ebb away. Breathing out a sigh, Izuku leaned back in his seat, allowing Melissa to pull her hands back as she smiled at him even more. Sorry about that. Hurts to remember. All of that, Izuku said, tears brimming in his eyes. Nobody could ever say that you deserve that kind of suffering. Nobody ever did. Neither did those who died trying to complete the game with you and Koharu, Melissa said, as Izuku sadly smiled at her. Still, it won't bring Koharu back. I feel like I lost a part of myself when she died. It hurts a lot. I just want that part to come back again, Izuku said, tears falling down his face. Well, how about we try and make her death mean something in this game? Melissa questioned. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, there's a small rumor in the game that the King Oberon is not what he seems. From what I gathered from my own intelligence within the game creator's group of people, he created the game for only one reason, Melissa said, pausing for dramatic effect. Okay, so what are these rumors? Izuku asked, leaning forward, like a curious cat. Apparently, from what people have found from flying as high as they could into the sky, they found someone held in a birdcage high in the World Tree. So there is the rumor that he is actually the big bad of the game and we need to defeat him in order to gain the ability to fly forever, Melissa said with a chuckle at how Izuku looked dejected. I didn't think that my thoughts from when I first saw his statue to be true. Why do I have to constantly jinx myself with these kinds of words? Izuku muttered to himself as Melissa giggled. It sounded very appealing to Izuku's ears, which flicked every time that he heard the girl laugh and giggle whenever he did something that greatly made her amused. Melissa, though, took note of how each time she laughed or giggled, his ears had perked up at it each time. So whenever she giggled, she mentally made a note of how they would perk up at her liking what he said or accidentally did. It was really amusing, especially with the extra appendages that kept softly rubbing at her thigh unconsciously. She reached out with a palm and rubbed the tail as she watched the boy become very confused for a moment. All before his face became a wide blush as he immediately pulled his tails back, causing Melissa to stare at him in confusion. Why you petting my T-tails? Izuku asked, very confused and embarrassed. They kept rubbing up against my thigh, and I couldn't help but pet them. You really act like a cat when you are a cat, Sith Midoriya-kun. So which school are you heading to at the moment? Melissa explained before questioning him. I'm currently in Class 1B of UA University. I'd managed to get into the hero course of UA University whilst being quirkless. It's quite literally a dream come true, Izuku said, happy tears falling from his eyes now. I see. Would you like to have a personal support technician? Melissa asked, curious. I don't see why not, but who would want to support a quirkless hero? Nobody has ever thought that a quirkless hero was something that could ever happen. Izuku asked, looking very concerned about his future as a hero. Well, I work with mechanics. And I am learning how to be a support technician at Island, Melissa said, pointing to herself. Why you'd assist me in becoming the world's first quirkless hero? Izuku asked, face filled with shock. Of course, after all I'm quirkless too, Melissa said with a smirk. She expected Izuku to stare at her in shock and awe. What she didn't expect was for him to stare at her in so much relief that she immediately found herself in a hug. The boy had immediately pulled her into a tight hug as his entire body trembled. She felt something wet hit her shoulder before realizing the boy was crying. Paying for their meal and drink and leaving, she brought the boy into her little apartment. She sat down on the couch as she pulled Izuku's head away from her shoulder and saw the relief on his face. Whilst it looked like he was mad with pure elation, it was revealing something dark in her eyes. Something that she didn't think she'd ever see. Izuku, what was your life before Iso? Melissa asked as Izuku looked up at her. His face showed fear for a few moments, all before he just trembled even more as memories of his past came up. And as he opened his mouth, he heard a small alarm on the side of his head as he looked to the right. Melissa was confused before Izuku spoke up as he sniffled. Sorry, but can we talk later? I need to wake up, Izuku said as Melissa just smiled sadly. Later today after school? Melissa asked. Why you just need to actually go to school? Izuku said as he logged off his avatar just leaned back on her couch. She stared at the sleeping cat Sith on her couch as she let out a sigh. Pulling a blanket over the cat Sith, she soon found herself being pulled under them as well as she stared at the avatar in confusion. What the hell is happening right now? How are you even able to hold me in your arms like this? Melissa screeched as she flailed in the sleeping cat Sith's arms. Izuku opened his eyes in his dorm. He looked over at his alarm clock and found that it was nearing 6 a.m. as he turned the alarm off. Sitting upright in his bed, he glared at the time as he felt tears falling from his eyes as he wiped them. Shaking his head, he stood up from his bed as he realized something that he'd forgotten to do. He always slept without anything on. So when he stood up, he found himself completely NDE and he went to change his clothing. That was until he heard a knock at his bedroom door. Before he could ask who it was, it opened up, revealing Pony standing there with a closed-eye smile. She called out to him as she opened her eyes to look at him before she noticed his completely NDE form. Her eyes trailed along his entire body before reaching his groin. Her face suddenly grew in a blush as she saw a pair of underwear in his hands that were clearly about to be placed on. Steam flew out of her ears as her eyes became swirls as she fell back, passing out, her hand on the door causing it to close. All as Izuku held a deadpan expression on his face. Of all the things to happen, and Tsunatori-san saw me. What even is my life? Izuku asked, aloud to no one in particular. Okay everyone, we've reached an impasse within the story as a whole. I know that I am shipping Melissa and Izuku after the whole Koharu storyline with the two getting close. But I want to know from you all. Should I add Tsunatori Pony into this little relationship or someone else from Class 1B, and I am not doing someone from Class 1A. I know that I've used her specifically for a reason, and you all are probably following me on this. Izuku needs a girl for his school time that allows him to be himself around others. And with Pony being the American as well as Izuku knowing the American language due to his time as a child learning it from All Might videos, you can never change my mind on that. I want your opinion on that fact. So between these two characters, who do you think should be in a relationship with Izuku whilst he's away from Island, and Melissa, who will be okay with it? Tsunatori Pony, Kendo Itsuka, Shiozaki Ibara, Tokage Setsuna, Yanagi Reiko, Komori Kinoko. Those are the girls of Class 1B that I have selected for this. I hope you all can give me whoever you wish to be in the relationship. Although I've probably started a relationship with Izuku and Pony early on. So, you all should know that in my personal preference, Pony is my choice. But it could change due to your decision on these girls. Or we can leave it monogamous with Izuku and Melissa. I'm fine with either a poly relationship or monogamous relationship. But I hope this helps you all choose since there is only a select few to choose from Class 1B. Get to voting in the comment section below. I want to see who you all wish to enter a relationship with Izuku that isn't in Class 1A or any other classes aside from Class 1B itself. Next chapter will come out on Thursday. After leaving his bedroom and gathering his clothes for the second day of school, Izuku walked down the hall. He found Pony standing around the corner with a very blushed-looking expression as Izuku patted her shoulder. She looked up at him to find that he was blushing as well as he leaned downward to be around her height somewhat. Sorry you had to see me like that," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "Don't worry. It's fine," Pony said, struggling with her. "Japanese. We can talk in English if you would prefer if we were alone," Izuku suggested as the girl sighed. "Thank you, I've wanted to have someone to talk to in English. But the only one who knows about the English language was Tokage-san and she's very pranky," Pony quipped as Izuku chuckled. "Well, we should probably head to school now. We don't want to be late for our first class of the school year," Izuku said, patting Pony's head. "All right," Pony called out, chasing after him. For a majority of the day, the two were sitting next to one another talking about who they thought the teacher for the heroics class for the day would be. Izuku was hoping that it'd be someone like Present Mike again or their social studies teacher Professor Aizawa. But by the time they reached the moment of that class, they heard the thunderous footsteps of their teacher as he rushed through the halls. Izuku is the first to take notice of the thunderous footsteps rushing through the hallway. Looking to the classroom door, his attention towards the door caused those around him to look at it as well. And within moments the door was slammed open, causing some of the students to flinch in surprise as All Might himself entered the room with a smile on his face. "I am here." Walking through the door like a normal person, All Might said happily. As the class began to erupt in ecstatic glee, Izuku stared at the man with some uncertain feelings brimming to the surface. He knew that the man was his idol in everything heroics, but there was something off about the man that he could see. Call it BS, but Izuku's been around people in SAO who had medical issues and easily picked up on it. So when he saw All Might walking through the door, the first thing that entered his mind was not ecstatic glee, it was a questionary thought. Since when did All Might favor his right side? Izuku thought to himself idly. Pony looked at Izuku with apparent glee, before taking note of his confused expression on his face. Shaking his arm, he immediately changed his confusion to that of admiration of the man as Pony decided to question him about it another time. "All right, class. As you all know, I am the teacher for your heroic informatics class. And today, what better way to learn how to be a hero than with battle training?" All Might said, holding a card to the class stating battle. "And you can't be a hero without your hero costume," All Might said, pointing at the wall as multiple suitcases appeared. "Take your seat-numbered suitcase as it will have your specialized hero suit in order to make you all feel as though you're a real hero. Also meet me at Gym Delta," All Might said as he took off down the hall. As soon as the man who was Izuku's idol had left the room with a trail of smoke following after him, Izuku's face went from admiration to a grim expression as he held his suitcase. It held his seat number of 16 as he walked through the halls searching for the changing room. After finally finding the changing room, Izuku pulled out his hero suit that he had drawn and sent to the support course. It was similar to his getup in SAO as a whole, although it had far more materials that allowed it to be cut-proof, bullet-resistant, and quirk-proof. Izuku had specifically stated that he wanted his hero suit to be prepared for any kind of quirk he'd come across as a hero. Thankfully, the person who had made his hero suit left a small note in the suitcase as he picked it up and gave it a look over. "Hello, future endorser of Hatsum Industries. I am the one who was tasked with making your hero suit, and let me tell you, I am absolutely excited to see how we can further your ability to fight quirks. When I had heard you were quirkless, it made my heart swoon with the fact that you could become a potential test subject for my babies. I hope that you treat this hero suit as though it were a baby you created, mister, because I put my heart and soul into it. It is prepared for any kind of quirk, and to let you know I was given information on any and all quirks inside the school as well as those of villains. So you are completely prepared for any attack. I will forget your name. Hatsume," nodding in approval of his hero suit and the note given with the suit itself. Izuku placed it on over his body, and as soon as he felt the carbon nanofibers being squished across his form, he felt at peace with the close representation to what he wore inside SAO. It was as though he was putting on an old suit. Looking inside of the suitcase, Izuku saw a new weapon that was an exact replica of the one he used in SAO. Extending to a maximum reach of around 10 meters long, Izuku wrapped the chains with daggers welded on the edges around his body. He stepped out of the changing room fully prepared for how he will look to his classmates, especially since he changed without them noticing his presence. Walking through the halls, outside the building and towards the Delta Gym, Izuku found himself standing outside of the entire gym of Gym Delta. It was completely massive in size and Izuku felt himself be intimidated by how large it was compared to himself. Looking over at a side door, he walked towards it and opened it and entered the halls moving towards the camera room. By the time he arrived he found the rest of his classmates all talking to one another animatedly. It wasn't until Pony looked in his general direction that the rest of the class had done the same and were impressed with his hero suit. He wore a Altajar overcoat that covered most of his body except for his head. But underneath that was a suit that was tailor-made to be prepared for any kind of situation, and the chains that moved across his frame caused them to be intimidated by his appearance. His combat boots were heavily inspired by his quirkless appearance as they were red in color, a stark contrast to his overall dark appearance. He had face paint on his face that covered the freckles on his cheeks, making anyone who saw him think he was someone else. The chains themselves were golden in color, ending with silver-edged blades that were daggers to represent his heavenly chains from SAO. On his shoulder was a slip of paper showing that he was an SAO survivor as he wore a fedora on top of his head. And a red-tinted pair of glasses were covering his emerald-colored eyes in the shape of a massive star. "Wow, you look really intimidating, Izuku," Pony said, as Izuku smiled at her. "Thanks, and what is your hero costume supposed to be?" Izuku asked, as Pony stuck out her tongue and tilted her head with a smile. "I'm supposed to represent a cowgirl. Although I don't need a horse to ride since I have hooves," she said, showing off her legs. "I see. Well, I'm glad that I was the last one to arrive here," Izuku said, before All Might interjected. "I know that some of you wish to talk to one another, but I think it's time for this whole training day to begin," All Might called out as everyone sat down in some nearby chairs. "Now then, for this lesson you will be separated into teams of 2. One specified as hero team and the other as the villain team. You will be fighting over a papier-mâché nuclear device that will go off after 15 minutes have passed. We won't have you dealing with a nuclear device in the future at all, that goes to bomb specialists," All Might informed as he continued. "Now then, the teams will be chosen by pure chance. Because we are trying to simulate a randomness effect of how you will come across other heroes by mere chance. And will not have the added effect of teaming with those who work very well with your abilities. And lack of one," All Might said, cringing at the last part with Izuku. With that said and done, Izuku walked up and grabbed a ball that was given to him at random by All Might as he walked back to the wall behind himself. Looking at the number on it, he saw it was A5 before he glanced across the entire room and found Pony walking towards him. "So what did you get?" Izuku asked as Pony showed him her ball. "It appears as though we're on a team with one another," she said happily. "Yup, that means that by pure chance we managed to be placed on the same team. I look forward to working together with you, Tsunotori-san," Izuku said, holding out a hand. "Me too," she said, as everyone got into their selective teams. "Is everyone with their gathered teams?" All Might questioned as everyone nodded. "Good. Now then, these are the setups for each of your teams," All Might said, pointing to a randomized chart of who was against who. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Tsunotori Pony. Team B, Kamakiri Tagaru and Komori Kinoko. Team C, Kodai Yui and Shiozaki Ibara. Team D, Shishida Juroda and Shoda Nairenjiki. Team E, Shirhai Kurwaro and Kaibara-san. Team F, Kendo Itsuka and Owaze Yosetsu. Team H, Bando Kojiro and Hiryu Rin. Team I, Yanagi Reiko and Fukudashi Manga. Team G, Tetsu and Tokij Setsuna. Team J, Tsuburaba Kozai and Hananuki Juzo. That is the teams for now. And for the first battle of the day. It will be decided at random as well. All Might said, as he pulled out ball with letters on them. Team A Midoriya Izuku and Tsunatori Pony vs. Team F Kendo Itsuka and Aways Yosetsu. Team D Shishida Jiroda and Shota Nairenjiki vs. Team I Yanagi Reiko and Fukudashi Manga. Team B Kamakiri Taguru and Komori Kinoko vs. Team E Shirhai Kurwaro and Kaibara-san. Team G Tetsu and Tokage Setsuna vs. Team C Kodai Yui and Shizuki Ibara. Team J Tsuburaba Kozai and Hananuki Juzo vs. Team H Bondo Kojiro and Hiryu Rin. There are the teams for the battle training exercise. I hope you are ready since Team A versus Team F are first. All Might said as the two teams moved up. Team A are the villains, whilst Team F are the heroes. All Might informed the class. Choosing a selected building for their battle trial, Izuku placed the bomb on the 5th floor of said building. Pony standing next to him as she watched his expression move from a somewhat grim one into a more determined and serious one. She then opened her mouth to speak as Izuku looked in her direction. So what do you think we should plan for? She asked. Our opponents are Kendo and Aways. I don't know what their quirks are. But from what I believe, Kendo's more combat-oriented since her attire has her prepared for a close-range battle. But it's Aways who has me on edge. Izuku said as he thought about the boy. What is wrong with Aways-kun? Pony asked. Nothing is wrong with him, it's just his quirk that I'm trying to figure out. From what he said in class his quirk is called weld. And don't ask how I know that, but from what I think. He can weld anything he touches with his hands. I'm not sure how it works though. Izuku said as Pony thought about it. Then I should be the one to keep them busy long enough to buy you time to barricade the door. Pony said, as Izuku nodded. Remember we need to stay in contact through the communicator in our ears. If you feel as though you are being overwhelmed by them, don't hesitate to return to me. Kendo feels as though she's a brawler type of hero hopeful. What is your quirk again, Pony? Izuku asked. My quirk is called Horn Cannon. I can shoot my horns from my head and can control around 6 of them at a time. I can also lift a full-sized human on my horns as well, so they're useful for evacuating civilians. Pony said, as Izuku nodded. Then you should attack from afar. Kendo will be wanting to fight you at close range. If you lose a set of your horns, then just take your control away from them and switch over to a new set. Izuku informed as Pony nodded. Now for the battle training to begin. Hero team, you can enter the building now. All Might's voice rang out. Say Kendo, when we win this battle trial, how about we go out sometime? Aways asked. Aways-kun, I personally think that we should pay more attention to the exercise. Kendo informed. Ah, come on, surely it won't be that strong. Pony will be difficult to pin down, but Midoriya will be relying more on intimidation factor than anything. He doesn't even have a quirk. This will be a piece of cake. Aways said as the two ran through the halls. Aways, as much as I would like to agree with you. Did you recognize the armband on Midoriya's arm? She asked as she focused her attention in front of herself. No, what does it even mean? Aways asked. It means that he's an SAO survivor. I've always been told by me peers that those who survived that death game are more akin to delinquents. But when was the last time you saw Midoriya be a delinquent? Kendo questioned as they arrived on the 3rd floor. Never, but at the same time he's quirkless Kendo. Surely he's not as dangerous as the news portrayed those who survived that game to be. Aways said as they heard laughter in the halls. You should think twice before making that kind of assumption, Aways-kun. Pony's voice said, huskily in his ear. The two heroes immediately jumped away from Pony as the girl floated seamlessly in the air. She smirked at the two as she launched 2 sets of horns at the duo, causing them to run into a nearby room. Pony entered the front of the room as she stood at the doorway as she watched her horns bounce across the room at high speeds. Aways and Kendo then leaped out of their hiding spot made of metal and welded shields made by the boy as they attacked Pony. The day of school ended as Izuku found himself inside the boys' changing room. He thought about the whole battle training between himself and the class as they all talked about whoever was the MVPs of each battle. It was fun for him since he could critique his classmates on how they fought, not to mention how they didn't really take it seriously. So now, here he stood changing out of his hero suit. He placed it back inside of the suitcase as he thought about how to upgrade it a bit more. He knew that it was perfectly fine, but you never know when it needs to be increased in defense. Shaking his head at that, he left the changing room and finished his school day before arriving back at his bedroom. Completing any and all homework that his teachers had given him, he focused his time over looking at the atmosphere. It was the device that he'd used in order to play LVM online, and as he stared at the item that his mother bought him, a small smile came onto his face. He was just about to place it over his head when a knock was heard from his dorm door. Walking over to it, he found Pony standing there with a smile. She showed that she had some Japanese language homework for her to complete, and Izuku allowed her inside his room to help her out. The two would converse in English to better help her understand what she did wrong for around an hour. Izuku would also learn a lot of new things about the English language from Pony as well. By the time her homework was completed, she thanked him for his assistance and left him to his devices. And as Izuku placed the atmosphere over his face, he entered the game of LVM online so that he could check the world out again. Returning back to the world of LVM online, Izuku found himself back in the city. Although his form was completely wrapped around a sleeping Melissa, but as he unwrapped himself from her, he stood up. He took in the bedroom she had allowed him to stay in, and as he covered her avatar up with a blanket, he left the building. He didn't wish to stay in her home uninvited after he'd been asleep in there for a few days at least. Sigh, I wonder what quests are available at the moment. Izuku muttered as he looked over some of the quests on the quest board. Looking for something to do? A fellow Catsith questioned. Argo, is that you? Izuku asked, noticing the whiskers of his fellow SAO survivor. Naya. That's me. And now I have a reason to have whiskers, teehee. Argo called out happily. How long has it been since we've seen one another? About a year and a half? Izuku asked as Argo nodded, their tail wagging happily. I can't wait to bribe people out of their money on this game. Oh, I can just see the money coming in. Argo said, a slight bit of drool coming from their mouth. Sure. Anyway, what brings you to me right now? Surely you already know that I don't exactly have money at the moment, Izuku said, as Argo smirked at him. Well, I guess you can say that I am interested in how an old friend wanted to get some cash and wanted to help? Argo questioned, arms behind their back. Okay, so which quest would you recommend? Izuku asked, looking at the quest board again. Oh, you should try and tame an animal. It will get you a net worth of around 300 per day, Argo said, as Izuku just gave them a confused expression. Taming an animal? I didn't know that this race could do that, Izuku said as he took the quest down. And not only that, but the other races have their own kinds of animals that they can tame as well. Luckily for you, our race can tame any kind of animal on the server, Argo supplied as Izuku looked at them. How much is this going to cost me, Argo? I know you don't pass out this kind of information without any kind of cost, Izuku asked as Argo just chuckled. What can I say? I really like my old customers that this is off the hook. For the next time though, you will have to pay double to use my services, Argo said, sticking their tongue out at him. Yeah, sure thing, Izuku said, popping a couple in their direction. I thought I said this was on the house? Argo asked, confused. That's my payment in advance, Izuku said as he walked away. Naya. See you next time, she said before running off. I swear, she just never really knows to get out of people's personal bubbles, Izuku muttered as he left the town. After leaving the town, Izuku found himself in the woods not too far away. He held out his quest as he looked at the piece of realistic-appearing meat in his hands. Glancing around the place, he found multiple animals that could be seen as pets for him to use at his leisure. Shaking his head at that thought, he just searched for whichever animal would provide him the most support. And as he searched through the forest, he did eventually come across something amazing. It was a giant watering hole where multiple animals were getting something to drink. Sitting down at the banks of the watering hole, Izuku relaxed a bit as he thought about which of these animals could be a good companion for himself. He was glad the creator of this game provided multiple animals. That way he wouldn't be checking over a specific type of monster's stats for too long. But as he was focusing his time on looking over the stats of the monsters he could see, He was unaware of a specific monster handing over him. It was sleek in design, not only that, but was the same shade of green as his hair and eyes IRL. The animal was draconic in appearance as it landed on his hair without rousing him from his muttering. It chirped as it started to make a nest in his bed of hair. Once it gathered enough supplies for its nest, it laid down on it as Izuku suddenly felt a warmth on his head. Pulling a mirror over his face, he saw that it was a baby dragonkin that had decided that his head of hair was a nice home for it. Sighing in exasperation, he pulled out the bait for the quest as the small monster roused from its slumber. Looking at the meat in his hand, it nipped at it for a second before it allowed Izuku to claim it as his own little familiar. When that happened, he got a lot of experience and 300'd to start. He was walking back to the town with the little dragon sleeping in his bed of hair as it snored softly. When he found Argo once more, the little cat Sith was looking at him in awe before beginning to chuckle. "I never thought that you'd have the adaptability to tame a dragon. What's their name?" Argo asked excitedly. "I'm not sure if they're male or female, so I just named them," Izuku said, with a pause before the face of his longest friend came up. "Koharu," Izuku said, with a small smile that the dragon chirped in happiness for. "Koharu, are you still hurting about that?" Argo asked, concerned. "It still hurts, but I've been getting better. Agile has been my therapist for a while now, although that has been replaced with Hound Dog at school," Izuku said, as Argo nodded. "Well, at least you're seeking help," Argo said, with a derpy expression before running away. Izuku looked at his little companion with a small smile as he pulled out a little meat treat for them. That was when he noticed how the dragon was a female, since he could see the female sign right next to the name he gave her. The dragon gave a small chirp before rubbing her snout against his cheek, giving him a small chuckle in response as they arrived at his home he could now buy. "Well, this is where I'll be living from here on out. Until I am able to buy a house in this game," Izuku said as he let Koharu roam the house. "Rar, rar," Koharu let out in her baby dragon voice. "I know it's not much, but it will be fine, Koharu-chan. Don't leave me, please?" Izuku asked, as the small dragon looked at him curiously. She then used her tail to do a salute and flew over to his head and laid down on it once more, something that Izuku chuckled even more at. "I don't get why animals and you love my hair so much. It's just hair," Izuku said as Koharu just smiled and laid down on his head. For a few minutes nothing came from his little talk with Koharu, but memories of her death came back to haunt him. Flashes of her being pierced by the Floor 61 boss with one of its sharp fins, or how it bit into her body, causing her to transform into motes of light and hexagons. Shaking his head as his entire body trembled slightly, he took a few deep breaths like Agile taught him. In and out, in and out, Izuku muttered as his heart rate increased. "Don't let the past haunt you, just let it pass by." Izuku's muttering continued. "She's gone, but that doesn't mean that it's forever. Her death has long since passed. Nothing can hurt you anymore," Izuku muttered. His vision blurred as he stumbled around the place, causing Koharu to rouse from her sleep on his head. Noticing how he was slowly entering a panic attack, she floated down in front of his face as she chirped at him. Izuku still couldn't notice her presence in front of him as he fell to his hands and knees as he fell onto his back with his palms clawing at his heart. As he was going through a panic attack, Koharu had flown off in order to find someone to help Izuku. Didn't have to fly very far before finding Melissa walking about as though she were searching for something or someone. She noticed a small dragon flying towards her as she prepared to defend herself, all before the small dragon began to yank on her hair and pull her towards Izuku's location. All right, just stop pulling my hair," Melissa whined. "Rar, rar," Koharu growled out. "All right, just lead me to wherever you wish for me to go," Melissa spoke out, as the small dragon flew away with Melissa not too far behind. Running through the nearby woods, Melissa didn't know what she would be finding. But when she came around a corner to find Izuku laying on his back clenching his hands around where his heart would be, she went right to work. Pulling the boy's hands away from his she yanked him upright to where he would be looking into her eyes. Looking into his emerald orbs, she found that they were constantly decreasing in size and knew that something was wrong. So she did what she thought was the right decision in the moment, as she slapped him across the face. Not that it did much at first, but as soon as the boy shook his head and slowly came down from his panic attack, he stared into her eyes. Tears flowed from his eyes as he yanked her into a hug as he held onto her for dear life. Melissa just rubbed the boy's back as she whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Izuku's vision had changed from being locked in SAO and on floor 61 and replaced with the woods of Alvium online. He vaguely felt that he was hugging someone or something as he tightened his hold onto them, not wanting to let go. Once his panic attack was fully gone from his body, Izuku slumped against Melissa's form as he trembled softly. Pulling away from Melissa, the young woman stared into his eyes as she found him tearing up once more. "Hey, don't cry on me please. I need to keep my makeup on my face," she said with a small quip. Sorry for you having to help me thought all of this," Izuku said, bowing his head. "Stop that, I will do it anytime you need. After all, what are friends for?" Melissa questioned with a smile. "Why, thanks, although please let me know if there is anything I can do to repay you for everything you've done for me," Izuku said as Melissa smirked. "Well, how about we go out on an adventure tomorrow?" Melissa smiled. "Sure thing, what time?" "My class has to be in school around 7 o'clock in Japanese time," Izuku said as Melissa thought about it. 5 o'clock island time frame. "Think you can pull that off?" she asked with a smirk on her face. "Yeah, I will see you then," Izuku said as the two logged off for that moment. Waking back up in his dorm, Izuku found that it was late at night. Taking a deep breath, he left the dorm room and made his way towards the kitchen. Pulling the fridge door open, he smiled at the dinner left in there by his classmates and pulled it out. Staring down at the food, tears flooded his eyes as he stared down at the food itself. "Hey, it's Pony, we all had katsudon for dinner tonight. Thank you so much for helping me on my Japanese, so as a small sign of thanks, here is katsudon. I hope you like it." Pony's handwriting was shown on the note. "It's been too long since I last called my mom. How did they even know that katsudon was my comfort food?" Izuku mumbled as he heated his dinner. Off in the corner of the room, he was unaware of the horse-like ears poking out from around the corner towards the women's dorms, and a certain horse girl smiling as she happily bounced away in silence. As Izuku went to bed that night, he had no dreams that would constitute a reason to talk to Hound Dog that day. It was more out of the fact he wanted to train until he reached the sports festival before talking to the counselor again. So as he moved about his relatively normal day at school, he mentally prepared for whatever class they would have at this point in time. Considering Class 1A were having their rescue lessons today, Izuku was wondering what his class were going to be doing for their heroic informatics class. And as the hours passed by, it was time for Hero Informatics class and the class patiently waited for their teacher to arrive. Considering All Might was going to be teaching Class 1A today, they were wondering who'd their teacher for this class be. That was until their homeroom teacher Vlad King had entered the room. He stood in the middle of it as he glared at each and every student within the class as he took a mental roll call. Once he managed to see each and every student in his classroom, he had given them all a nod before speaking to them. "Alright class, since Class 1A are currently training in the rescue lessons with All Might today, we're going to be training your fighting techniques. Some of you have been trained in quirkless combat, whilst others were forced into learning it because of reasons," Vlad informed, giving Izuku an apologetic smile. "But aside from that, get your gym uniforms on. You will all meet me outside in the training area just a few hundred feet away from the school," Vlad said, leaving the room. With that all said and done, the class followed their teacher to the changing rooms. Changing out of their school uniforms, they got into their gym uniforms and headed outside to stand near one another. Vlad King had set up who would be fighting who in quirkless combat, and that quirks were not allowed to be used in this kind of fighting. Izuku was the first one called as he was set up against Shishida Jiroda. The two stood in the middle of the arena circle that was made for the two of them in specifics. Izuku stretched his limbs as he made sure to limber himself up for this task of taking on a student who was much taller than he himself was. Taking a deep breath inward, Izuku bent his body to where it was at a lower stance than Shishida. "Alright, I don't want either of you to hit spots that would cause immense pain. That means anything under the belt is a no-go. But anywhere else would be preferable. Without further ado, let's begin, Vlad said, blowing his whistle. Izuku stayed in his stance as he circled around Shishida. The taller brute of a classmate had stared down at him. He stayed in the middle of the circle as he watched the shorter boy move around him, all before Shishida had thrown a backhand towards Izuku, who had ducked under it. The boy then leaped over the taller boy's arm and sent a kick into Shishida's face, causing his head to snap to the right. Izuku then landed on the ground in front of Shishida before turning around and sliding under him as Shishida had rushed him. He threw a punch into the ground as Izuku stood up from behind Shishida as the older boy looked confused for a moment, before he was kicked in the back. Turning around, he sent a telegraphed kick at Izuku, who grabbed the offending limb before quite literally lifting him up and slamming the boy on the ground. He then jumped into the air as he slammed a fist into the taller boy's gut, causing him to cough up spittle. Leaping back to gain distance, Izuku stood still as he calmed his raging heart. And as Shishida stood back up again, he rushed the boy, this time whilst letting his body attack instinctively. A dodge to the left, before the right, and Izuku ducked under Shishida's left hook as the boy overextended. Izuku then slid into the taller boy's guard as he slammed a fist into the taller boy's chin, causing him to be lifted up from the ground just a few inches before he landed on his feet. Izuku then swiped the taller boy's legs out from under him as Izuku placed a palm over Shishida's face, pushing him into the ground. Puff. Laid out in a starfish position, Shishida laid there for a few moments as he struggled to get back up. Izuku stood not too far away as Shishida had finally managed to stand upright, all before giving the boy a grin. He wiped some BLD from his lips before rushing Izuku again, and this time, he slammed his fist into Izuku's gut in an attempt to try and get him to protect his face. But he felt something connect into his own gut before looking downward. Izuku had dodged the attack and kicked him in the sternum, causing him to fall over onto the ground in pain. I will say that's enough. Midoriya wins the first match, Vlad said, as he pointed at Izuku. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked as the taller boy shrugged. Diamond, you hit strong. Where did you learn how to fight? Shishida asked. Saw. Izuku said as the taller boy just shivered. Sorry, he said, as Izuku shrugged. It was kill or be killed in there? Izuku said, moving back to the class. Alright, next up is Dash, Vlad King spoke before the school's alarm system went off. Play the video above. Class, get back into the classroom. The teachers and I will take care of whatever threat is on campus, Vlad said, rushing towards the school. So, how was your day? Izuku asked, looking at Pony. What is even happening anymore? She asked in English. Later on in the day, Class 1B would find out that Class 1A and the teachers at the rescue lessons were attacked by villains. Not only that, but it came at the cost of a classmate within Class 1A. The boy known as Minomanito had taken use of the villain leader's quirk of decay and used it against the owner, decaying them until they were completely turned to ash, not to mention the villain leader had killed Minomanito in the attack. Needless to say, those of Class 1A were in very low spirits when they had returned back to the school grounds. Izuku had made some tea and snacks for the entire sister class due to him feeling as though he could have assisted them in some kind of way. Although it wasn't possible since he wasn't in their class, he still felt as though being a hero student meant he had to be a hero as soon as possible. So as he left his class dorms, he headed over to Class 1A's dorms. He knocked on the front doors of the dorms itself as it was opened up by a appealing black-haired young woman. She had onyx eyes and a very mature build as she looked downright solemn and depressed. Looking up at Izuku, she found the boy holding some tea and snacks as he gave her a sympathetic expression. I'm not sure if this will help, but do you mind if I give you guys some tea and snacks? Izuku asked as the young woman nodded. Sure thing, just don't talk to anyone. We're going through a rough time, the young woman said, as Izuku gave a strict nod. Walking through the front doors, Izuku found most of the Class 1A students sitting around in the living room. They were in very low spirits as they glanced over at him with a confused expression before noticing what he held. Some of them would follow to the table in their kitchen as Izuku prepared to leave them to their own devices. Hey, who are you? A gruff but cheery voice called out. HM? I'm Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you. Izuku said, reaching a hand out. The name's Kirishima Ijiro. Nice to meet you, man. Sorry about the gloom in here. We're usually happier around here. Kirishima said, a fake smile on his face, as Izuku shrugged. You guys went through a harrowing event, witnessed a fight in life or death. I've been through that myself. Izuku said, rubbing the armband on his shoulder. Shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring bad memories. Kirishima said, looking away. Izuku watched the boy with a soft expression before pulling him into a hug. The boy was confused before reaching around Izuku's shoulders and beginning to tremble. Don't worry, it's alright to not look like you're strong. You're just students, you're not meant to be prepared for something like that. Izuku said, as Kirishima slowly devolved into sobs. I made a new friend. And he died. I don't know why you are helping me through this, but it hurts to lose a new friend like this. Kirishima said, manly tears falling from his eyes. It's what a hero should do. And hopefully, this might bring both of our classes together. We can be rivals, but it shouldn't be meant to be something to be mad at one another for. My class would love to be friends with everyone here. But right now, you should mourn the death of your friend. Izuku said, as he patted Kirishima's back. You know, if being a hero doesn't work out for you, you should probably try and be a therapist? Kirishima said, as Izuku's eyes slowly glazed over. Yeah, I might take some classes in that. But as of right now, prepare for the sports festival, it's coming up real soon. Izuku said before taking his leave. Who was that guy? A girl with earphone jacks on her ears questioned. A real man. Kirishima said, clenching his fist, manly tears falling from his eyes again. Returning back to Class 1B's dorms, Izuku found his class in their own depressed states. Walking over to the kitchen, he made some tea as well as snacks for them all as well. He knew that in order to make them happier, they would need something to distract them. So, in a way of being kind and actively participating with them all, he sat down on the couch next to Pony. He turned on the television and put on the newest Transformers movie. Catching everyone's attention as they looked over at the couch, Izuku sitting with the class actively being with them. They all joined him and Pony on the couch as they all watched the newest film from the Transformers movie franchise. Albeit in the Japanese dub, but with subtitles in English for Pony to understand. Within seconds, the logos for the movie began and passed, all ending with the title of the film. Transformers, Prime Resurrection. Thank you for helping our sister class. Kendo's voice rang in his ear, causing Izuku to glance at her. It's what a good friend and sister class would do. Izuku said, waving her off. Still no thanks? Kendo said, rubbing his head. Which coincidentally caused Pony to lean into his form that much tighter, causing a blush to come over his face. After taking a few days rest from the sudden attack on UA, Class 1B had been up in arms about what Class 1A had been through. Some of them were starting to get antsy about all the coverage the news stations all around Japan were giving them. Izuku stayed quiet as most of his classmates, aside from Pony and Kendo, were complaining about not getting any attention. As that was happening, since Izuku was in the living room originally to take notes on any new heroes and heroines he could see on the news. But hearing the news talk about Class 1A as though they were gloating about how they managed to survive such a mess, it caused Izuku to think about this. He placed a hand over his head as he remembered all the chaos on the news stations all over Japan and the world. They were talking about how 5,000 players had managed to escape a supposed death game as though they were there. They talked about how heroic the people who were stuck in the game were to escape in a meager 2 years. Hell, there were people who were gloating about how they could have defeated SAO within a week if they had the time to play it. At the time, Izuku had been extremely uncomfortable about that kind of information getting out to the world. And now that he's watching Class 1A deal with the same message to the world, he felt an anger deeply ingrained in his mind slowly come out. The other students were constantly talking about how they could have survived such an event, completely forgetting a student was killed. His hand clenched around the pencil in his hand as Pony looked over at him confused as she heard a small snapping sound. Kendo had done the same as Izuku growled audibly now, heard by the rest of the class as they looked over at him. What in the hell makes you think you could have survived an event such as what happened to Class 1A? They were attacked by villains who were prepared to fight them. And you believe that you could take them on. Get a grip on your fragile egos. They were nearly killed, and all you care about is how you aren't getting attention. They are going through a point in their lives that shouldn't have happened until they've reached their first few days on the job as a hero. To think you all want to be heroes, what I see is glory-wanting pieces of sheet," Izuku said, standing up and walking away. The rest of the class stared at Izuku's disappearing form as he walked towards the steps leading up to the dorm rooms. Pony and Kendo stared at one another in shock at how Izuku had spoken to Much for the first time since they'd first met him. From their perspective, he was mostly a silent kind of guy. And to see him lash out like this was very unlike him. "I feel as though he's not going to have a good week," Pony said in English. "You said it, not me," Kendo said in Japanese. Izuku stormed up to his dorm. The simple fact that his classmates were stating that they could have done far better than Class A was absurd. Their sister class had nearly been all killed in that attack, and his classmates were so focused on how they probably could have done better than them, self-absorbed into their own egos, that they didn't think of the bigger picture about that attack. The villains were prepared to attack UA. Not only that, but they came so prepared that they'd managed to kill a UA student. One who could copy the power of his opponent and used it against him. Izuku slammed his fist onto the desk in the room as he growled inaudibly to himself as he glared at the wall in fury. They're not taking this threat by the villains as seriously as they should have. They were massively prepared for this attack, they planned for it. And they managed to kill a singular student. For most other schools that have students dying on their internships at best, or in a work study, that would be normal. But UA hasn't had a student die in their school, much less during school hours, in over 50 years. Izuku muttered. He then looked over at a poster of his most favorite hero. The man who inspired him to become a hero ever since he was 4 years old, All Might. The one person who had cared for everyone and anyone, who supported quirkless orphanages around the world. It was because of his donations to those kinds of places that had Izuku hold the man in a higher position in his life. All Might was more than just an ideal to reach out for, he was an end goal to reach, to have an influence in the world similar to his. Izuku didn't care that he wasn't the same as the man, he knew that he wouldn't ever become like the man. He was on his own journey to become a quirkless hero, to prove to everyone and anyone that said that he couldn't become a quirkless hero in the first place. And after that day, classes would resume like normal. As though UA didn't have a student who died literally under a week prior to the school starting up again. Izuku was more focused on preparing for the sports festival, especially since their teacher stated that they had little over a week to prepare for it. And because of the sports festival being held again just after an attack, Izuku was more than prepared to set himself up in order to win the whole entire thing without a quirk. So much so that he was mentally prepared to train non-stop after school hours, all so that he could become strong enough to take on a quirked individual. They may not have enough training in physical combat, but Izuku has 2 whole years of fighting in a video game under his belt. He learned many forms of combat in the game that allowed him to survive as long as he had there. Ranging from sword fighting, axe combat, knife combat, rapier combat, to hand-to-hand. He had used each and every style of fighting in the game to reach a maximum ability of fighting to become a hero before UA. Now though, he can utilize those skills in order to fight opponents who had quirks to increase their dangerous capacity. Izuku though, was preparing to fight against Yayoro Zumomo, the class president of 1A, as he'd seen her quirk in action a few days prior. The young woman could create anything from her lipids. So long as it wasn't too big, she could make it within seconds. And from what he remembered, she preferred to use it in such a way that was predictable. He was kind of insulted. Here is the smartest student within UA, probably most of Japan's school system as a whole, and she's using her quirk rudimentarily. It really set him off how she was wasting her potential as a hero. So he was going to challenge her to a fight in the sports festival if they went off against one another. If she could fight him without using her quirk to aid her in any way, he would acknowledge her as a good rival in the school. He was forced to learn what the real world is like, and she was terribly naive. She wouldn't last a day out there in the hero world. And he was going to show her when they fought in the sports festival. In the week building up to the sports festival, Izuku also kept up his studying. In order to outsmart someone touted as one of the smartest students in the school, he had to be smarter than she was. Why was he tunnel visioning her the entire time, you may ask? Because he knew that her idea of a hero was very stupid. She thought that to become a hero, she needed to have the money as well as smarts to become one. And she trained with actual trainers to do that, not that he cared. She used what money was capable of being used for and got what she wanted. But becoming a hero was harder than it looked. Izuku watched how heroes entered the job profession and basically gave up on it within a couple of years due to how grueling it really was. He watched many heroes get injured and be forced to retire because they couldn't take the profession seriously. And from what he saw of her, hanging out with her friends, not really training herself physically rather than just training her quirk, she wouldn't last long against someone who could just cancel out her own quirk. Much less if she fought against someone who could use her naivety against her. She may be smart, but she was terribly sheltered from everything the world had to offer. If he had to guess, she brought her friends to very expensive restaurants in order to buy them into her social circle. Taking a deep breath, he felt as though he was focusing too much on Yaoyorozu. Sure, she was very smart, had the perfect quirk, and wasn't using it correctly, set him off. And sure, maybe he was taking this a bit too far with focusing his entire time to prepare to fight her himself. But he had 2 years' worth of trauma leading him on this assumption, and he will not let it go right now. Especially with what happened earlier that week with his classmates. Pony still stuck around him from time to time, albeit seemingly reluctantly because of how she flinched whenever he was around. Not only that, but Kendo looked at him with worry sometimes. It was sickening for him to take her staring at him as though he were about to break. If he can last 2 years in a death game and get out of it with minor trauma to his mind, he really couldn't care less about the trauma that really hit him strong in the moment. Then Class 1A can, with time, get over the death of their classmate. All his emotions were getting to him and he just let them flow through him and guide his actions. Looking at a nearby calendar in his room, he saw that the sports festival was within a couple of days. Taking a deep breath, he looked at what he turned his bedroom into. It was transformed into a workout chamber for him to work as strong as he could just to prepare for the festival itself. Stepping out of his room to get cleaning supplies, he didn't want his room to feel more like a local gym. He walked towards the bathroom so that he could take a shower, completely unaware that he was walking around the dorms without a shirt. All the scars on his torso and back revealed to the cool summer air. He opened the bathroom door to the men's restroom and entered it. As soon as he entered the bathing area of the room itself, he stood alone in the room as he took a deep breath again. Taking his towel off his lower body, he stared at all the scars he'd collected from both the game and his life before SAO. Burn marks, cuts, and old healed bruise marks marred his skin, making sure that nothing was safe. All except for his groin and rear. Taking in his musculature, he sighed before she sat in the hot water of the bath, letting his aching muscles from the long week of training without a singular break within the week itself. It was so welcoming for him that he fell asleep in the bathroom itself and was completely unaware of the people coming to the bathroom. In his training-induced mind, he had completely forgotten that the boys and girls had such bathing rooms, and was now in the girls' restroom baths as he slept all by himself inside the place. The voices on the other side of the door to the bathroom, though, were only from one person talking to themselves. Pony, who had taken Izuku's lead in training herself to become as strong as possible, entered the bathroom. She saw the steam inside the place and believed that someone from their class was inside here bathing. So as she walked over, she saw curly green hair, and mistook him as one of their classmates in Setsuna. "Hey Setsuna, how are you doing?" Pony called out, happily jumping into the water. As Pony began to wash her hair in the water itself, she glanced over at her partner in the baths, only to find that it was Izuku. She stared at him with a blank expression on her face, her eyes losing their color. All before realizing something. Izuku was passed out in the bath, a hot bath with a lot of steam in there. Moving over to his sleeping form slowly, so as to not wake him up, she placed a hand on his arm and pulled it out of the water. Scars were all she could see on his arm before she lifted him to the best of her ability to just see how many scars were on his form. She didn't look any lower as she thought that there was more down there before she looked at him in a new light. I wonder what kind of person could scar you like this. This isn't right, Pony muttered in English. Then she found Izuku's eyes staring at her with growing fear. His eyes shrunk with each knowing part as she realized something that was happening in front of herself. Her entire body was revealed to him through the steam and his face was for some reason becoming red. Then he spoke in a tone that very much showed his shock. If this is a daydream, please tell me, so I can kill myself for this happening again? Izuku asked. And maybe? She replied. In a questioning way. Izuku's eyes then rolled into the back of his head, passing out again. Standing just outside of the arena where everyone was going to watch the students duke it out to garner the attention of the heroes. Izuku watched the Jumbotron as it showed multiple heroes who were in attendance as well as those who were around the area protecting the place. Sighing in exasperation, he thought to himself about what this festival even meant. This was supposed to show the world that the next generation of heroes were more than prepared to hit the streets by the time their 3 years of training were complete. But Izuku thought differently about this kind of event. Not only did it show off the students' potential quirks, but it allowed up-and-coming villains to see who their future competition would be and see if they could find a counter to their quirks. This is completely wrong, Izuku muttered to himself. What is completely wrong? Kendo's voice rang out behind him. This whole event, this whole day is something that shouldn't even happen towards the public. It allows the civilians to enjoy the students beating one another up for attention. Being a hero shouldn't have you fighting one another for potential attention from the heroes of Japan, Izuku said, folding his arms on his Well, how will we get any heroes to take us on as interns for the internships later on next month? We need to show ourselves to them so that they know who they want to take on as an intern, Kendo said, as Izuku shook his head. We could still keep the event, but don't you know who supports the sports festival each year, giving UA the money in order to even celebrate it? Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder. The HPSC? She asked as Izuku nodded. They're trying to keep the status quo, meaning that they wish for the villains to know what kind of heroes they're going to be pitted up against. And just think about it, they are the ones who decide which of us ultimately get a hero license, Izuku said, as Kendo nodded along. Now think about what would happen if there was no civilians taking part in this event. It wouldn't be televised and only be exclusive for the heroes who work strong to protect society, Izuku said with an angered expression. I don't see what's wrong with showing the populace about their next up-and-coming heroes, Midoriya-kun, Kendo said, confused. That's because you're not thinking long-term. There will come a time when the sports festival is similar to just a boxing ring that everyone comes around to see 3 times a year. The HPSC condones child violence on one another because they get enjoyment out of us beating one another up. They're trying to find someone who can replace one of their own selected heroes, Izuku said, growling softly. Your belief is that the HPSC is using this event to try and find someone who can become what, an assassin for them? She asked, as Izuku gave her a grim expression. Have you ever heard about the pro-hero Hawks, and how he even became a hero in the first place? Izuku asked as the girl shook her head. All I know is that he was helped by the HPSC and became the youngest pro-hero to ever be in the profession, Kendo said, as Izuku nodded. And don't you find it suspicious that they managed to get him up to the 3rd spot on the hero rankings? I don't really care for the rankings anyway. It's just a pointless battle for the number 1 spot, Izuku said, as Kendo thought more about his words. We should probably get ready. The first event is about to begin, Izuku said, walking down the hall back to their class. Welcome to the first year's sports festival. I hope you all are enjoying your day. So far as it is about to get far better than it was. Present Mick's voice rang out on the intercom. Yeah. The crowd all screamed out. Now then, we have an announcement to make for all of you. The referee of this sports festival will be our very own rated R heroine, Midnight. Present Mike yelled out ecstatically. That's right, sweeties. I am here to show you all such a wonderful time, Midnight said, with a crack of her WHP. With that said, how about we get our star players in this whole game? Will those of Class 1A please enter the field? They were the ones who survived and thrived through the villain attack on the USJ. Present Mike called out, as Class 1A left through their entrance and onto the field. With those students out on the field, Midnight liked her lips at all the youthful students getting right into her persona. That was until Present Mike began to speak about the other classes within the school who would be participating. And the sister class who are just as powerful and experienced as our Class A students, we have Class 1B. Present Mike called out happily. As soon as those words were stated, Izuku and his classmates rushed out to meet the crowd. Although some of the crowd noticed how Izuku wasn't really paying them any attention, nor to the heroes who were present. That was until they noticed the SAO survivor band on his left arm as it fluttered in the wind, causing some uproar. What the hell? I thought that the school didn't allow killers into their school. What is that guy doing here? The civilians all gave Izuku a very strong and fearful expression as he kept his eyes away from them all. He kept his gaze on his modern art history teacher as the woman trembled slightly before calming herself. With Class 1B out here, how about we call out Classes CF out here? Present Mike said, exciting the crowd once more. As soon as the other students of Classes CF came out onto the field, feeling slightly miffed at how they weren't given such a great introduction. But that just sowed some more seeds of anger towards the Heroics Core students, as the Heroics students glared back at them. With the exception of Izuku, who just remained impassive to everything that was given to him and his class. Now that everyone is here, how about we begin with the decision on what the first event will be? Midnight questioned as the crowd began to scream in anticipation. The first event and the second event will be chosen based on random chance of luck through a spin of a wheel. Midnight called out on the microphone, revealing a giant wheel with random events set up. And with those words finished, she spanned the wheel to see what the first event will be. As the wheel span around in a giant circle, she watched as it slowly encroached on the obstacle course. Letting a happy smile take over her expression, she watched the arrow pass by multiple events that would be strong to referee on. And when the arrow stopped, her smirk got wider as it revealed what the first event of the sports festival would be. With that shown, the first event of the first year's sports festival will be the obstacle course race. Midnight called out with a crack of her WHP. Wow, an obstacle course race. I can't wait to see which students will show off their skills and success of their training leading up to today. What do you say, Eraserhead? Present Mike called out. I was forced here against my will. Please allow me to get some sleep. Eraserhead's voice rang out after Present Mike's. Before we even begin the first event, I should state some rules. Nobody is to fight one another to the point that they need to head to the hospital. We may have a healer of our own, but her quirk requires you to have enough stamina to be healed. But aside from that, you cannot engage with one another with the intent to harm. Now can the person who is the first-year student's representative please come up here? Midnight called out. That would be Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike supplied. Izuku asked, before moving towards the steps leading to Midnight. As he walked up the steps towards Midnight, the woman saw the conflicted expression on his face. Before he grabbed the microphone, she placed a palm on his shoulder. He looked up at her with confusion as she smiled at him, a smile that was similar to his own mother's. Just make sure that you don't let the people get to you. They don't know you, but all they know was that the SAO survivors had to kill in order to escape. You've got this, she said, rubbing his hair. Thanks, Izuku said, to the woman as she smirked and moved away from him. Messing with the microphone, Izuku took a deep breath before he spoke out to those in the arena and outside of it watching the Jumbotron. Hello everyone. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear my opinion on this. And to be fair, I wouldn't either if I had been in your shoes. Izuku started as the crowd remained silent as he took another deep breath. I personally don't think that this event should be recorded. Before you all can scream at me for my statement, please hear me out. Izuku continued as he opened his mouth to speak again. This event is supposed to be for the hero students as well as those in other classes vying to get into the heroics course itself to show themselves to the heroes. This event shouldn't be something that the whole world should see. This kind of event allows the villains who are hiding in the shadows to see what kind of quirks or abilities we have. It allows them to make a counter for when they come across one of us in the far future. Izuku said, looking to Midnight. There are a lot of students in this school who didn't have the perfect quirk in order to get into the heroics course. and their quirks are powerful enough to be extremely useful in heroics as a whole, but they couldn't pass the entrance exams because those quirks weren't physical-based. So, to those of you who are participating in this event, give it your best shot. I hope to see some of you in the future in the heroics field, Izuku said as he gave the microphone to Midnight. With those words stated, Izuku walked down to his classmates who gave him a small smile on his face. Out of all the students in the heroics course that they knew of, he was the one who cared for all of their futures the most. Specifically, since he'd come across death many times 2 years prior to today. With those great words stated, how about we get this event started? Midnight called out, as stoplights appeared above the exit for the obstacle course race. 3, 2, 1, go! Present Mike called out as the lights turned green. Almost immediately Class A's recommended student, Todoroki Shoto, had turned the ground into ice that Izuku had leaped over. He'd been watching the young man since the beginning and had felt the decrease in temperature that had been descending slowly ever since he came back. His classmates were being broken free by Kendo and the other strength-enhanced students. Rushing through the tunnel, Izuku used a skill he'd learned in SO which allowed one to run along walls for a short time. Izuku had managed to master the movement to last for about a full minute since he'd trained himself outside a lot. And as he rushed along the wall, he passed by multiple students who were pushing and shoving another out of their ways. Izuku took this moment to get ahead of the others as he landed on the ground behind Todoroki as he exited the tunnel. The young man was skating along the ice he had created as Izuku ran up alongside the boy who just looked at him with confusion. Izuku's expression was that of a calm exterior as he kept pace with Todoroki as the boy prepared to use an ice attack at him. You'd probably be better off paying attention to where you're running, Izuku warned as he rushed further ahead. What are you talking about? Todoroki questioned, before the ground near him broke apart. Standing as tall as some small skyscrapers, multiple zero-pointer robots had broken through the ground. Izuku took the chance of them getting out of the ground to rush past them, Present Mike calling out his decision as he ran. And Midoriya runs through the robo-mayhem without looking back? Just what is he planning? Present Mike yelled happily. As Izuku heard the Jumbotron talk about him, he grits his teeth when he suddenly heard the people start talking bad about him. But he didn't let their words get to him, since he was only here to prove a point to those within Class A as well as those within the rest of the school and world. Just because one is born without a power, doesn't mean that they aren't strong. Running as fast as his legs could carry him, Izuku slowly made progress over to the second obstacle which would prove to be very strong for him. It was the pitfall and there was a large gap that he couldn't jump over due to the sheer length of the distance between pillars. He ran towards the nearby bridge as he tested the strength of the ropes. Once he'd gotten the idea that they'd be capable of holding his weight, he began to shimmy his way across the gap through the ropes themselves. As he was doing this, some other students who had caught up to him began to make the trek on the bridge or jumping the gaps. Izuku was around halfway across the bridge as he saw the other students catching up to him, causing him to increase his pace. Due to him not collecting a piece of robotic gear, he knew that he'd not get very high on the placements when it came to the final obstacle depending on what it was. So as he continued to shimmy across the bridge, multiple students passed by him as he heard a voice he thought he'd never hear again. Get back here half and half. Looking over to the left, he saw a boy with ash-blonde-colored hair and ruby-red eyes blasting across the big gap. Sighing in exasperation, he moved just a bit faster just so that he could try and prove that young man wrong about his words. By the time he'd finally crossed the gap, he was already in 14th place and rushed to catch up with both Class A and B students who had passed him already. He did hear some cackling coming from a pink dreadlock-haired girl as she flew over the gap behind him as he ran ahead. He managed to pass by some students who had slowed down enough to gather some breath as Izuku kept his own heart rate down in the run due to experience. By the time he'd arrived at the last obstacle, he saw ice and explosions happening all over the place. And looking ahead, he found Bakugo and Todoroki battling it out whilst not injuring one another over the minefield. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began to run along the areas of dirt that were clearly not covering a mine as he jumped from spot to spot. He was slowly reaching the spot where Bakugo and Todoroki were at when he saw Bakugo's eye trail over to him in a singular moment of confusion. That was when the boy changed targets and blasted his way over to Izuku. The young man had sighed in exasperation as he leaped over to the side, just barely dodging an explosive punch. "The F did I tell you, Deku?" Bakugo growled. "I specifically told you that I would be attending UA, whether or not you wanted me to or not," Izuku retorted as he rushed away from another blast. "Only I have the say whether or not you join this school, Bakugo yelled, as Izuku jumped ahead and dodged as many explosive punches as possible. And it looks like Bakugo has such targets from Todoroki to Midoriya. Do these two have some sort of grudge against one another? Present Mike called out, as Izuku could practically hear the civilians calling out for Bakugo to beat him. Izuku jumped away in order to dodge a double explosive palm move but was barely nicked by the explosion itself, causing him to land on one of the mines hidden in the field, as he looked down at his foot and back to Bakugo in a split second. He watched as Bakugo's expression went from confusion to complete joy as he rushed at Izuku with rage in his eyes. Izuku knew he had to lift his foot, but that would probably not be good on his leg. So he waited for Bakugo to get near him as the boy prepared to blow up the nearby mines around him. Waiting for the right moment, he jumped away as Bakugo was about to blast the ground around him. The resulting explosion covered most of the field in pink and black smoke as everyone watched on in shock. And breaking through the smoke, Izuku's form was shown with a lot of scuff marks and a burn mark on his itsy. As he flailed around in the air, he began to descend from the sky as he tried to right himself in order to make sure that if he were to land it wouldn't hurt too badly. He watched as his body finally stabilized in the air before he began to skydive towards the ground without a parachute. Looking at where he would potentially land on the ground, he knew that he'd need to land in a way to which he could immediately continue to run. And he found the correct time to do that. He was falling towards Todoroki's position, and he immediately flew downwards towards the boy. "Sorry, Todoroki-kun, but you will need to settle for second place," Izuku thought to himself as he pointed himself towards the boy. Falling down to the boy, he managed to land on him in a sort of crash landing, knocking the boy who was capable of using fire and ice. As soon as he got up from the ground, he felt incredible pain in his right arm and left leg as he rushed as fast as he could with adrenaline pumping through his veins. Running as fast as he could, he found the end of the entrance into the arena. Glancing behind him for all but a moment, he found Bakugo and Todoroki rushing at him with fury in their gazes. And pushing himself to the limit, he managed to pass through into the arena as everyone remained quiet as Present Mike called out who placed first. And passing the finish line in first place is Midoriya Izuku, Present Mike called out. With Todoroki Shoto passing the line with Bakugo Katsuki not far behind him, taking second and third respectively. Present Mike continued. As Izuku moved away from the entrance, he felt the adrenaline slowly disappear from his body before he groaned slightly, catching the attention of Bakugo and Todoroki as they saw his mangled arm and leg, which caused the two wince in sympathy slightly. Izuku took a knee, giving his left leg a moment to rest before a couple of robots quickly moved near him. "Izuku Midoriya, we are here to bring you to Recovery Girl," the robots said, as Izuku nodded at them. "Gee, I'll just sleep for a few minutes," Izuku said, passing out. As Izuku passed out on the field, the robots had taken him into Recovery Girl's office as he rested out for the remainder of the first event. As it turned out, a lot of people were still stuck on the pitfall area of the whole first event, and it was taking time to get them to the finish line. By the time Izuku woke up, the second event was just being prepared, and the elderly heroine had allowed him back into the sports festival. "Make sure that you don't reach that height again, young man. I can only heal so much of your body without you having any stamina," Recovery Girl said, as Izuku nodded. "I don't plan on coming back here again, ma'am," Izuku said as the woman smiled. "That's the spirit. Although you will be coming back here if you make it to the tournament part of the sports festival," Recovery Girl said with a smile. Leaving her office, Izuku returned to the field as midnight was about to announce the second event of the sports festival. Walking out onto the field, he could see many people not liking how he had come back out onto it and actively booed at him. He took the hate towards him in stride as he stood alone in the middle of the dirt arena as he listened in to midnight. "All right, everyone, the second event has been selected. The second event of the first year's sports festival is going to be The cavalry event, she said, as the crowd went from booing to screaming in excitement. The woman liked her lips before she continued on for the rules in the second event of the sports festival. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, the rules for this round are as follows. If you are the rider for this event and you are taken off your horses, you and your entire team will be eliminated. If someone manages to take your points via taking your headband, they belong to the team that took them. And finally, you cannot attack one another with lethal intent, Midnight said, as the students below smiled at her. Izuku watched as the woman talked about the rules for this event. He couldn't help but wonder about what kind of points he'd have since there was as he came in first place. That was when the woman began to talk about the point system, which caused him to think twice on that number. Now though, it's time to show the points for each person. You can only get into teams of 4 for this whole event, so keep an eye out, Midnight said, pulling up a screen with numbers next to names. The point value goes up by 1 or 2 points all the way until around 10th place, where the numbered amount doubles per placement. Meaning that if you were in first place, you would probably have around 5,000 points. But that's not it, the one who is in first place has 10 million points, Midnight said with a very happy smile. Izuku stared at the woman with nothing more than confusion and downright betrayal as the woman smirked at him from above. And right here, he had only 2 words to say at this kind of bullshittery. Well, Izuku said, staring at the glowing eyes of his fellow students. As Izuku thought about the members he wanted to have on his team, he just couldn't think of people who'd willingly join him. Not only that, but there were people who very clearly didn't like how he was quirkless and playing this event with them. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to be eliminated because nobody would team up with him when he felt someone tap his shoulder. Looking behind himself, he found Pony standing there with a smile on her face. He glanced around and only found her standing next to him, and letting out a sigh of relief, he pulled her in for a hug. For a second there, I thought that I'd get eliminated from the second event because of how I wasn't able to get allies, Izuku said as Pony giggled. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. I'll be capable of helping you in this, she said as he nodded. Okay, we might need some allies for this. One who could support us in defense and the other in offense, Izuku said as he smiled. What about them? Pony asked, pointing at a boy with a bird head and a girl with brown hair. One of them looks like Komori-san. But the other? I think he's a part of Class 1A, the same with the girl, Izuku said as Pony nodded. Yeah, they're Tokoyami and Uraraka. They were at the USJ when it was attacked a few weeks ago, Pony said as Izuku nodded and walked towards the two. Tokoyami and Uraraka noticed Izuku walking towards them. Although, his movements were more nervous than prideful, and they watched as he finally stood in front of them. He then bowed to them just to introduce himself to the duo. Hello there, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm sure that you two are having trouble finding allies? Izuku asked as the two nodded. Nice to meet a fellow dweller within the darkness, Tokoyami said as Izuku looked at him confusedly. You played sword art online, he informed as Izuku gained a very pained expression. Sorry about him, he's always edgy towards others. My name is Uraraka Ochako, so what did you want? Uraraka asked, looking at him weirdly. Would you two like to join my team? It's just me and Pony at the moment. I think adding the two of you onto the team could be very helpful, Izuku said as the two looked at one another before shrugging. Not like I have anyone telling me to join them, Tokoyami said as Uraraka nodded. Same here, I wanted to team up with a classmate of mine. But he's already teaming up with Todoroki-kun, she said as Izuku looked over at the white and red-haired student. Yeah, I can guess who that is, Izuku said as the girl chuckled nervously. Yup, and he's not so happy right now since he's constantly glaring at you, Uraraka said as Izuku sighed in exasperation. When does anyone just not hate me for no reason? Izuku muttered as he drew in the dirt. The group just sighed at his muttering as Pony poked his side, bringing him back to the present, and he stood back up. Looking at the number of points that the others had, he nodded to himself at the added points totaling. Shaking his head, he told the others about how he plans on just staying out of danger by having Pony using her horns to keep him high above the arena. When asked why he would do this, he stated that it would be better for them to show off their skills rather than him do that. Since he was more of a physical fighter at hand-to-hand and didn't have a quirk to show off, they nodded at his plan. This allowed them to be more flexible when it came to actually collecting points or just flat-out defending themselves. Izuku placed the lower-numbered points on his head whilst having them not showing their true number, and he then placed the 10 million point one on his head as well. But he made a show of moving some of the headbands on his head over to his neck and leaving the 10 million on his neck. But he did bring a few others down over it and kept one of the bands on his head just to trick people. As he sat atop his teammates' backs, he watched as every single other team glared at his direction as Pony pushed out her horns. Placing his feet on them, he glanced over at the horned girl as she stood on her very own set of horns. Midnight watched the two with great confusion before starting the countdown. "Go!" she called out, cracking her WHP in the air. Almost immediately, Uraraka and Tokoyami had left the two as they floated high into the air on Pony's horns. With the two flying high into the air, Tokoyami and Uraraka got to show their skills with their quirks in order to impress the heroes. And as Pony used her horns to her best ability, she had learned how to use more than 4 horns in order to fight. And as they attacked each and every team, Izuku was pulled out of the danger zone. Watching over everything that was happening below, he couldn't help the chuckle coming out of his mouth as he watched the carnage below. Each and every student from their opposing classes had clashed on the ground below, and Izuku kept his eyes on 2 very specific students, Bakugo and Todoroki. These 2 were the greatest threats to keeping both him safe, as well as the 10 million points in his team's possession. Bakugo could already pseudo-fly with his quirk, so long as he didn't push it too far, and Todoroki could create a gigantic wall of ice just to reach him. Not to mention the boy could just throw fire at him and end the fight before it could even begin. As he watched all the fighting below, he looked over at the timer for the second event. There appeared to be still around at least 10 minutes left of the event before they'd get an hour-long break for lunch. And looking back at the fighting below, he couldn't help but feel pride at seeing Tokoyami and Uraraka showing off their skills. The heroes will most definitely like how they are projecting themselves as potential heroes. I don't need the heroes to see how useful I am right now. They can see that in the next event. Izuku surmised as Pony flew up next to him. "I got some more points, although they are pretty small," she said, as Izuku thought about their height. "In meters, how high up are we?" Izuku asked. "I only go by feet, and to let you know we're at exactly 500 feet in the air," she said with a smile. So we're around at least 153 meters in the air. Not many would be able to see us up here. Were you able to show your skills with your quirk?" he asked as Pony nodded. "I think I will drop out on the next area. My quirk and fighting style aren't very good in a one-on-one tournament style arena," she said, nervously giggling. "Is that your only reason?" he asked as she twirled her hair. I want to see how you fight," she said, as Izuku sighed. "Someone will have to replace you on the numbered positions for the next 16 participants then," Izuku said, as Pony nodded. "Who do you think should replace me?" she asked as Izuku thought about it. "If I had to choose, the one who would get more reception from usage of her quirk would be Kendo-san. Shishida would also be a good choice for the boys if you want to choose him, although Kuwaro could also use some time in the spotlight," Izuku muttered, as he sat down on the horns as they adjusted to him sitting down. "Never change Midoriya-kun," Pony sighed as he continued to mutter to himself. As for the rest of the students, they were too busy trying to find Izuku. Not to mention that whatever points that Uraraka and Tokoyami collected were immediately given to Pony, who flew out of there. And she was out of everyone's sight by the time she flew upwards. Nobody ever looked above them when it came to villainy. And apparently heroism. Soon enough, however, the second event was coming to a close. There was only about 8 seconds on the clock. And Izuku decided to finally lower himself to the ground, landing on Uraraka and Tokoyami's backs as they flinched in surprise at his presence. And as they stood still for another 8 seconds, the second event was over without much fanfare since Izuku stayed out of danger the entire time. What a very boring end for the second event. But it's not like we've witnessed this before. Midnight called out as Izuku pouted at her words. Say what you will, Izuku knew that he was more of a pragmatic kind of guy, but even he knew that keeping himself safe was the ultimate goal in this event. So as much as he'd love to show off his skills in this event, it just wasn't needed as of right now. Midnight then pulled up the top 4 teams who had the most points, with Izuku's obviously being in first place. Here are our winners of the first year's second event in the sports festival. Midnight called out as the names showed up. Team Midoriya, consisting of Uraraka, Tokoyami and Tsunatori. Team Todoroki, consisting of Ida, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. Team Bakugo, consisting of Ishido, Kirishima and Shiro. Team Shinso, consisting of Ojiro, Tetsu and Shoda. And with that she calls the other students to head out and have some lunch to prepare them for the final event. The tournament arena. As she leaves her podium, Izuku walks away from his teammates after telling them that they did a good job. And as he is walking through the halls, he comes across someone who he didn't even think would even come after him. Midoriya, can I have a word? Todoroki asked, as Izuku looked at him. Do I really have to? Izuku asked as Todoroki thought about it. I would really appreciate it if you would, he said as Izuku looked at him. Look dude, I don't even know you. Why would I follow you to talk about something that is probably more akin to something like competitive? If you wanted to tell me something, tell me after the sports festival. We're only here to show ourselves off to the heroes. Although I wish it weren't televised, Izuku said, grumbling the last part out. You're not like most students in this school, Todoroki surmised, as Izuku just coughed slightly. What makes you think that I was? I really hate how the sports festival is televised. It shows the villains what they have to work with. Not only that, but it gives them time to create counter-strategies to our quirks, or rather one of ours rather lack of one. Izuku said, griping at his own lack of a quirk. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Todoroki asked, eyes narrowing. Yeah, you got your butt beat by a quirkless SAO survivor. What about it? Izuku asked in a very sarcastic way. Nothing, just surprising. You don't see many quirkless people trying to become heroes nowadays, Todoroki said, looking solemn. You gonna tell me that it's impossible to become a hero too? Izuku asked, more guarded than usual. No, actually. I think you would make a fine hero. Even if the world hates you for it, Todoroki said as he walked away. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Todoroki-kun. Izuku grumbled as the young man flipped him off. I'd rather not be talked to like we're friends, he called out, walking around a corner. That was the weirdest conversation I've ever had, Izuku muttered, before another voice rang out. The F was that about Deku? Bakugo's voice rang out behind him. You have got to be seriously kidding me. Izuku sighed. What are you asking exactly? Izuku questioned, looking over his shoulder at Bakugo. I'm asking you what that talk about really was, Deku. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. I overheard your speech to half and half. Katsuki growled, standing behind Izuku now. You still call your classmates by how your first appearance of them is? That's not new. Izuku retorted with a snort. Don't talk about that. I want to know what your FNG speech with half and half was. Bakugo growled out. If you must know, he wanted to know how I was able to do all this without a quirk. I just told him that I actually took this festival seriously, Izuku replied as he prepared to leave. That can't be all you basically told him. There's got to be more. Bakugo growled, his hands crackling with nitroglycerin sweat igniting softly. If you're thinking about attacking me whilst I'm walking to the cafeteria, leave it for the arena, Izuku replied as he continued walking away. He heard the boy scream in anger as he walked away as Izuku continued down the path towards the cafeteria. Entering the cafeteria, Izuku moved through the groups and cliques of people who talked to one another before finding Pony and Kendo. The two were talking amicably before noticing his presence and smiling at him and calling him over to their table. He sat down at the table as he conversed with his classmates with a small smile on his face, something that Pony took note of. She felt worried about why he wasn't as talkative towards them before she looked over at Todoroki, who had finally arrived, a scowl on his face. She glanced over at Izuku before finding the young man looking at Todoroki with a disappointed expression. She looked at the young man with concern as Izuku noticed her expression before shaking his head at her as she nodded. Focusing on their lunch, they talked about who they think will accept them as an intern under which hero they could find. Izuku, however, wasn't thinking about which mentor he'd get from the sports festival. He knew nobody would want him. He was quirkless after all, so nobody would want him to intern under them as soon as they found out about his diagnosis. Taking a deep breath and letting it out silently, Izuku mentally prepared for the eventual disregard from the potential hero mentors he could get after the sports festival. That was when Midnight's voice rang out on the intercom. "All right, everyone, it's time to reveal who will be going up against one another for the tournament." Midnight's voice rang out. "Time to go. We've got a job to do," Izuku said with a calm expression. "Let's do this," Pony called out happily. Standing in the arena, Izuku looked over at each and every student who were wanting to enter the tournament. There was all 16 participants from the previous round that had been on teams of 4, and he couldn't help but smile at a few of his classmates. They had barely managed to break through and enter the last part of the sports festival and were ready to fight for their spot. "All right, you lovely civilians. It's now time to state those of the 4 teams who had managed to move on to the final round of the sports festival," Midnight said, cracking her WHP in the air. As she pulled up each and every team that had managed to pass on to the next round, she liked her lips at each character on the list. Team Midoriya, consisting of Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Tsunatori. Team Todoroki, consisting of Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. Team Bakugo, consisting of Ishido, Kirishima, and Shiro. Team Shinso, consisting of Ojiro, Tetsu, and Shota. For the tournament bracket, we will have each and every person entering it through a random generated formula. Whoever fights one another will be shown through the luck of the draw. So let's see who the first round of fighters will be, Midnight said as she pointed to the Jumbotron. "Hold it," Ojiro's voice rang out. "What is wrong, Ojiro-kun?" Midnight asked, looking at the boy confused. "I'd personally like to drop out of the tournament," he said with a solemn expression on his face. "But Ojiro, you could get yourself a placement in the tournament. It's your chance to show your skills to the pros." Another student, Uraraka, if Izuku remembered correctly, called out. "Are you sure that you wish to drop out from the tournament?" Midnight asked, concerned. "I'm sure," Ojiro said as Shota walked up as well. "I'd like to drop out as well. I don't remember what happened in the last event at all. All I know was that someone called out my name and my vision and memory faded into darkness. I'd like to show my skills at the next sports festival next year," Shota said, as Izuku looked concerned even more. "Such bravery. Such courage. I love it. You two can leave the tournament round. And we will find 2 people to replace you both," Midnight said with a smile on her face. After careful consideration, the 2 replacing Ojiro and Shota were eventually chosen to be 2 people of different classes. One from Class 1A and one from Class 1B. Now that we have our students that wish to show off their skills, let's see what the tournament brackets look like, Midnight called out, pointing at the Jumbotron once more. Tournament Round 1. Fight 1. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Fight 2. Todoroki Shoto vs. Shiro Hanta. Fight 3. Bakugo Katsuki vs. Uraraka Ochako. Fight 4. Tsunatori Pony vs. Ishido Mina. Fight 5. Yaoyorozu Momo vs. Tokoyami Fumikichi. Fight 6. Kaminari Denki vs. Shizuki Ibara. Fight 7. Kirishima Ijiro vs. Tetsu. Fight 8. Ida Tenya vs. Hagakure Turu. With those fights all recognized, can we have all contestants leave the arena aside from Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi? Midnight called out. Once each and every student left the arena, Izuku stood across from Shinso. The purple-haired young man stood across from him as the wind caused their hair to flutter in its small grasp. Izuku took a deep breath as he stared at his opponent, and that was when he found Shinso looking at him with nothing more than contempt. This has got to be a joke. Out of everyone I had to fight, I get the easiest fight out of them all. I get the one who doesn't even have a power to defend himself, Shinso said, with a little anger in his tone. Izuku tilted his head at the boy's words but didn't let it get to him. He's been insulted many times in the past and has shown how good he is when it came to a fight. So keeping a level head, he knew that the boy's quirk revolved around his speech since Izuku felt a small chill go down his spine when he heard the boy speak. Taking a deep breath inward, he softly let it go as he entered a combat stance as Shinso glared at him from the other side of the arena. Not only that, but the boy didn't seem to think that he was going to take this fight seriously, placing his hands in his pockets as though he was going to win from the start. Of course, Izuku felt a little annoyed at how the young man appeared to not show he was prepared to fight. But that could be his time and so playing a trick on him, so as he looked at Midnight the woman cracked her WP in the air as she spoke. "Alright, let the first fight of the sports festival begin," she called out, cracking her WHP twice. Immediately rushing at Shinso, Izuku prepared to attack the young man when Shinso smirked at him and spoke in a loud tone. "How does it feel to not have a quirk to defend yourself? I bet you are envious of those with power, right?" Shinso called out, as Izuku shook his head and rushed at him even faster. As Shinso continued to mock Izuku, Midnight was watching from afar. And she was not approving of the boy's speech towards one of her students. She would have called the match there, but she watched as Izuku finally got close enough to enter hand-to-hand combat. Leaping into the air, Izuku sent an axe kick down on the boy's head that was blocked by both of his arms. Izuku then landed on the ground before the boy could grab him by the ankle and swept his feet out from under him as Izuku then grabbed his face before slamming him into the ground. Staring into the boy's face, Izuku couldn't tell whether or not speaking right now would be safe, so he kept himself silent. He narrowed his eyes at the boy as they struggled in his grasp, all before Izuku scoffed before lifting the boy with his right arm. That was when he felt the cold chill down his spine dissipate as he felt safe to speak now. "You speak a lot about me being incapable of defending myself without a quirk. As though you know that my life had to be better than having a quirk that was capable of controlling someone else through answering your statements or questions. But the thing is, you don't know me and you shouldn't speak out about that." Izuku growled before letting go and kicking the boy in the liver. As the boy coughed out spittle and retched from the pain, Izuku slowly walked over to the boy before kicking him in the gut, knocking him back. Izuku stopped before glaring down at the boy before continuing. "You don't know what life is like for the quirkless. They are treated as little more than the gum on the bottom of someone's shoe. I fought strong to get into this school because I physically trained myself. And from what I'm seeing, you only taught yourself the bare minimum. Did you really think that with me being in the hero course that I didn't know how to fight?" Izuku questioned before answering his own question. "Don't answer that, it'll give you an even better chance at catching me with your quirk," Izuku muttered before kicking the boy in the jaw. As Shinso held his jaw in pain, Izuku had walked over to the young man before glaring into his soul through the boy's eyes. He then judo threw him over the line, marking the edge of the arena and sending Shinso out of bounds. He may be very receptive to insults, but over the last couple of weeks he had trained himself to not react to most insults towards himself. If you really wish to become a hero, lose your whole victim act. I know what life is truly like for those without a quirk, and trust me, it's far worse than what life for a quirk perceived as villainous could ever be. Because at least you have people around you. I didn't even have a single friend because everyone thought I was literally the trash that walked around the school." Izuku growled before leaving the arena. And with a decisive strike against Shinso Hitoshi, Midoriya moves on to the next round. Midnight called out, as silence reigned over the entire stadium. As Izuku left the arena, he was left with the sounds of silence and people beginning to boo at him for supposedly cheating in the tournament, as they believed that he couldn't have defeated someone with a quirk without using one himself. Izuku just shook his head as Midnight called up the students for the next match, and as he walked through the halls, he shook his head in exasperation. "Don't let them get to you, you're strong enough on your own," Izuku muttered. "Will the students Todoroki Shoto and Shiro Hanta please enter the field?" Midnight called out through her microphone. As soon as Izuku was in the stands, he looked at the two new students entering the arena as the crowd cheered for them. Izuku stared out at those two students from Class 1A, pulling out his notebook and writing down their sketches and what he perceived as their quirks. Once finished with that, he stared at the two of them as they conversed slightly before Midnight called the match to begin. And almost as fast as Todoroki was preparing to use his ice, Izuku watched as Shiro completely wrapped Todoroki up with his tape. The tape-wielding young man smirked, prepared to throw Todoroki out of the arena and out of the tournament, only for the ground to be completely covered in ice as a glacier had rushed at the plain-faced young man. As his entire body was encased in an icicle, he shivered slightly as everything aside from his head and hands were completely covered. Izuku blinked at how fast that had happened. He'd watched Todoroki use his ice before, but it was never that slow and deliberate. He was clearly angry as the young man thawed out his classmate with nothing more than a scowl on his face. "That's not good," Izuku mumbled. Midnight called the match in Todoroki's favor as the crowd had happily cheered for the half-and-half boy, praying that he defeats Izuku as well. Although the boy looked at Izuku afterward, Izuku gave him a glare that showed his disappointment. But Izuku didn't back down from the scowling boy as he looked at the Jumbotron for the next few fights. Round 1. Fight 1 winner, Midoriya Izuku. Fight 2, winner, Todoroki Shoto. Fight 3, Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka Ochako, in 3 minutes. Fight 4, Tsunatori Pony vs Ishido Mina, after Fight 3 within 5 minutes. Okay, so I will be fighting Todoroki-san in the next round. This'll be very scary, Izuku muttered some more. The fight between Bakugo Katsuki and Uraraka Ochako was fierce. Izuku had never seen a girl be so determined to defeat someone who had once been such a driving force for his meek attitude towards others. But ever since he'd left Aseo, his personality had taken an increase in heights never seen before. The fact that he could talk with his classmates without even stuttering showed his growth from the start of the school year. During that time, he had been very quiet towards his classmates. And seeing someone who had basically forced him to be silent towards others, be nearly defeated, was surprising. She still lost due to her being incapable of handling the overuse of her own quirk, but damn it, he admired her drive to prove a point. And the look on Bakugo's face had shown it all for Izuku, as the boy had been very surprised with how long she actually lasted against him. Izuku was the most shocked of all as he knew Katsuki would win, but still thought that if he didn't pay much attention to his own quirk use, he could lose. But to see how close Uraraka had gotten to defeating Bakugo in the first round, Izuku couldn't help but praise her when she eventually returned back to the viewing platform. Pony's fight with Class 1A's Ishido Mina was even better in his opinion. The blonde American had used her quirk as well as hand-to-hand combat skills learned from him to fight Ishido's dancing acrobatics. He smiled when Pony had shown her skills against the girl. Admittedly, Pony had lost her fight against Ishido, but she made sure that the pink-skinned student fought for it. Now though, the next few battles were pretty cut and dry. Kaminari's battle against Shizuki-san was perfectly tame, considering the fact that she blocked his all-or-nothing attack with her vines, as it clearly shown that they couldn't be affected by his electrical full power charge. Not to mention how Izuku had wrote down each and every quirk that he had gotten to see so far in the tournament. He was on cloud 9 with how many different quirks that he could see and write their information down. Once he was finished, the last couple of fights had finished, and it was time for him to face off against Todoroki Shoto. Will the students Midoriya Izuku of Class 1B and Todoroki Shoto of Class 1A please step onto the field? Midnight's voice rang out. Time to show everyone the strength of the quirkless? Izuku muttered as he clenched his fists. Stepping onto the field, Izuku found himself staring at Todoroki, who had been staring at him with an impassive expression. The dual-haired boy was staring him down with such an impassiveness that it got Izuku to mentally prepare earlier. He watched the boy's twitching arm as it prepared to launch an ice attack at him as Izuku stretched his limbs. Midnight watched the interaction between the two. They were both silent towards one another, and she was clearly looking worried for the fact of his disability. She gave him a worried glance as he showed off his band on his arm to represent what he managed to survive. Letting out a breath that was due to her growing nerves, Midnight rose her W in the air as she spoke. Now then, this fight shall begin when both contestants are ready, Midnight said, as Todoroki gave the heroine a nod. Are you ready, Midoriya? Midnight asked, after looking towards him once more. As ready as I'll ever be. Todoroki, You better be prepared to use your full strength against me, Izuku said as he bounced on the heels of his feet. You won't win against me, Midoriya, not only that. But I don't think I will need to use both parts of my quirk in order to defeat you, Todoroki replied as the crowd cheered for him. Well, with that friendly banter over with, let the first match of the second round begin, Midnight called out, throwing her WHP out with a loud crack. Soon as the crack was heard, Todoroki immediately threw an ice shelf towards Izuku. The speed of it nearly caught Izuku by surprise, had he not already jumped to the right as soon as the crack happened. As the glacier of ice slammed past him, Izuku jumped from his current position as he used the surrounding ice as bounce pads to launch him towards Todoroki. The boy in question had glanced upwards to see Izuku leaping towards him as he used his ice to move the nearby pillars of ice towards Izuku. The boy, seeing this, just leaped to the left and right of the pillars that came or him all before he leaped at Todoroki. The boy was surprised with how Izuku was capable to keep up with his speed before he felt a leg smashing into his gut. Todoroki was lifted from the ground and tossed into the air a little as Izuku then grabbed the young man's face, the left side specifically, all before slamming him into the ground as he then stepped on the boy's left side of his body, holding him down in a strong grip. Holding the left arm behind Todoroki's back whilst holding him down with his left foot on the boy's upper back and left leg. You know, you could have just used your fire at this point. Are you really going to let your pride be your downfall? Izuku asked as he twisted the arm in his grip. You know nothing about me. Pride is all I have, Todoroki said, as Izuku pulled the boy up and kicked him again in the gut. Gee, I told you that in order to beat me, you need to use your full power. So, why aren't you doing it? Izuku questioned, before punching the boy in the face. For Todoroki, he was surprised that Izuku punched him on the right side of his face, allowing him to ice the boy's fist. Izuku gave a mere glance at his hand as he felt the cold dig into his skin before shrugging his shoulders and rushing him once more. As Todoroki launched a wave of ice, Izuku managed to leap over it as it was slower than it had been at the start. Grabbing a piece of the ice, Izuku had grabbed it in his diamante hand, all before clenching the fist around the piece of ice and using it to smack the boy in the face once more on the left side. Something that Todoroki used his heat to melt instantly before looking shocked at that reaction before stopping. As much as Izuku had wanted to show Todoroki that he could easily win like this, he decided to actually spend far more time helping the boy get to terms with his use of his quirk. You know, if you just used your left side, you could easily end the fight, Izuku said, as Todoroki shivered imperceptibly. But the green-haired survivor had noticed it. I will never use his flames. I will prove it to him that I don't need his quirk, Todoroki said, blasting more ice at Izuku. The young man dodged out of the way faster than the ice could be produced as Izuku kicked the boy in the face again, this time making the boy's face become a bleeding mess from how broken the boy's nose really was. Landing on the ground not too far away, Izuku watched as Todoroki immediately began to move ice through the arena floor. Bouncing away from each area that the ice began to grow, Izuku had then landed behind Todoroki as he kicked him in the back. Landing on the ground, Todoroki coughed up some spittle before spitting some more out and standing back up. You won't win without the use of your flames, Todoroki. Just use it already and stop humiliating yourself, Izuku said with a warning tone. Did he put you up to this? How much did he pay you in order to do this? Todoroki growled as he launched even more ice. No, he didn't. Although he did tell me to provide you with a good warm-up round before you beat me. Not that he thinks that I'd win against you using even half of your quirk's power, Izuku said, as Todoroki growled out another wave of ice. This time, instead of dodging the attack, Izuku had attacked the wave of ice, breaking it apart with just his pure strength. Todoroki stared on in shock as Izuku continued to walk towards him, an odd aura surrounding the boy. Preparing another wave of ice to be thrown at Izuku, he was completely unaware of the small pieces of frost starting to take over his body. Just as he was about to launch the wave of ice towards Izuku, he was punched in the face before he could even throw it. Landing on his back, Izuku stood above him as Todoroki coughed even more as the green-haired boy loomed over him. His expression was not one of kindness that he gave his classmates or those who surrounded him. It was pure disappointment. If you think that you can skate by in life with using only half of your abilities, you're wrong, Todoroki, Izuku said with a very low tone of voice. You don't know what my life was like. How would you know? Todoroki growled out, struggling to even stand at this point. How would I know what it's like to have a father who trains me? Someone who's actually there to believe in a dream that I'd had since I was a little kid. You have something that I don't, Todoroki, and you're throwing it away because of just a simple grudge. If you want to be a true hero like All Might, you need to lose both the pompous attitude as well as take this seriously, Izuku said, as Todoroki glared at him. What would you even know? Todoroki growled as he rushed Izuku. The boy dodged and weaved through each of the other boys' physical attacks, all before countering each one with a kick or punch to a vital area of the body. Izuku then kicked the boy to the ground again as Todoroki coughed in pain again as he wheezed. What would I even know? Do you know what it's like to live a life as a quirkless person? Do you know what it's like to be stuck in a death game for 2 years of your life only to come out of it with so much PTSD that you literally feel like a war veteran? Izuku asked, as Todoroki stared at him in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked, confusion on his face. Did you hear about the game SAO? Izuku asked, as Todoroki shook his head. The creator of the game, Kayaba Akihiko, had trapped 10,000 players inside the game. All with one goal for each and every player to do. Beat Sword Art Online. Izuku growled as he grabbed the boy's collar. What does that have to do with all the suffering I had to deal with? Todoroki asked, as Izuku shook his head. You say that you suffered at the hands of your father, right? You don't know true suffering when it looks you in the face and spits in it. I've had to watch people I cared for, people that I swore to protect, either die in battle against a threat that was stronger than them individually, or I had to watch them kill themselves because they couldn't handle the amount of mental trauma Sword Art Online gave them. Izuku said, tossing the boy onto the ground. That is nothing to what Endeavor had done to me, Todoroki said, as Izuku thought about it. He has only been training you to become strong enough to use your quirk properly. He is making sure that you don't make the same mistakes he had at the beginning of his career. Did you ever hear about the horror stories of Endeavor's first day out as a hero? Izuku asked, as he punched Todoroki in the face. Of course I did. Everyone thought that my family were a-holes because of him. Todoroki growled. Well, you wouldn't know what being an a-hole was until they told you to your face. There was something that the news outlets never told everyone. About the way we survivors escaped from SAO as a whole. I don't care if I am given a lot of hate for what I am about to say, Izuku said as he decided to just end the match. You want to not use your full power, your quirk? Fine, but you will hear what true pain is like, Todoroki, Izuku yelled, kicking the boy from the arena. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner, Midnight called out as Izuku looked up at her. Did you need anything, Midoriya? Midnight asked. Can I borrow that microphone really quick? I have to get something off my Z, Izuku said, ironically stating some words from an old enemy of his. Just make sure that you don't use too much time, Midnight said, as everyone paid more attention. Izuku stood on the podium where Midnight had once used. She watched him from afar as Izuku thought about how he should speak about SAO. Not only that, but his mother was watching him. So taking a deep breath, he spoke about his time in SAO, talking about how everything in the game had forced him to think about killing other players to survive. Fighting monsters that made villains look like they were quite literally children playing dress-up. How someone who he had trusted with his life had been taken from him due to something that the creator of SAO had messed with personally. All the way to the final battle against Kayaba himself. As Izuku talked about each event, the crowd became increasingly disturbed. By the end of the fight against Kayaba, I was down an arm, leg, and a larger portion of my DMNT arm. Kayaba had been about to end my life, before a young man named Kirito had saved my life. He pierced the man in the knee with a blade that he'd gotten from someone he had lost as well to the man. But the reason he trapped us all in the game was because he wanted to control someone else's fate. Someone's destiny. He just wanted to play God on a bunch of people who enjoyed his game, Izuku said, as he glared at each and every person in the stands. So before you ever think about why I am here whilst not having a quirk, remember, I lived a life where any action I had taken could have been my last, and everyone who had a quirk in the game were reverted to being quite literally just as defenseless as me. They couldn't use their quirks because it wouldn't work, and those who tried to use them, they died very quickly. So don't boo me for taking everyone on without an ability that everyone lords are how your life is chosen. Quirkless doesn't mean worthless, Izuku said, before handing the microphone over. Walking out of the arena, Izuku felt the eyes of everyone on his back. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for the crowd to either hate on him even further or cheer him on. He never expected them to remain silent throughout the entire thing, so he continued his walk. By the time he was gone, the crowd just disregarded his talk about what quirkless people could do. Standing near a kiosk, an elderly couple stood looking at the billboard. They watched as Izuku talk about how he survived the game where their own granddaughter didn't. They listened to his story of surviving such a horrible death game, and how he got to know a girl named Koharu, which caused them to drop their mugs of coffee. He knows Keiko Haruchan? The elderly man asked, as his wife looked at him. What did you say? She asked. That boy, he knew our Koharu. The elderly man said as the woman smiled. We should talk to him, from what it sounds. He didn't take her loss well. The elderly woman stated. We should do that next week, sounds like he'll be pretty busy. The elderly man said as the woman nodded with him. If only our Koharu-chan survived long enough to stay in his life. The two muttered to themselves as they left for home. The remaining matches after Izuku and Todoroki had their own fight had come and gone with swift speed. From Shiozaki and Tokoyami to Ida and Kirishima, the winners were very easy to tell from how each opponent fought. After Izuku's fight with Todoroki, everyone fought strong to try and get to the semifinals, with Bakugo taking a swift win from Ishido. The young woman had been a bit bummed at being swiftly taken out, but after Izuku informed her that he took her out swiftly because of her unpredictable fighting style, she calmed down a bit. It still hurt her mentally to lose so fast, considering she lost faster than Uraraka had against Bakugo. After Bakugo was Shiozaki's fight with Tokoyami, the young man struggled to get Shiozaki from the fighting arena due to her vines. But through sheer effort as well as determination to win, he managed to yank the woman from her stronghold of vines and tossed her out of the ring. Then for the final battle into the semifinals between Ida and Kirishima had come out. The fight was not too long, but Ida had tried to use his speed to take Kirishima out of the fight by breaking the boy's hardened arms a bit. All before attempting to run the boy out of the arena before Kirishima had smashed his fist into Ida's nose. The boy had been stunned for a moment in that attack, as Kirishima had wailed multiple blows to the smart boy's body. Izuku was honestly concerned with how Kirishima wasn't going for facial attacks. Ida would be swiftly knocked out had the boy gone for the head, aiming for the temples with strategic thought. But the boy just allowed Ida to gain just enough stamina in order to grab Kirishima and literally throw the boy out of the arena. But after all those battles, it was time for the semi-finals. And as Izuku waited in the waiting room, he stared at who his next opponent would be and saw Ida's name. He would have to work faster than a young man who had a speed quirk in order to win. Not only that, but he'd also need a quick way to take out the boy's speed at the start. Thinking about it clearly, Izuku knew that he had only one shot to get Ida to be defeated early on into the fight. He was going to need to use the boy's speed against him in order to knock him out of the arena, just as Izuku needed to know when to attack. Would Midoriya, Izuku and Ida Tenya please come out for their fight? Midnight's voice rang out. Showtime, Izuku muttered as he stood up. Izuku came out onto the field as he stared at his opponent, who was not on the field himself. Looking towards his teacher, the woman was greatly confused about this as well as she pulled up her communicator with the staff. Within minutes after Ida was called to enter the field, the match was called in favor of Midoriya since the boy hadn't even come onto the field. All because during the sports festival, apparently Ida's older brother had been attacked by a villain and was in the hospital. So he was out of the tournament due to a family emergency, so Izuku was pulled off to the side told that Ida didn't show up due to family. Izuku understood right away and took the win without any kind of anger, although he was bummed out to not see the boy's strength in his speed. So as he waited for the next match to go through, Izuku was kind of glad that he was able to come up with a plan for either Tokoyami or Bakugo. The two were shown to be heavily reliant on their quirks, Bakugo for his mobility, and Tokoyami for his over-reliance on Dark Shadow for damage. But he didn't need to worry about Tokoyami since the boy's weakness just so happened to be very bright lights. Something that Bakugo's whole quirk generated whenever he activated it without even trying very strong. So by the time the arena was prepared for the two to stand across from one another, Midnight soon stood on the podium. Izuku's hair flew in the wind as he stared down the boy who had been his bully for 10 long years, all before UA. Bakugo's expression was nothing more than vindication at the fact that Izuku had made it to the last round. His face showing nothing more than contempt and elation, especially with that demon smirk on his very punchable face. So, you've made it to the final round. Didn't think a quirkless survivor would make it this far. Did you actually make Todoroki hold back against you? Bakugo taunted. He held back due to his own grudge for his father. I defeated him, showing that he'd need his flames for certain opponents. Hopefully he'd take my advice. Izuku said, entering a combat stance. What makes you think that you can beat me? I've been training non-stop for the 2 years that you were stuck in that game as well as the entire time we've been here. Bakugo growled as he activated his quirk. Izuku watched the boy's hands warily, memories of the past welling up at precisely the wrong time as his body barely flinched at the sound. He winced slightly when Bakugo grinned at his near imperceptible flinch as he crackled his quirk even more. Midnight raised her arm as she held her W and glared at Bakugo for a moment. Alright, no more remarks about the past, you two. It's time for a fight. 3 fight. Midnight called out as the two young men rushed one another. Leaping into the air, Bakugo released a few explosions that launched him faster towards Izuku as the young man let his true strength show. Ducking under the obvious right hook aimed at his face, Izuku placed his hands on the ground before pushing himself upwards, kicking Bakugo in the gut. The boy coughed up some spittle as Izuku span around and kicked the boy in the side. The resulting aftermath of such an attack had Bakugo land on the ground, somewhat harshly before rushing back at Izuku after regaining some breath. Izuku dodged and weaved through Bakugo's explosive punches before countering with a fist to the stomach and solar plexus. Bakugo was forced to back up as he held his gut before Izuku sent a kick to his face, knocking it upwards. Stumbling backwards, Bakugo tried to gather his balance before he glanced at Izuku with his eyes seeing the boy glaring at him from across the arena. He didn't move from his position as he stared at Bakugo with nothing more than a neutral expression on his face. He re-entered a combat stance as he took a deep breath, causing Bakugo to gain a furious expression. He's looking down on me? He screamed in his mind. Take it slow, no need to speed up the fight. He'll gain more sweat that way? Izuku thought as he dodged another spin kick from Bakugo. Grabbing the leg, Izuku threw Bakugo towards the edge of the arena, with Present Mike making a comment about Bakugo being knocked out of the arena like that. But Bakugo had other plans as he placed his hands below his stomach and used his quirk to blast him back into the ring. Izuku was giving the boy a harsh look as he quipped at him. Darn, and I was certainly hoping that you'd forget that you could use your quirk to fly. Izuku said with a joking demeanor. I'm gonna effing kill you. Bakugo screamed as he ran at Izuku. As soon as the trademark right hook came for Izuku, the boy grabbed the arm by the wrist. Then placing his left leg in front of Bakugo's dainty leg, he lifted the boy over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground, even causing it to crack from the force Izuku used to slam the boy into it. Bakugo let out a breath that was full of confusion before he scrambled up. Looking back at Izuku, the boy was clearly not taking this seriously as he stood off to the side, not even moving forwards. Bakugo gained a tick mark on his head as he growled incessantly before launching at Izuku with a battle cry. Bakugo sent a spinning kick at Izuku that the boy dodged, all before he feinted a right hook again that Izuku saw easily and moved backwards. All before his vision was encompassed with a blinding light and he heard Bakugo scream out a new move. Flashbang, he called out before jumping back. Ichin. Izuku grunted in pain, as his eyes struggled to regain their ability to see again. Izuku felt rather than thought that Bakugo released an explosion on his body, more likely around his teeth. The boy had handled explosions from him many times and didn't even get sent flying backwards. But that didn't mean it never hurt him, as he let out a groan as he slid backwards. Bakugo didn't let up as he rushed at Izuku once again, as he sent a flurry of explosive punches and palm strikes on the blinded boy. Izuku blocked and countered wherever he could, but was ultimately not doing much to protect himself, especially when his guard was pulled by Bakugo out of the way before he released a full-powered explosion to his gut. By the time his vision came back in a blurry mess, Izuku stumbled around the arena before he could see a flashing light in front of him. Ducking under the attack, he heard the yelp from Bakugo, who had hit the ground with his hand. A sickening crack from the limb heard. Not taking a gift horse in the face, Izuku turned around and kicked the boy to the side as he breathed slightly. Bakugo got up from the ground not too far away, and unaware of the fact that Izuku's face was slightly bleeding on his left eye. Turning around to look at Izuku, he glared at the boy with contempt and hatred as he trembled in anger. "What the F is making you fight this strong? You've already made it to second place at the least," Bakugo yelled. "I have to show that quirkless. Doesn't mean W worthless," Izuku said, coughing slightly. Smoke billowed out from the two as the cool air caused steam to come off their heated skin. Izuku, however, was having it worse as his shirt was torn slightly. The boy struggled to move closer and felt as though he'd probably tucker out after this next attack. Bakugo glared at him once more before he stood upright, plenty of strength left. "Don't say I didn't warn you about it," Bakugo yelled before leaping into the air. Spinning around, he built up sweat as he spun around in a circle, creating a black smoke tornado that had small explosions happening inside. Izuku slowly inched himself to the middle of the arena as he breathed heavily. He could hear Pony screaming at him to win from the sidelines. Giving the girl a glance, he saw her worried expression as he smiled whilst giving her a thumbs up. She let out a few tears as Izuku glared back up at Bakugo, who, as time began to slow down, Izuku could see him now. The boy had a downright furious expression on his face as he span around, collecting more and more sweat for this move that Izuku knew would be his ultimate one. He ground himself even more whilst crouching towards the ground as he pulled back an arm. "Howitzer!" "Impact!" Bakugo screamed out, manic expression on his face as he landed on top of Izuku. As soon as the black tornado of explosions and smoke entered Izuku's vision, he felt the heat of Bakugo's attack heat up even more. All around him explosions were happening before Bakugo's fist came down towards his face in slow motion. Moving the arm down towards behind himself, the look on his old bully's expression had changed from elation to confusion. All before the entire arena had exploded from the force of his attack. Black and white smoke covered the arena and blocked everyone's view of what was happening. Izuku's form and Bakugo's form were shown in the smoke as the two went at it in quirkless combat. The smoke was blasted away as soon as it was cleared up from one of Bakugo's explosive punches. The sight they could see was downright terrible. Bakugo had cuts and bruises on his body, but at the same time small burns from him using his quirk too much. Izuku, however, had far more dangerous injuries. The boy had his shirt completely burnt off, revealing some nasty burns over some scars on his tee that were clearly old. Especially the one that had been a giant handprint on his left shoulder as Izuku punched the boy in the face. His back was far worse as there was cuts, discolored skin from bruises, and many more laceration scarring. Bakugo was punched into the ground as soon as he felt his quirk finally tap out for rest as the boy fell to the ground. Izuku felt as though his entire body was about to fall down as his vision had small spots of black surrounding him. He tilted a bit as he stood before righting himself as Bakugo still tried to get back up, but to his surprise the boy fell back down. His body couldn't handle the amount of pain it was going through, and it was forcing Bakugo to stay down in an effort to make sure that he gets the rest he needs to become stronger. Izuku, however, moved closer to him, stumbling about the arena as he walked. Everyone watched as the scarred boy finally stood above Bakugo as the boy glared up at him with anger. "Do it. Knock me out of the arena. Just know that this was bullshit," Bakugo growled as Izuku slowly knelt down. Bakugo's expression changed from anger to confusion as Izuku helped him up. The boy gave Izuku a glare that meant that if he did this he would most definitely take advantage of him. But Izuku showed little care for it as he carried both himself and Bakugo towards the edge of the arena. Multiple robots sat there awaiting the two as Izuku stood at the edge. Bakugo attempted to shove Izuku off the arena, but failed as Izuku had done it before he could as he fell onto the stretcher. Before the robots could take him to leave, however, Izuku spoke to his once old friend and now bully. "Get stronger, because I know I will. Afterwards, we can have a rematch against one another to see who truly is the stronger of the two of us. We can only grow as people as rivals now. I'd rather not be your friend anymore. But something tells me that you never were. See you later, Katsuki," Izuku said, before his vision turned to black. Bakugo watched as Midnight called Izuku the winner of the first-year sports festival winner before calling the stretcher over to Izuku. Once he was on the stretcher, he was brought over towards Recovery Girl's office as she worked on him. She was initially worried about his scarring, but she decided to not talk about it until Izuku felt like he should. However, a certain blonde mutation quirk user looked at the scars more carefully. She had seen the scars as soon as the smoke dispersed, and she wasn't happy at all with how similar they were to one another. They were placed there deliberately, another part of Izuku's history that she didn't know and wanted to find out. After all, she can't be his friend without being there for him, when he most probably has suffered in the past. After getting out of Recovery Girl's office, Izuku stretched his limbs. He had been asleep for about half an hour before he woke up from his stress/exhausted conkout session after his win. It was also here that he realized something that never happened before today. He had his first win against Katsuki in a controlled fight. He smiled to himself as he thought more about it. Walking through the halls leading towards the award ceremony, Izuku felt as though hundreds of eyes were watching him. Once he stood on the podium that placed him in first place, he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at his lips. Looking to his right, he found Todoroki and another student on the third-place platform, and Katsuki on his left. The boy, however, looked as though he wanted to be anywhere but here. Believing that his loss against Izuku was nothing more than a fluke against his life. There had to be no way a quirkless F like Deku could defeat him without having trained strong enough for 10+ years. Izuku watched as the boy was practically placed in a dog cage with a muzzle to match his ferocious attitude. He couldn't help but think that if Koharu was here right now, she'd be giggling to her heart's content at how ridiculous Katsuki was being. And that brought a whole new can of worms into Izuku's heart, now that he thought about her. What was he going to tell Koharu's parents and other family? Would they blame him for their daughter/granddaughter's death? So many things were moving through his mind as he thought about the what-ifs, that it managed to leave his mouth through familiar mutters to Katsuki. "Just effing you talk to her family? I don't care about your worthless life, Deku." Katsuki practically screamed through his muzzle. Sorry for letting my thoughts out like that. I haven't done that in a long time," Izuku mumbled as he looked away sheepish. "You mutter to yourself?" Todoroki asked, curious. "I used to. Not anymore. That was a first in a long while," Izuku clarified as Tokoyami beside Todoroki nodded along. "Revelry in the darkness?" the boy said, ominously. "Revelry in the darkness as well, Tokoyami-san," Izuku replied as the bird boy happily chirped. Soon enough, however, the podiums were lifted from the ground and everyone got to see the winners of the first year's sports festival. As their placements rose up from the ground, Izuku heard most of the population cheering for Katsuki, Todoroki, and Tokoyami. But nobody was happily cheering for him, aside from his classmates. He looked to see who was willingly cheering for him, and found that Pony, Kendo, Tokage, and most of Class 1B were cheering for him within the crowd. And that girl from the support course, Hatsum, if he remembers correctly, looking at him intrigued. That was when he heard Midnight talking through the intercom. "This is our winners for the first year's sports festival. Let's give them all a round of applause." Midnight's voice happily cheered from her position. "Don't believe their hatred of you. You won fair and square." A voice rang from his head, causing him to look confused and turn behind himself. Standing not too far away from his shadow was a blue wisp of a girl he'd once seen. Her brown hair flowed in the air around him as her green eyes glowed brightly in the sunlight. It nearly brought tears to Izuku's eyes seeing her here right now, as Katsuki glanced over at Izuku with confusion. looking behind the boy as well to see nothing but seeing the boy with a tear forming in his eyes confused him greatly. Just who are you seeing, Deku? Katsuki thought to himself before focusing on Midnight's next words. Now then, the person who will be handing out the awards is your very own #1 hero. All Might. Midnight happily chirped through the intercom as All Might appeared. Ah, I am here. With the medals. All Might's voice rang out. The crowd went crazy after seeing the man in the arena. The #1 hero watched each combatant who had made it to the final four with a neutral expression with a smile. Walking over to them all, he prepared to start at 3rd place and work his way up to Izuku, who stood looking behind himself still. Are you all right, young Midoriya? Yagi thought to himself. W0. All Might walked over to Todoroki and Tokoyami first. As the people who got to 3rd place respectively, he moved closer to them to speak. Placing the medal on Todoroki's neck first, he gave the boy a hug that he visibly froze at before leaning into the All Might pulled away from the boy before he spoke in a tone that promised wisdom. Young Todoroki, you have shown that your ice alone is very powerful. You've clearly honed your craft to the point that it barely hurts you, but you should always be prepared to use all of your power in a fight. Else we would be down at least one powerful hero hopeful. All Might said wisely as Todoroki nodded. I'll do what I can to work to that level. Midoriya forced me to see it that way, Todoroki said with a determined expression. I expect nothing more or less, young man. All Might said with a smile before moving on to Tokoyami. The man reached around the boy's neck and placed the medal around him. Pulling the emo boy into a hug, the boy's feathers ruffled a little bit in embarrassment before All Might pulled back. He gave the boy a smile before he imparted wisdom on him as well. Young Tokoyami, you have fought strong for your placement on this podium. Had you worked harder on your weakness, you probably would be in young Bakugo's position instead of this one. Work strong to surpass your previous weakness and surpass the strengths of those around you. Only you can make that decision, All Might said, patting the boy on the shoulder. I shall endeavor to increase my strength tenfold by the next festival, Tokoyami said with a determined glare. All Might nodded at the boy in acceptance, before moving on to the 2nd place podium. He watched as Katsuki growled at him in fury and tried to escape his bindings as he tried multiple times to get to the 1st place podium. Pulling the muzzle off the boy to place the medal on his neck, All Might muttered to himself. I swear, they all think he's an animal. But whatever. Young Bakugo, you have shown true strength in the amount of time you've placed in your quirk's empowerment. Always remember that no matter how much you train, there is always someone who is far stronger than you are. And you must strive to become stronger than you were previously, All Might said, about to place the medal on his neck. I don't want it. Fight me, DKU? That was just a fluke, Katsuki screeched. Now I see why they put it on you. All Might muttered to himself, placing the medal on the boy's teeth. Just where this is a mark of your loss. To always strive to be better than you were yesterday, All Might said with a bit less tact. As Bakugo was left to screech at little more than nothing, All Might went over to the 1st place podium as he smiled at the young man. He had still been looking behind him the entire time, as he reached a hand out to tap his shoulder. The boy instantly turned around, and All Might found him to be tearing up a bit as he stared at him with awe. Young Midoriya, you have done something that not many people in the world have ever done in the history of UA. You have successfully won the UA Sports Festival, all without the aid of a quirk. I, as the #1 hero, look forward to see what you can do in the future. Always remember though, no matter how strong you are with or without a quirk, you cannot defeat everyone without the strength to back up your skills, All Might said, as he placed the medal around Izuku's neck. I always wanted this. To win this sports festival. And now that I've done it, I can only hope that I can show those who are in a similar position as me that it's possible to achieve their dreams. Just as long as they work strong to get it, Izuku said with a bow. Powerful words, young man. But now that the ceremony is complete, how about we give the people of this arena some final words to talk about for generations? All Might asked, with a smile, pulling Izuku into a side hug and spoke to him in a low tone. Let's talk after this, he muttered as Izuku nodded at him. All right everyone, now then. Since we finished the first year's sports festival. Everyone has done such an excellent job. This requires the school's motto. All Might called out, raising a fist into the sky. Plus, Ultra. All Might and everyone in the stands screamed out to the heavens. After the whole event happened, All Might brought Izuku into the medical infirmary where Recovery Girl sat in waiting. Looking at the man who Izuku could only view as a father figure in his life due to how he helped Izuku across his life. He sat on the nearby bed, watching as the man himself began to steam as he cursed to himself in a very low tone before he glanced at Izuku. Please, don't tell anyone what you're about to see, young man, All Might said, as Izuku nodded dumbly. As the hero began to steam even more, Recovery Girl looked a little worried as well before All Might revealed his real form. He coughed up some BLD as he moved to sit down on one of the beds that were nearby, holding on to his. Immediately Izuku realized that this man was in agony as he rushed over and grabbed some tissues and gave them to the man. All Might watched the boy's eyes with nothing more than awe as Izuku did this out of the kindness of his heart. And as he finished his coughing session, he smiled at the boy, a little dribble of BLD falling from the side of his lips. Young man, this is what your symbol of peace looks like after he runs out of time to be All Might, the man said, as Izuku finally took the symbol of peace in. To the real All Might. Looks like a disheveled old man. And not only that, but he appears as though a gust of wind could kill him. Izuku mumbled aloud as he took in All Might's frail appearance. That's right, I have been on the hunt for a successor for a while. But none of the Class 1A students have been ticking that little niche that I've been searching for, All Might said as he looked at Izuku with a pleading expression. You want me to be your successor? But why? Izuku asked, incredulous. Because none of the other students that I've seen have the strength and mental prowess that I'm searching for to take on a threat that I could barely defeat. Not only that, but after some knowledge of seeking through the USJ attack not too long ago. Said man who made me this way. Is still alive? All Might said with a grimace. But just like I asked. Why me though? You have so many other students in the higher grade levels as well as in the other classes. Why did you choose me? Izuku asked, still trying to see if this was just a dream. Young Midoriya, you won't say yes to my answer if I don't tell you. Will you? All Might surmised as Izuku nodded. As much as I'd love to, that requires me to give up on becoming a quirkless hero, Izuku said as All Might nodded his head. Alright, well then. The answer is simple. My time as a hero is slowly ticking away, and I need a successor to show the world that even with my presence as a hero stagnating and slowly whittling away, we need a new symbol of peace to show the world that heroes are still needed to continue protecting them. And I chose you because you embody the ideal hero I require to become my successor, All Might said before taking a deep breath. What are those ideals that you were talking about? Izuku asked, curiously. You are kind to a fault, through what you did to get me tissues out of the kindness of your heart. You even had the chance to let your past get the better of you in your fight against young Bakugo. But you showed him honor in the end. And finally, you showed the world that no matter how they view you, you will continue to further your goal to become a hero with or without their approval. And it's this that I ask you to become my successor, Might said as he looked into Izuku's eyes. As Izuku listened in on how All Might spoke, he heard how the man viewed him in every way as a hero to be. Almost as he viewed him already as a hero, this brought up something that he looked back on himself as during his time in Izuku. Would you really make a murderer your successor? Izuku asked, suddenly looking at the man with a hurt expression. What are you talking about, young man? Why would you ever think that you're a murderer? All Might asked, concerned. I think I know what the boy is referring to, Yagi, Recovery Girl said, interjecting and catching All Might's attention. Chio, what is young Midoriya talking about? All Might asked, as Izuku looked at the ground, guilt on his expression. Haven't you heard about what happened during that big event? The Sword Art Online incident. Chio asked curiously. I didn't pay much attention to it, there was nothing I could have done in that death game. All Might said, uncharacteristically angered. Correct, but did you pay attention to the amount of people who had died in that game, just to escape from it? Recovery Girl asked as Yagi thought about it. Not really, no. I could have sworn that it was around 1,000 though. Yagi said, as Izuku chuckled darkly. No, it was more around the lines of 5,000 players having died since the start of the game. Izuku said as he rubbed his left arm. 5,000 players died in that game? Yagi asked, concerned. Give or take a few hundred who barely survived their wounds to get out of the game in time. Izuku said with a sad expression. Will you still accept me as your successor knowing that I had to kill other people just to survive? Izuku asked as he stared into All Might's eyes. Did you kill those other kids in order to escape that game? Yagi asked, concerned more for Izuku's mental health than anything else. Seeing that there was nobody else in the room aside from the school's best heroes, Izuku sat down on a bed closer to the two. His eyes slowly losing their bright emerald color and becoming a duller green with a white inside. Izuku then spoke to them about the Player Killer Guild Laughing Coffin. How he and a bunch of others from the front lines of Aincrad had fought them in a bid to get rid of such a vile guild. How a guild was created to purely kill other players was beyond Izuku's thought process at the time, since Kayaba should have made a countermeasure into the game to prevent it. Izuku continued to speak about the horrors that the raiding party on the PK guild had seen, and it caused Recovery Girl and Yagi to grimace. To see such a childlike Midoriya having to kill someone in order to survive wasn't something they wanted to see more of. But at least Midoriya knew what it felt like killing someone, so that if the event came where he needed to put down his nemesis, he had the strength and mental fortitude to do so. To hear you live a life like that is horrible. But I promise you, young Midoriya, that even when you envision yourself as a murderer, I still choose you as my successor, Yagi said with a smile. Even if I was the murderer of multiple people? Izuku asked, as Yagi paused for a moment to think about it before smiling at Izuku. Young man, the person who caused me to appear like this is so dangerous that he requires you to put in the effort to kill him. It'd be far more merciful to the potential victims of the man if you went for the kill, Yagi said with a serious tone. Will I gain a quirk by becoming your successor? Izuku asked, staring at his idol. Only if you want to, Yagi said as Izuku thought about it. If you can tell me the person who damaged you, I might be able to take whatever ability I get from becoming your successor, Izuku said as Yagi sighed. Then I guess we should start at the beginning. To a time when quirks were just becoming a normal thing. During a time where superpowers were looked at as though they were far more dangerous than they really were at the time, Yagi spoke as his tone became deeper. And so, Yagi spoke a tale of two brothers. One who wished to become the Demon King, a being so powerful that nobody ever thought to fight against such a cruel creature. And a little brother who had wanted nothing more than to become a hero to stop the evil his vile brother had brought upon the world. Yagi continued on with the power that the little brother gained from the older brother who had gifted him one. Only for the little brother's power to merge with the ability he already had, the power to pass on his own power. An ultimately useless power, but combined with a power stockpile quirk that the older brother gave, created a far more powerful quirk. One that the little brother had called One for All. Izuku listened in on the tale that All Might had told him, with the man asking him to call him Yagi whenever he's in his weakened state. Something that Izuku immediately nodded to, wanting to do nothing more than to appease his somewhat new mentor. The story went on to involve multiple other people who had gotten the power of One for All and strengthened the quirk, only to then pass it on abruptly onto another in the hopes that they empower the quirk once again and continue to pass it on. All the way until Yagi's very own teacher had strengthened the quirk and passed it on to him whilst training him as much as she could. All before she had been hunted down by the man who had been the little brother's enemy. All for One. Hearing the name for Izuku had brought a shiver down his spine. Something that he felt was a powerful name for a villain, but at the same time revealed that the man was smart. He hid his real name behind the name of his own quirk and went by that name in order to hide his true identity. As Yagi spoke about how each user strengthened the power upon each passing of the torch, Izuku thought about it. Wait, if you had the quirk. What was your quirk before you got One for All? Izuku asked as Yagi smiled at him. Funny you should say that, young man. Just like you are right now, back when I was your age. I was quirkless too, Yagi said, with a sad smile on his face. Quirkless? Why, you were quirkless? Izuku asked, as Yagi nodded with a smile. Then that means. You worked tirelessly for 30 years in order to empower the quirk even further. Does that even mean I can wield the power at all? Izuku asked as Yagi thought about it. Your body looks to be in perfect condition to be able to wield a portion of its full power. Probably around at least maybe 5 to 15% of its full power. And that's without knowing how much it grows after it's passed on. When I used a full power smash at a nearby building to test its power when I received it, I only bruised my arm. With you using full power, you might actually break it? Yagi surmised as Izuku nodded. If that's true, I might be incapable of wielding the full power of One for All when I reach your age. If anything, I might never be capable of using its full power. Izuku said as Yagi shook his head. Who said that you couldn't wield its full power without a device that could help you reach that power safely? Yagi asked with a smile. I might need to change my whole hero costume in order to suit the quirk if I receive it. Izuku said as Yagi nodded. I have a niece on island make you a hero suit that can help you wield the full power for when you wish to utilize it. Do you wish to keep the hero suit you already have and have her upgrade it to suit the quirk I'd give you? Yagi asked as Izuku thought about it. Since the quirk is made up of power stockpile and a quirk that passes power on, wouldn't that mean I'd get the quirks of 7 other wielders of the power? Izuku asked as Yagi thought about it. Huh, you're smarter than you look. Yagi muttered to himself as he made a call. Did he just diss me? Izuku asked, looking at Chio. Well, you look pretty dumb at first glance, young man, Chio said with a small chuckle. Oh, Izuku said, looking at the ground in guilt. Well, you can come back in tomorrow. We will begin your training to utilize the power of One for All without requiring you to break your limbs immediately, Recovery Girl said, as Izuku nodded. By the way, how will I get the quirk? Izuku asked, as Yagi pulled out a hair follicle. Tilting his head at the extended hand, Yagi then spoke up as he buffed up into his all-might state once more. And with a smile on his face that had his eyes shadowed, he spoke. Eat this, he said, ominously. After Izuku left the office belonging to Recovery Girl, long after the sports festival had ended, Izuku returned back home. The students were given the weekend to spend time with their families before the internships, and Izuku spent as much time as he could with his own mother. The two had watched movies as well as the second and third year sports festivals together. It was something that Izuku had missed since he'd been stuck in SAO. As the two watched the sports festivals, however, Izuku's mind kept coming back to the moment he swore he saw Koharu back in the award ceremony. How her blue corporeal form floated behind him as though she were encouraging him to smile in the hatred thrown at him. His mother was focused on the sports festival's final round in the third years when Izuku finally stood up and prepared to go to bed. He gave his mother a hug before heading to his bedroom to turn in for the evening. His mother gave him an embrace on the top of his head before letting him go. Entering the bedroom itself, Izuku found that his bed remained the same after all this time since he'd gone into the school's dorms. Smiling to himself, he placed a palm on the shelf where all his hero analysis notebooks sat, an old hobby that he'd long since given up. Looking at their pages once more, Izuku felt the dreams of old coming back again. His dreams of becoming a hero with Katsuki when they were children. How the boy betrayed him at a young age, all because he never manifested a quirk of his own. Then to how Katsuki treated him in school whenever he had the chance as well as when the teachers allowed it. Taking a deep breath, Izuku then began to remember his first few times he played an MMO. Those times were great in his eyes, a sad smile coming onto his expression. Sitting on his bed, he pulled the covers over himself as he fell asleep, hoping for no more nightmares after such a great big win for himself. He wishes he never jinxed these kinds of things. The moment he fell asleep, he'd been witness to hundreds of differing nightmares of Koharu dying in every conceivable way that his brain could think up. How each time she died, she blamed him for not saving her in time when he tried to get as close to her as possible. But each time he'd just be too late to save her. And as his body tossed and turned in his sleep, finally the nightmares ceased. Looking at the vestige standing not too far away from him, Izuku took note of their blue wispy form as they stood on the edge of the floor 1 plains of Aincrad. Walking up to the person, Izuku took stock of the area, trying to make sure that if he walks up to this vestige it wouldn't end in death and misery for himself. As though they were feeling his presence the entire time, the vestige turned to face him with a smile on their face. Her brown hair, green eyes, and that smile that had always gotten him to smile no matter the situation. It was Koharu. She had finally come to see him after she had tortured him with nightmares of how he failed to save her. He felt as though he didn't deserve to see her smile. So as he looked down, guilt taking over his entire form, Koharu moved closer to him as she lifted his chin. He stared into her green eyes as she stared into his own emerald green. "Why won't you look at me?" Koharu asked worriedly. "I don't deserve to see your smile." Izuku stuttered out. "Don't beat yourself up over what Kayaba had done to me. It's not your fault that you couldn't save me, it was my own," Koharu said, as Izuku shook his head. "It was my fault. I couldn't save you in time before you died. I was so close and I wasn't fast enough. I should have been faster," Izuku said, falling to his knees. "No. You aren't at fault, Izuku. You're beating yourself up over the fact that I gave myself up without informing you about it," Koharu said, kneeling down in front of him. "I never asked why you were acting strangely. I should have done something," Izuku muttered as he started to cry. "You didn't though. You thought that whatever I was going through that I could handle it, and I did. But you didn't like what I did," Koharu said, rubbing his back. How are you even here? Why you should be dead?" Izuku asked as he looked into her eyes. "I'm here because you need to let go," she said sadly. I don't want to lose you again. Not so soon after I can talk to you again," Izuku said, pulling her into a hug. "You won't be losing me, Izuku. After all, I'm here. And here," Koharu said, pointing at both his heart and mind. I don't want to lose you again. I lost you once, I don't think I can lose you a second time," Izuku mumbled to himself as he cried. Sometimes in order to move on, you have to be willing to give up on another. And in order for you to heal from the mental trauma of my death, you have to let go of me," Koharu said, sad expression on her face. But I am all alone. I can't be alone again," Izuku said, hugging Koharu tighter. "You aren't alone. I'm still here, although I'm a part of your soul now," Koharu said, as Izuku stared into her eyes. What do you mean by that?" Izuku asked, concerned. "When I died, you were devastated. And because of that, I kept my soul from going to the afterlife. I had to right a wrong I had done to you. Even if it was against my own will, due to Kayaba manipulating my ones and zeros. After your talk with Melissa in SAO, to make sure that you never have to suffer alone, I decided to make my soul merge with yours. You'll never be alone," Koharu said, embracing him on the cheek. Why you still here with me? Why you should be angry that I didn't save you?" Izuku asked, looking at her. Koharu remained silent for a bit as she thought of something to say to Izuku. And as Izuku lowered his head in sorrow, she pulled him into a hug, placing his face into her titi as he sobbed. The question of why didn't you arrive until now was up in the air but was never stated. "I'm here to help you through your mental trauma. And once that is completely extinguished, you can finally move on from my death," Koharu said with a smile. I don't want to forget about you," Izuku mumbled as he sniffled into her shoulder. Patting his back, she cooed softly at him as he trembled in her arms. She had long since forgotten how much of a crybaby he'd been in the first few days when she'd had a particularly close call with death. It was refreshing after seeing him hide his emotions all this time to his classmates. "Then don't," she said, finally after a few moments of silence. But you said I have to move on from why," Izuku said, looking at her tears still falling down his face. "I mean, remember all the times where we had fun. Remember the times when you and I hung out on our dates, when we teamed up with our friends. How close we were with Kirito, Asuna, Agile, Klein, and so many more," Koharu said, as Izuku's trembling worsened. How can I do that without seeing your bad memories?" Izuku asked. "You have bad memories of me?" she asked, a little confused. "Why your PPRD had come in. And I did something stupid?" Izuku muttered as Koharu giggled to herself. I'd call that a funny moment. Sure, you did something stupid. But it was a funny stupid now that you can think back on it, Koharu said, with a smile looking into his tearful eyes. As the two continued their conversation, far away from the two vestiges stared at the two consoling one another. A light green vestige with a bright pink vestige stood next to one another as they watched the heartbreaking scene before themselves. Looking at one another with their eyes, a small smile came onto their faces as they spoke to one another. Looks like Ninth has a little mental problem, the white-haired man said, in a fond tone. It's just his love for that girl. She'd been killed before her time. I feel so sorry for him. He just began to show his love for her, only to have her taken from him. That is true heartbreak. The feminine voice sounded out. True, let's leave them to figure this out. Once they're done, we can begin our talk with little Ninth, the man said, before slowly dissolving into white motes of light. I'll stay a bit longer. It'd be nice for him to have someone who's like a mother to him in here before he talks to you all, the feminine voice said as she watched the two from afar. Back with Izuku and Koharu, the girl had finally pulled away from Izuku and embraced him on the lips. Izuku was taken aback by this for a moment before he leant into her touch as he wrapped his arms around her. Falling onto his back, Koharu lifted herself from his knee as she stared into his eyes before speaking again. I'm sorry for all the nightmares you've been having. I did everything I could to try and make them stop, but I wasn't strong enough. It wasn't until I got a little help that I was able to, Koharu said, as Izuku tilted his head at that. What are you talking about? Izuku asked as Koharu smiled at him. A knowing smile, in fact. I know about One for All, she said, her smile sad but happy at the same time. Why, you don't sound too happy about that, Izuku said, as Koharu shook her head at his negative attitude. I'm not mad about it, disappointed that you won't become the first quirkless hero anymore. But if anything, it means you have something to use if you are stuck in a corner. I think it's about time you meet the others though, Koharu said, as Izuku flinched slightly. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked as he looked worriedly at her. I'm not the only soul inside of you body now. There are at least 7 more in here, and they are the ones who helped me stop your nightmares, Koharu said, hugging him tight. Will you disappear? Izuku asked as Koharu shook her head. No, I won't be. Don't worry about me leaving you suddenly, I won't be doing that anymore, Koharu said with a smile. After a few moments of staring at one another, Izuku finally noticed another presence in the area overlooking Aincrad in the distance. She was wearing a black one-piece suit with white gloves and the same colored cape billowing behind her. Her hair was black in color that was done in a half bun behind her head, and she had black eyes and a love mark under her right eye. Her form was very appealing, and had he not fallen for Koharu earlier in his life, he might just have a new favorite heroine. That earned him a light jab at his gut, forcing him to stop looking at the woman before him in that way. Her form was muscular as well as very fit, revealing all her curves but not hiding the true strength behind them. Well, hello there, little Ninth. Never thought that you'd stop talking to your little girlfriend. We have a meeting to get to though, the woman said, as she smiled at Izuku. Who are you? Izuku asked as the woman spoke again. My name is Shimura Nana, and I am the 7th. You need to know something about One for All that first wanted to inform you about. So come on, we need to see what he wishes to speak about, Nana said with a smile on her face. If you're the 7th user of One for All, does that mean that you're All Might Sensei? Izuku asked as Nana smirked at him. Yup, I taught Toshi everything he knows. Now stop dilly-dallying and come on, Nana said, leading Izuku over to where Aincrad was. Entering Aincrad was jarring for Izuku, seeing the place that had once been a memory of nothing more than misery and pain, was now transformed into a broken castle. One that was still undergoing reconstruction to rebuild itself into something even greater than it was. Looking around the room, Izuku found multiple thrones that belonged to each user. 2 seats, however, were not being used, as their users were staring at the wall behind the group gathered. Izuku looked down at himself now, and he saw that he was actually covered head to toe in green and black smoke. Glancing around, he saw a man with a biker aesthetic as he stood up and made his way over to the boy with a smile. Hello little ninth. I'm Daigoro Banjo, and a little information from me to you. You'll be earning my quirk first, the man said, patting Izuku's head. W8 what? What are you talking about? Izuku asked as the man smirked. You are correct about one for all stockpiling more than just pure power alone. It can collect the quirks of those who had once held onto it. Daigoro said with a smirk. As fifth said, the powers within one for all will be appearing within you first, meaning that you'll have the time to acquire them before you get the pure power of one for all. Not sure why this is happening, but I will take this rather than having you break your limbs, first said, with a fond wispy tone. Should I know what order they'll come in? Izuku asked, his tears having dried up by now. Mine is first as you already know, after me it's Hikage Shinomori's quirk. His is Danger Sense, it's basically your very own Spidey sense from the Marvel comics of old, Banjo said, as Izuku nodded. After Hikage, it's Nana. Then about a week after hers arrives it will be N's. Daigoro stated. Who's next after N? Izuku asked, giving the weird, clothed man to the side a bow. After me it will be either of those two's quirks that will come into play. But they won't be telling you how to work out their quirks right now. That will come at a later point in time, when you are able to withstand all our quirks at once within your body, and said as he gave the boy a nod of approval. So, these are the people who helped me stop your nightmares. They're within one for all, Koharu said, standing next to Izuku with a happy expression. I don't know what to say, Izuku said, stuttering once more. Let Toshi do what he needs to prepare you. That niece of his will make you a suit that is suited for you to use all of our quirks, Nana said, placing a palm on his shoulder. Looking up at her, Izuku felt tears falling down from his eyes once more. Nana looked a bit worried at his outburst of tears as he fell to his knees as he placed a palm on his Ihoru had moved over to him as well as. She pulled the young man into a hug again. Izuku couldn't help but thank the heavens above that he's finally getting some kind of good luck again. He thought that he'd lost that kind of luck ever since Koharu's death had come about. And ever since then he'd always made extra sure to leave wherever he needed to because he didn't feel lucky. Now though, he feels at peace. Thank you all. I don't know where I'd be without any of you, Izuku said, as he sobbed into Koharu's shoulder. Just think about what I said, okay? Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded into her shoulder. Just get some sleep and we can talk about it another time. For now, you're about to wake up, Koharu stated before placing a palm on the back of his head. Soon enough Izuku was back in the conscious world. And he couldn't help but fall to his knees and begin to cry once more as he felt happier than anything he'd ever experienced again. His mother broke through his bedroom door to find him openly sobbing on the floor and brought him into a hug again, muttering nothing more than sweet nothings into his ear, believing that his nightmares had woken him from his sleep again. Don't worry, Izuku. Those nightmares are just figments of your imagination. They're not real, Inko said, as she rubbed her son's back. Izuku leaned into her touch even more so than before as he cried into her shoulder. I saw her again, Mom. As she doesn't blame me for her death? Izuku whispered into her ear. Inko had never felt happier to see the smile on her son's face. Well then, perhaps we should speak to Agile again? Inko asked, as Izuku happily nodded.